this period of life.
Okay, I'm here. Hi. Hello. Hello. Hi. Welcome, friends. On my way. On my way. On my way. Hi, Queen. All right, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I swear. I swear. I swear. Let's see. Whoop, up, up, up. Look at them! Look at them! Oh my god, my model is... Oh wait, there we go. This isn't loud enough. Can you guys hear it? Hope everyone's day is going okay. Yeah, it is. I'm probably gonna need a guide for this. I don't know how to play visual novels without a guide. Luma, hi. Walkthroughs are always the way to go. Yeah, I don't know how to play. I literally do not know how to play visual novels without the walkthrough. Oh my god. Who's your favorite, Lottie? Who's your favorite? These are all new characters I haven't seen. You hear it? Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Okita! Very good. Very good pick. Alright. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Does anybody know anything about Hakuoki? Do you need a little mini lesson? Basically, this takes place. Oh god, it's loud. Holy shit, holy shit. Ah! 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 There we go. Alright, let's see. I feel like I'm gonna cry this game. This game is depressing as fuck. Like, this game has no right to be as depressing as it is. There's a bunch of new characters. I don't know anything. Let me open up a guide. I hope you guys don't mind me using a guide. Okay, Hakuoki KYOTO wins walkthrough. I don't know who I should romance first. I definitely cried a bit when I played. Oh my god, this is so loud. I need to turn it down some more for me. There we go. Laika! Oh my god. Oh my god. People with taste. You guys have taste. Hakuoki is an amazing game. I played it 10 years ago. 10 fucking years ago. Gotta watch out for those onion rings. Onion ninjas. Got it, got it. So this takes place during... is it the Meiji Restoration? This takes place during the Meiji Restoration, and Shisengumi is trying to is a little kind of police force. It's kind of like a police force that is trying to make a name for themselves, and it's about that entire journey. It's very good. It's very sad. If you know anything about the Shisengumi and how their fate, there's a lot of historical events that is going to be showing here. I'm excited. Let's learn. Let's learn. All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then we'll get started, okay? I must admit, Kazuma is my favorite. Hi, Shaded. What are you playing? I'm playing Hakuoki. Hey. Oh, you don't hear any sound? It's gone? How about now? I heard something. We good? Perfecto. Perfecto. Thank you. Thank you for your help. Okay, I'm gonna see how I'm gonna do this. I need to see chat and also see the walkthrough. What if I open up this? Kazuha being my favorite? No. Kazuma. Kazuma is a character in this game. He's a demon. He's the antagonist. Of course, I love the antagonist. There's a game audio now. Hopefully you guys hear it. Ooh, Kazuma is my favorite. He's a bad guy though. Alright. Come on, let me log in. Alright, say something in chat. Of course, demon antagonist, demon fox likey. Yes. Okay, I see you. I see you guys in my small chat. I wish it was not white though. Is there themes and colors? Oh yes, there's a dark mode. Let's go. Wait, how do I? Yes. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm still setting up. All right, let's just get started. Let's new game. Should I keep my name Chizuru? Or should I just name myself Jupiter? Yeah, Chizuru is her real name, but I can name her Jupiter too. But then it would be too self-inserty. let's keep it Chizuru. I like Chizuru. I mean, you can call yourself Cheese Yukimura. Cheese Yukimura. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, businesses, places, events, and incidents mentioned in this work. Blah, 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 blah. It's too fast. (1864) December. Prologue. So this is Kyoto. It was awfully impressive, no denying it. Even simple hellos between people passing in the streets seemed warm and friendly. They nodded and smiled to one another, as if family and not strangers about on errands. Still, there was something else as well. Something is making the city feel strangely cold. Almost as though there was a great invisible wall, shutting out anyone wandering from the country. I'm not sure if I belong here. No, that's all in my head. I walked quite some distance to reach Kyoto, and both my mind and body were exhausted. Even so, tiredness was no reason to meander and feel sorry for myself. I couldn't afford to. Excuse me. I heard something about a villain, then them and I have something in common. Yes, that's me. I love my villains. And my favorite character, I'll tell you guys my favorite character when he shows up. Excuse me. I hesitantly stopped a passerby. I'm sorry, I seem to be a bit lost. Could you... What am I supposed to do now? I was lost again, but in a different sort of way. I sighed and looked up at the darkening sky. The sun was beginning to set. People I'd spoken to showed me no unkindness, and they've given me directions I needed, but was now really the best time to leave the city? Learning the person I hoped to visit had left town caused hope to seep from my crumbling resolve. It was only the only person besides father. What do I press? Oh, father. This bald man is our dad. Do you see him? Okay, you can kind of see him. Wait, hold on. Let me just put this over here. Chat over here, so I can read chat and follow the walkthrough. Who's root? Can I get a new dad? Maybe. Wait, who Who should I romance first? I don't know if KYOTO Wins is the one where you can romance. This game is good both in bad ends. You will be placed on a route on at chapter 5 depending on whoever you have the most affection with, or don't. Then you have to continue keeping your affection up. I'm gonna do Hijikata, I think, because Hijikata is main guy. Toshizo, Hijikata. He's the longest one too. He's the longest one, if I remember correctly. Okay. A Dutch educated doctor in service to the shogunate, and the father of the protagonist. He has been missing since shortly after his arrival in Kyoto. Just marry the villain? I shouldn't do that route first, though. I really shouldn't. Wait. Okay. I could rely on the city. Besides father, I could rely on the city who I could rely on. Dr. Matsumoto. Dr. Matsumoto was a doctor serving the shogunate. The shogunate is a military government run by samurai, okay? In this game, it refers to the Tokugawa shogunate. If you guys remember from the Warring States period in Japan, Nobunaga was there, Tokugawa was there, Hideyoshi was there. Well, anyways, the Toyotomi. Basically, people kept dying, and eventually, like the Nobunaga died, and then Hideyoshi died, and then the Tokugawa and the Akechi, I think the Akechi arm. It's not Akechi. It's the other guy, Mitsunari. Fought for the land, and the Tokugawa won. So this is a united Japan. Wait, this is the game has a villain route? That's awesome. Yes. Do whatever you like. I'm just along for the ride. Okay. Gotcha. I had never met him myself, but my father put a great deal in trust in the man. He had told me that if I ran into any trouble in his absence, I was to contact Dr. Matsumoto. Unfortunately, Dr. Matsumoto was out on business and would not return for some time. Was I too hasty? Perhaps I should have waited. It is indeed rude to visit without warning, which is why I had sent a letter prior to my arrival. But it seems that he had left before reading my letter. Perhaps I thought I should have waited for a reply before traveling to an unfamiliar city. But I can no longer spend my time waiting idly for news. Dad, Chizuru. Main character of the story, she travels to Kyoto in search of her father, where she conveniently finds herself involved with the Shinsengumi. Is something wrong, father? He paused for a moment and looked at me. Can you guys read that? Oh, good. You guys can read that. Is it for business again? He left the house often during that period, sometimes for days at a time. How long will you be gone? Oh. There was no hiding my disappointment. Nonetheless, I wasn't a child anymore. I couldn't beg him not to go, or some other foolishness. Yes, I'd be lonely, but I was much more worried for him. Please, father, be careful. They say that the city of Kyoto is dangerous. He only smiled and nodded. Okay, you promise? Father kept his promise. A new letter arrived so often I scarcely had time to respond before another would arrive. He told me that he worried about me being home all by myself. Then the letter stopped. A whole 2 months passed with no word. Uh-oh. Father, they say Kyoto is full of ronin. Ronin is samurai who have left their master or who have been stripped of their privileges. It can also refer to a samurai who does not have a master to serve. This is not a safe place. Usually a samurai is paid by their house, but a ronin who report to no-habs often rob people in order to make ends meet. There Nothing more than violent criminals who hide behind the image of a samurai. Such is the state of the city of Kyoto, the city of Ronin. Small wonder then that I worried for my father. My mind would concoct horrible possibilities, and I often found myself depressed and tense. First, I suppose I need to find a place to stay. Lost in thought, I didn't notice the nightfall had descended. If I was honest with myself, I hadn't the faintest idea of how long searching for him would take. I'd bought a negligible sum of money with me, enough to last me a month if used wisely. Finding father in this window of time was a must. Otherwise, I would have to depend on Dr. Matsumoto returning in this time, or else I would be forced to return home without a word. Well, at any rate, I should try and be as frugal as possible. I lengthened my stride and set off on my own path. Fortunately for me, men's clothing assisted with keeping a quicker pace than a woman's. Kyoto presented many dangers to a young girl hoping to explore the city without direction. My disguise, such as it was, proved successful, and I safely made it all the way to Kyoto. Such success went to my head and led me to believe I would explore Kyoto as I pleased. But Kyoto is not a safe place. I should have remembered that. Instead, I had somehow convinced myself that the city's hidden dangers didn't apply to me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I was about to discover otherwise. I spun around. In the streets in front of me were 3 Ronin. Can I help you? I did my best to keep my voice calm, reaching nonchalantly for my kodachi. Kodachi is a short katana. By the end of the Edo period, it was referred to a large wakizashi. It was usually worn as half a pair with a larger sword, such as katana. My father encouraged me to take sword lessons. I kept with them, and I did rather well. I was confident enough in defending myself. However, perhaps my overconfidence in myself is what served the situation at hand to me. It messed up and let my guard. I'd messed up and let my guard down. My fault. There was a chance I could take them on, but there were 3 of them, and only one of me. Oh no. Only then did I realize that they were far more interested in my sword than they were in me. But the sword wasn't just some blade I'd picked up. It was a family heirloom spanning generations. There was no way I could give it to the Ronin, though I had a feeling they wouldn't understand. In such a situation, the best decision was undoubtedly to retreat. I turned and ran as fast as my legs could. Run, Chizuru! Gosh, they sure don't give up easily, do they? I felt like I'd been running for quite a while, but I could still hear the Ronin cursing loudly. I ducked into an alley, flattening against the wall. After deciding they weren't too close, I crept farther into the alley. Someone left a couple of sheets of wood leaning against one of the houses, a perfect hiding spot. What luck, I thought, kneeling down to under them. This is my way to escape this mess. Huh? I was listening for sounds intently. A suspicious calm entered my mind. I'd expect to hear Ronin yelling at each other, looking for me, but seconds turned into minutes. I heard nothing. I was about to sneak out and have a look when... Saburo. What? My plan to investigate was immediately halted. Remaining silent and hidden was more important. Still. Uh-oh. The Ronins are in trouble. It was then that true fear began to set in. There was something dangerous out there. Something possibly lethal. My imagination conjured up no shortage of gruesome theories. Even so, I could feel an itch of curiosity. I wanted to know what was out there. They met a bigger Ronin. Carefully, I peek around the corner's edge. A cold reflection of moonlight upon the blade glared at me, and my eyes followed it to the arm that held it, clad in a coat of light blue. Narrator has a beautiful voice. Aww. Aww. Had this person saved me? But no slower than that, no slower that it appeared, my hope vanished. Oh. Tasukete! I heard the Ronin stumbling to beg for his life. The person in blue coat said nothing, just stepped forward, his sword raised. What is this out there? A high screeching laugh cut the man's scream. Woo! Woo! The blade fell through the air like a butcher's knife rather than a sword. No skill, just death. The screams turned wet, caught, and disappeared like air leaving an empty bellows. My eyes went wide. I had just witnessed a murder. Any strength I received vanished quickly. My legs gave away and I crumbled to the ground. My eyes widened like busted shells. He died with the first blow, but as I watched, the blades fell, carving lines into the corpse. The soft slip of the blade through his flesh, the silent creep of blood crossing the ground. I felt nothing from them but madness. Their only desire was raw, animalistic violence. Whatever they were, it wasn't human. They were broken. Ugh. I could feel my throat clenched tightly, and a warm, dark smell brushed against my face. I slowly recognized the coppery tang of blood. An icy bolt of fear ran down my spine, crawling into my limbs and freezing me into place. I was terrified. What was I going to do? What could I do? You have to run, Chizuru. I forced my jaw open and drew a ragged breath. This was the only chance I'd get. I had to. My body, still numb with fear, was unresponsive. I lurched sideways against the stacked wood, and with a rough clatter, it collapsed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The creatures turned, coats drenched in blood. Their eyes locked with mine and bore into me. Hideous grins split their inhuman faces, shaken with excitement at a prey to slaughter. I had to run. I couldn't die yet, but my legs refused to move. Their hideous cackling laughter echoed. I was going to die. My body was frozen with terror. I couldn't even scream. This was it. This was the end. What? I watched them raise their bloody swords, the moon of glinting metal. Then there was a flash of light and a soft splash of blood. I could feel it, warm and sticky. Bile began to rise in my throat, but before disgust took hold, I heard a voice. Oh! It's he! It's Okita! The words suggested disappointment, but the voice sounded happy. I need to turn their voices on louder. Is there... As he spoke, the strange man smiled, as if he was enjoying himself. He laughed. The man called Saito sighed with the air of a long-suffering companion, and looked at me. Oh. Oh, okay, that's how you save. I just want to see... Oh, here we go. Okay. His tone was light, but it confirmed my fears. I may have escaped the schemes of the Ronin, but I was ensnared by something much darker.
少なくともその判断は俺たちが下すべきものではない。
Huh? Then who was in charge of these two? Their conversation led me to believe that they were part of an organization, and I thought about it, and I recall hearing about men with blue coats. My thoughts were interrupted by a dark shape sliding into view. It's him! My husband! Oh, he's beautiful. Oh, you guys can see him. Hold on, let me let me move so you can see his beautiful face. It's him. He's the true root. He's the true root. I swallowed hard. The moonlight shone off his smooth, dark hair. For reasons I couldn't fathom, in that moment of light on his hair made me think of the wistfulness of flower petals. Barking respectively. I'm really enjoying the writing in this so far. I like it. I like it. It's good. It's like short. It's not like a mouthful, you know? It's very concise. It was almost as if cherry trees were blooming out of season. The hospital makes an appearance. His voice was cold and quiet, like a blade of ice. Blue-white moonlight lit his slender face and shone from the blade pointed at my chest. But it wasn't the sword making my breath catch. It was his eyes. They were fierce and hard. But somewhere behind them, I could catch a glimpse of something else. There could be no doubt that he was prepared to kill me, and yet he looked troubled. Not kindness, but perhaps mercy? I nodded. There was no doubt he meant every word he said. He stared at me for a moment, then grimaced, and put his sword away, sighing. What? I was too surprised to stop myself from speaking, and it quickly became apparent that I wasn't the only one.
あれ？いいんですか、土方さん。この子、さっきの見ちゃったんですよ。
As he spoke with a man he called Hijikata, his eyes narrowed. The man called Hijikata frowned back at him. Man, these guys are so fucking pretty. Wait, that voice sounded familiar. Who voices Hijikata? Who voices Hijikata Toshizo? Toshiro. Hakuoki. Hakuoki. Toshizo. Oh, it's Shinichiro Miki? Shinichiro Miki. That sounds familiar. Who is he? Shinichiro. Oh, he's Blade. He's Blade from Honkai. He's Urahara from Bleach. He's Gyro Zeppeli from JoJo. He's Roy Mustang. He's a lot of guys. Who else? Tanjiro. He's Tanjiro? What? That doesn't sound right. Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Roy Mustang. Miki. Yes, he's Blade. Yes, yes, yes. It was clear enough that what I'd seen was something they wanted to keep hidden. The more they said, the more I got it, and it was clear none of us wanted such a thing. The way he looked at me made me feel as if he'd read my mind. Oh, he voices Leonidas? I see.
俺は副長の判断に賛成です。ここに長く留まれば他の者に見つかるかもしれない。
Then he looked down at the creature he'd killed, as though he'd forgotten the whole
こう
ordeal.
も血に狂うとはやはり実務に使える代物ではないようです。
Kojiro,
頭の痛い話だ。
He peered down at the corpse, his face an emotionless mask. When he looked up at his companions, however, his eyes narrowed.
つうかお前ら、土方とか副長とか呼んでんじゃねえよ。伏せろ。
へえ、伏せるも何もこの大服を着てる時点でバレバレだと思いますけど。
He was right. Even I heard the stories about a gang of cruel men in blue coats who cut people down in the streets, but I didn't know how to confront the dilemma of pretending I didn't see any of the horrors. My mind swirled through a pool of worries and thoughts, as if I was being drawn into their world. A world where there's nothing but strange carrying in the normal conversations in the dead of night, with corpses for
死
company.
体の処理はいかように肉体的な異常は特に現れていないようですが
Hijikata thought for a moment before he
羽
spoke.
織だけ脱がせとけ。あとは観察の方で何とかする。
承知しました。
新選組の大使が切り殺されてるなんて。
He gave a derisive bark of laughter.
あとはここにいたやつが黙ってりゃ世間も勝手に納得してくれるだろう。
He looked directly at me, and I got a distinct feeling his words weren't meant for his companions. It was common for people to be murdered in Kyoto. It was a dangerous city, after all. I knew that, of course. But to see it happen? That was something else entirely. If death was such an easy thing in Kyoto, I thought, then the city itself must surely be mad.
ねえ、ところでさ、助けてあげたのに。
助けて!
お礼の一つもないの。
Huh? I didn't realize right away he was speaking to me. When I did, my eyes went wide. What do you mean you saved me? Well, he did have a point. Despite their threats, they saved my life. I stood up steadily as I could manage, brushed some of the dirt off my clothes, and bowed. Thank you very much. I apologize for not thanking you earlier. There was just so much going on. I was a little confused. I glanced up at them tentatively. The man called Hajime looked confused. His eyes were wide and had an expression I couldn't place. Hijikata looked as if he'd taken a bite out of something sour. This is them realizing that she's a girl, I think. I sighed deeply before continuing. I know it seems weird to say that, but he told me I should say thanks, so I looked up. Saito and Hijikata both stared pointedly at anything but me, and the third man was shaking with laughter.
ごめんごめん。そうだよね。僕が言ったんだもんね。
He broke out in laughter again, so much that he was forced to wipe the tears from his eyes as he straightened up.
どういたしまして。僕は沖田総司と言います。礼儀正しい子は嫌いじゃないよ。
Thank you for helping me. I'm not quite sure what else to do. I bowed again.
君を助けてくれたのが斉藤はじめくん。それでこっちの偉そうなのが。
Okita! I know, the slut with his chest open.
わざわ
Fucking
ざ
slut.
紹介してんじゃねえよ。
副長、お気持ちはわかりますが、まず移動を。
Whatever mirth was inspired was gone. The man called Saito now spoke with quiet urgency. The man named Okita grabbed hold of my wrist, smiled, and led us down the street. His grip was a touch too tight to be friendly. His fingers were like iron cables around my arm. There was no question about my situation. I quickly picked up on the notion that if I were to run, I would be killed instantly. My life was in the hands of these strange men. I set my jaw and stood up as straight as I could. My eyes crept up from the blood-stained coat and met Saito's gaze.
己のために最悪を想定しておけ。さしていいようには転ばない。
His words were like a dagger in my stomach. What was going to happen to me? Was I going to die? As we walked through the bleak Kyoto night, I felt horror crawl its way up my spine once again. The cause of my horror wasn't the gruesome end that awaited me, but something else entirely. spoke with these 3 men and watched them speak. Standing next to the warm corpse, soaked in blood, that I had done such a thing terrified me in an altogether different way. Perhaps this is what it is like to go mad. Oh, did we finish the prologue? Oh, I was doing this again? I don't need this. Yay! Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. We cleared the prologue! Okay, it's chapter 1, 1864, January. 1864 in January. Okay, now I have to actually read, I think, read the thing. Hold on. Guys, yesterday I drank so much. I'm still feeling it right now. I threw up all night. And I took a nap and I feel better now, but my stomach is still like, oh, why did you do that? Why'd you do that? So I'm gonna be right back. I need to use the restroom again. Bird sounds. Beep, 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 beep. Chapter 1. Okay. Was it morning? Aw, poor thing. Hope you feel better soon, sweetie. Thank you. I just can't hang like I used to, and I was very stupid. I didn't really eat. I drank on an empty stomach because I thought I was gonna go out and I was just gonna have one drink and then come back home and stream, right? But was with friends and they got me to drink more and try new drinks and try mixing drinks, and I came home fucked up. Was it morning? What happened to me? I'm Celtic. I understand. Oh, cool. I attempted to recollect myself. Ah, yes. Right. All at once, the events of the previous night rushed back to me. This is in my room. My limbs were snugly bound in tight knots. All I could do was wriggle around in bed, twisting the blankets around me. I'm tied up in bed? I yearned for the comfort of my own futon, but the futility of such thoughts only forced me to confront the reality of my situation. If only I could wake from this strange nightmare, but I could not. These men from the night before must have taken me with them to the headquarters of the Shinsengumi, a military unit made of Ronin, the purpose of which was to restore public order in Kyoto and counteract local anti-shogunate forces. They're like a kind of like a volunteer cop force, which is, you know. There was a lot of anti-shogunate, because, you know, the Tokugawa took over, united Japan, but there's still people who were on the opposing forces that, you know, they were forced to surrender. So there were a lot of scheming happening back then to overthrow the shogunate. And our Shinsengumi boys are there to protect Kyoto from such things. What will happen to me now? I inhaled deeply, lying down to await my fate. It was at the moment that the door slid open and a kind-looking man stepped through.
目が覚めたかい？すまんな、こんな扱いで。今縄を緩めるから少し待ってくれ。
Also, let me do something real quick. I forgot to change my... I'm so glad so many people know. I feel like Hakuoki is like... It's a hidden gem to me. Okay. His smile quirked as he removed my ropes. You know, I haven't smoked at all today. Do you mind? Do you mind? I'm gonna take a hit, okay? Maybe my stomach will feel better. My stomach. His smile quirked as he removed my ropes. My wrists, however, were left bound. And you are?
ああ、そうか。私は井上源三郎というんだ。
Captain the Shisengumi's... Oh god. It's hitting my brain. Hold on. Captain of this... Oh my god. I'm fine. Okay. A native of Edo, he studies swordplay with Kondo, Hijikata, and Okita. He's sometimes referred to as Gen by his close friends. You're right. I just took a hit, that's all. Thank you, Inoue.
さて、ちょっと来てくれるかい？今朝から幹部連中であんたについて話し合っているんだが、ゆうべあんたが何を見たのか確かめておきたいってことになってね。
Okay. I'm not currently in struggles to stand, but my body was sore from being bound up all night. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay, I'm good. You know, it treated me with something like courtesy, but it was clear that I was in a lesser position. He must have been able to guess my thoughts, however, because he smiled and winked.
心配しなくても大丈夫さ。なりは怖いが気のいい者たちばかりだよ。
Thank you, Cosmic Luma. Oh. Even at home, I heard rumors of the vicious Sumishigumi were unflattering. It's hard to imagine that the people in charge of such an organization were gentlemen.
一番年の若い東堂君は
She's like,
君より
A
ちょっ
cap.
と年上くらいだよ。
All cops are bastards. The Shisengumi is pretty much a police force. The youngest man, Toto, is about your age, perhaps slightly
そ
older.
れに長倉君と原田君という賑やかな二人組もいるから大丈夫。
You'll be fine. Despite Inoue's reassurances, it was difficult for me to trust what I was hearing as accurate. Excuse me. Inoue. I don't know how to say it. Led me to the room and opened the door. I stepped inside and found myself surrounded by the leaders of the Shishigumi. Their eyes dug into me like sharp knives. I stared before me and then gulped nervously.
おはよう。昨日はよく眠れた？
Well, it wasn't particularly comfortable.
そうなんだ。さっき僕が声をかけた時には君全然起きてくれなかったよね。 幸せそうな寝顔でぐっすりだったみたいだけど。
Wow, creep. What?
からかわれているだけだ。掃除はあんたの部屋になど行ってない。
Quite silent, I stared at Okita. Okita is the captain of the Shinsengumi's 1st Division. He's a native of Edo. His brilliant prowess as a swordsman developed by training with Kondo and Hijikata. He's the one with tuberculosis. Sad. With his grin still spread along his face, he glanced over to Saito. Let's read about Saito. Captain of the 3rd Division of the Shinsengumi, he's a native of Edo. Everybody's from fucking Edo. He wields his sword with his left hand and fights with incredible skill. He's a lefty.
もう少しこの子の反応を見たかったんだけどな。はじめくんもひどいよね。勝手にバラすなんてさ。
I don't think Saito did anything wrong. You, on the other hand.
おいてめえら、無駄口ばっか叩いてんじゃねえ。
Oh my god, he's so hot. He's so hot. He's so hot. Ah! But I can't wait for you guys to see Kazuma. Hijikata's voice brooked no further insubordination. Okita shrugged and fell silent, but his smile lingered through his bright eyes.
土方さん、そいつが目撃者。
Hey, the boys! The man who spoke was, well, he looked more like a boy than a man. Wow! Maybe this youthful Shinsengumi captain that Inoue was describing to me. I'd imagined the leaders of the Shinsengumi to be older, maybe even middle-aged men, but their faces were still blessed with youth. In fact, one might even confess them at first glance for a gang of bohemian thugs? Bohemian?
ちっちゃいし細っこいな。まだガキだろこいつ。
お前がガキとか言うなよ、平助。だな。世間様から見りゃ、平助もこいつも似たようなもんだろうよ。ガキ扱いしていいのは、俺みたいな立派な大人になってからだぜ。立派な大人って。まあ、新八が言っても説得力も何もねえがな。
Two nearby men replied to Toto with a very mocking but light-hearted tones. Toto is the boy, captain of the Shinsengumi's 8th Division. He's a native of Edo. He's the youngest captain and is known for being particularly energetic. Heisuke's route is like one of my favorites. His mention of them was brief, but seeing them in person was an eye-opening experience. He said the short-haired one was Nakagura, and the other with the long hair was Harada. Nakagura, the captain of Shinsengumi's 2nd Division, he's a native of Edo and a skilled swordsman. He's upbeat and cheerful, and he frequently helps raise the morale of the men in his command.
うるさいな。おじさん2人は黙ってなよ。
ふざけんなよ、このお坊ちゃまが。俺らにそんな口聞いていいと思ってんのか？平助におじさん呼ばわりされるほど年は食ってねえよ。新八はともかく、俺はな。てめえ、裏切るのか、佐野。
へへ、新八さん図星されて怒るって大人げねえよな。
Their back and forth rapport seemed developed into a rhythm from years of friendship, which predated my arrival and made me feel foreign here. I sensed something apart from curiosity towards me, though, like a feeling of animosity. Despite their cheerful levity, they had not forgiven my presence among them. Suddenly, I wanted very much to go home. I wanted to leave this place and never return. My chest tightened, and I stared down, hoping to wake up in bed with all of this only a memory.
口さがない方ばかりで申し訳ありません。あまり怖がらないでくださいね。
Oh. His voice was calm and warm, and I felt myself relax, even if only a little bit.
何言ってんだ。一番怖いのはあんただろう、三男さん。
Colonel in the Shinsengumi, he's a native of Edo. He acts primarily as a consultant to the chief of the Shinsengumi, Isami Kondo. As he finished speaking, the rest of the men nodded solemnly in agreement. I wondered who could possibly command with such fear and respect from these men.
おや、心外ですね。
Oh yeah,
皆さんはともかく鬼の副長まで何をおっしゃるんです。私はいつだって新選組の規範を第一に考えているだけですよ。その規範、ご法度を決めたのは土方君、君じゃなかったですか。
確かに決めたのは俺だ。だが今はそんなことを言ってる時じゃねえだろうな。
and the man called Sanan and Hijikata stared at one another with a smirk.
トシと三男君は相変わらず仲が良いな。
Oh, it's him, boss man. Hijikata and Sanan sounded distant when they spoke to one another, not exactly friendly. Still, the man who spoke had certainly sounded as though he thought they were friends.
ああ、自己紹介が遅れたな。俺が新選組局長、近藤勇だ。
Kondo Osami, one of the founders of the Shinsengumi, an organization created to help keep the peace in Kyoto. He's originally from Edo. Literally, all of them are from Edo. When you say chief, do you mean that you are the most important man in the
い
Shinsengumi?
や、まあ、俺が偉いわけじゃない。皆の代表ということだよ。それから、そこの都市が副長で、横にいる三男君は総長を務めていて。
いや、近藤さん。なんでいろいろ教えてやってんだよ、あんたは。
By the way, we're pretending to be a guy. I'm not sure if that was clear, but as far as they know right now, we're a dude.
まずいのか。
情報を与える必要がないんだったら黙ってる方が得策なんじゃないですかね。
わざわざ教えてやる義理はないと思うけど。
確かにそうなんだが、紹介しないことには話が進まんだろ
う。Harada glanced over to Kondo and let out a bark of laughter.
まあ、ここまで来たら知られて困ることもねえけどな。
Kondo had looked rather disappointed when Hijikata spoke, but he perked up at Harada's words. Despite knowing him for 5 minutes, it is easy to see that his words resonated well with his men. He had a sort of charisma that simply drew you in, a man who was impossible to
う。
hate.
さて、本題に入ろう。まずは改めて昨晩の話を聞かせてくれ。
はい。昨晩京の都を夜間巡察中に不老の老師と遭遇。相手が刀を抜いたため切り合いとなりました。
They drew steel, so we fought.
一部の大使らが老師を無力化しましたが、その折彼らが失敗した様子をこの者に目撃されています。
As he finished, Saito turned to look at me. I didn't see anything. Hakuoki! Tetere! Tetere! Yes, I'm playing Hakuoki! Yes! Yes! I need to be here. I'm gonna be uploading the series on YouTube too, in case if you ever miss it, you know? So, no worries.
なあ、お前本当に何も見てないのか。
You sure you didn't see anything? Yes, I didn't see anything.
見てないんならいいんだけどさ。
We're lying. We're lying like a liar. Like a lying liar.
掃除の話じゃ。
For context, you guys, Tetere and I cosplayed from this together. Ah, those were such good times. Hold on a minute. I thought Soji said you help out some of our men in something. No, that's not true. I glanced over to Okita, but his smile remained. Whatever he was thinking was a mystery to me. I was running away from the Ronin. Then some people with Shisengumi uniforms appeared. Really, they sort of rescued me.
つまり大使どもが老子を切り殺してる場面はしっかり見たってわけだな。
I couldn't exactly deny that. Have you already decided who you want to romance? I want to romance Hijikata first because that's where Kazuma is most present. Kazuma and Hijikata's route is amazing. Very good. Very good, yes. I couldn't deny that. I couldn't exactly deny that. However, I knew that choosing to stay silent would implicate me deeper than lying would.
つまり最初から最後まで一部始終を
Screaming
見てた
silently.
ってことか。
Um,
お前根が素直なんだろうな。それ自体は悪いことじゃないんだろ
I wasn't sure what to make of Harada's words. My presence seems to be bad for the Shisengumi. Would their next words be ones condemning me to death for being at the wrong place and wrong time? My voice shook, but I knew I had to try. I won't tell anyone, I promise.
偶然老子に絡まれていたという君が私たちに敵対するものとまでは言いませんが、君に言うつもりがなくとも相手の誘導尋問に乗せられる可能性はある。
Torture? No, don't torture me. Whimpers. His voice was still warm, but his words were cold, and I began to feel my chances at life slipping away. Hiyo, Sindip. Hello. Hello, Bang. Hello. Hello, Yuna.
話さないというのは簡単だが、この者が新選組に義理立てする理由もない。
Hope you all doing wonderful, and if not, hope your day will get better. Thank you. My day is getting better. It started off really bad. I was hungover. I was hella hungover.
約束を破らない保証なんてないですし、やっぱり解放するのは難しいですよね。ほら、殺しちゃいましょうよ。口封じするならそれが一番じゃないですか。
Soji just like, hey, just kill her. Eh. But
当時物騒なことを言うな。お上の民をむやみに殺して何とする。
そんな顔しないでくださいよ。今のはただの冗
torture?
談ですから。
What are they going to do to me? Wait, what are they do to me?
あんたは冗談に聞こえる冗談を言え。
I think like the torture with these guys are pretty bad. After being rebuked by Saito, Okita gave a playful smile. Hopefully you get some good rest after. Yeah.
まだこんな子供だろう。
Don't worry, I rested earlier today too. I slept all day pretty much. I had pho and I slept. And then when I woke up, I ate some more pho because I had leftovers.
私も何とかしてあげたいとは思いますが、うっかり漏らされでもしたら一大事です。
Yummy pho? Yes. Pho bao yin. Tai bao yin. Pho tai bao yin.
さて、私は副長のご意見を伺いたいのですが、いかがですか、土方副長。
It's beef with meatballs and filet mignon. The man looked at Hijikata, listening intently. He sighed and glanced around the room.
俺たちは昨晩指導に背いた大使を粛清した。こいつはその現場に居合わ
Meatball,
せ
yeah.
それだけだとおっしゃりたいのですか。
実際このガキの認識なんざその程度のもんだとは思うんだ
けどよ、こればっかりは大義のためにも内密にしなきゃなんねえことだよな。新選組の大使は血に狂ってるなんて噂が立ちゃ、俺らのタイムにだって支障が出るぜ。
Shinpachi's words made sense to everyone. Hijikata's face looked grim.
おい、言葉を慎め。 俺は指導に背いた大使を粛清したと言ったはずだぞ。
でもまあどっちみち見たことは変わらないんですけどね。
掃除の意見にも一理あると思うが、まあ俺は土方さんや近藤さんの決定に従う。
Oh my god, Hakuoki, my beloved. I'm so happy, like, people are happy that I'm playing this. I feel like this is such a forgotten visual novel, you know? It's like one of the OG best, one of the best. Like, you go into this expecting, like, just hot men and stuff, but you go into this and then, like, suddenly you're hit by, like, some of the most incredible, sad storytelling ever. For something so old, yeah. Someone mentioned the anniversary on the Nukes Japan, and someone went, damn, Oppenheimer came out too.
俺は逃がしてやってもいいと思う。
It's very, it's like, it's not, like, it's trashy, but it's also, like, very good. That's why Oppenheimer isn't here yet. Oh. I hope you guys get to watch it eventually. It's a good movie. I mean, it's very anti-weapons of mass destruction.
こいつは別にあいつらが血に狂った理由を知っちまったわけでもないんだしさ。
I don't, there's some trashy aspects of this. You'll see the trashy aspects. Barbie also getting backlash because of Barbenheimer memes. Yeah, I heard. I saw the Japanese people, memers, trying to, like, offend Americans, but only not realizing that we love those sort of jokes. We love 9/11 jokes. Americans are kind of fucked in the head. I couldn't help but wonder aloud, and the mood in the room shifted to an icy silence. Yes, we are.
スキー、余計な情報を入れてやるな。
悪い。
ああ、これでますます君の無罪放免が難しくなっちゃったね。
Uh-oh. Japanese people trying to offend Americans. Barbie fan paint bomb pink from classic story. They tried. I will say that, like, Barbie was banned in Vietnam for some social political reason. I think their money, like, whoever funded the Chinese definitely funded some of the Barbie movies. Yeah, the map, the border is drawn. Yeah. And that's why they had to leave it there. But you know, I enjoy both movies.
男子たるもの死ぬ覚悟くらいできてんだろ。
I understand why the Vietnamese people are mad at it. I understand. I gotta. Mickism, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Morbid. A man? Oh, that's right. They still believed in me to be a boy. With everything else that had happened, I'd completely forgotten how I was dressed. No, that's a real. They tied her up. They tied her up. They know. Haven't seen this game in 10 years? Oh my god! I'm bringing everybody back to this game. I'm so glad. When I was putting the game in, it said that there were only people, like 600 people following the category and 0 viewers. Right now, however many are in watching me right now are the only people watching Hakuoki. We're pumping life back into the Hakuoki. 28? Ah! It didn't really stick though, did it, Sano? Their jokes were barbaric, but they both broke in raucous laughter. The demand, yeah, that's kind of amazing. I didn't expect anybody to turn up for this game. Also, it's on sale on Steam. It's like $9. It's like $10. This game's $10 right now. He was right. If I remained with them, then I could easily hear something I wasn't supposed to. I didn't think he'd mention it for my sake, but rather as a possible concern for the group. Maybe this time. Yes! Jiffy is the #1 streamer in this category. Hi, I want to offer. Oh. Bye bye. Bye bye. Not ban. There we go. There we go. Look at me. Look at me go. I was still relieved when he brought it up.
そういうことにするか。ちょっと調べたいこともあるし。
Indeed, let's do that. Plus, there's something I want to look into.
私もその判断には賛成しますよ。ここには迂闊な方も多いですしね。
三男さん、わざわざこっち見て言うとかきつい。まあ仕方ねえよ。迂闊なのは俺らの担当だろう。主に平助とかな。
I forgot how much I was into Hijikata and Harada. I'm having a moment. I know. Hijikata is insanely hot, and also Harada, Sanosuke. I'm doing I'm doing the Hijikata route.
そんな責めるなよ。俺だって悪気はなかったんだからさ。
I could hear Toto's voice rise as everyone turned to look at him. He looked at them for a bit, then turned on to me and mumbled in a voice I could barely hear.
あのさ、悪かったな。
No, what's going on? Everyone with their chests out? Yeah, them sluts. I was still apprehensive about what they might do to me, so I couldn't quite respond to him well. But he seems to understand, and I curtly managed to nod. It was the most I could manage.
それじゃ斉藤、こいつを頼む。
If I'm not wrong, the anime used the Hijikata route. Yeah, I watched a little bit of the anime. It wasn't really a good anime. Actually, I forgot which one. I forgot there was one version that I really liked. Was it an OVA? There was an OVA that I liked because it was Kazuma focused. Warrior record has been unlocked. After returning to my room, I'd spent some time reflecting upon my state and my still bound hands. The rumors spoke of the Shinsengumi as vicious men, but they seemed more intimate, human to me. Still, their presence or their being lingered through me, as if to say, "We are not killers, but to protect our code, we must bring death. Remaining here is only bringing me closer to the possibility of them killing me. I don't know if I can convince them to spare me." Just as I have no loyalty to them, they have no loyalty to me. Only the Shinsengumi. But then, they mentioned a man must always be ready to face death, so are they still mistaking me for a man? Could I possibly risk exposing my true identity in exchange for mercy on my life? But this could just as easily backfire for me, and it could exact an even worse fate. Oh. Okay. We gotta make the right decision. It's time. Was Hijikata route find a way to escape? Oh my god! Rich found a Kazuma little guy for me. Yay! I can put it in my desk. Kazuma! I have Kazuma. A little Kazuma. Find a way to escape. There was nothing for it. I had to try and escape. Meaning I need to get moving immediately. Oh fuck! I forgot to save! No! I forgot to save! I forgot to quick save. Damn it! I've got to do this all over again. Can I go back? It's okay. Fortunately, they hadn't bothered to tie me up completely again. Only my hands were bound. That would slow me down, certainly, but so long as I could move my legs, I stood a chance. Stop looking at Ikeme and save. How do I save? How do I quick save? Oh my god, I can't believe it. That should slow me down. Yeah, I next time I play, next time I pick up another route, I'll just have to skip the hell out of the scenes. It's okay. That would slow me down, certainly, but so long as I can move my legs, I stood a chance. Alright, now the exit is... I cast my memory back to when they brought me into the building the night before. Right, I'm sure that it will work out. Now I go, bye-bye, Baptiste! Just live with the consequences of your actions, woman. No, I don't wanna! I stood up. Holding my breath, I edged towards the door. I knew it was rude, but had no choice but try to open the sliding door with my toe. But I was almost there when suddenly it flew open on its own, revealing...
No!
Ah! Uh-oh. Ah! I stumbled straight into Kondo.
ずいぶん大胆な方ですね。
Uh-oh.
まさか逃げるつもりだったんですか？
Uh-oh.
勝手に動いては困りますね。君の身が余計に危うくなるだけですよ。
His voice was calm and not unfriendly, but his eyes were frigid and calculating. Too late, I realized why they hadn't bothered to tie me up again. They've been watching me.
逃げれば切る。ゆうべ、俺は確かにそう言ったはずだ。
Damn. You got me.
残念だけど、殺しちゃうしかないかな。約束を破るこの言葉なんて。
They're so trigger happy. They just want to kill me. Okita smiled. He didn't look very sorry. What's next? I ran for it. I had no choice but to run. If I was going to die anyway, then I had nothing to lose by trying to escape. Slipping around a stunned Kondo, I took off down the hallway. So much nostalgia. Me too, right? Like, I'm feeling all the things right now. Did you really think you could escape? Saki! Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Saki. Wait, did that not work? Oh, wait, yeah! Hi everyone, my name is Jupiter. I'm a cyborg Huli Jing. That's a fox spirit to you, and I'm here to cultivate good karma in order to free myself from the Vortex curse. And I do that by streaming in front of you lovely folks. Welcome to my orbit. We are playing Hakuoki, a visual novel with hot men during the Shinsengumi shogunate era, Tokugawa era. Feel free to stick around. It's a game that I played 10 years ago, and I'm playing again now, and it's just so much nostalgia. We're having a lot of fun, so I hope you guys stick around. Watch Shinsengumi shogunate era. It's the Tokugawa shogunate era. The Shinsengumi are a police force made by Ronin, and they're basically like, they decided that, hey, we're gonna become a police group, and we're gonna set order, make a name for ourselves by doing these things for people, which, like, in the real world would not go over so well. Well, this is the real world. You'll see how badly it goes. Oh, they're Uchiha. Pretty much. He snatched me from the floor in one smooth motion like a cat with cat-like grace. He snatched me. Time to watch while I eat. Yay! I hope your stream went well, Saki. Let me go!
話したら逃げるんだろうがこのアホ。
I can't believe trying to run raised his affection. But I don't want to die. And there's something I have to do.
年派もいかねえ小娘が下手な断層までして何を
Wait, he knows
語ってんだ。
he knows I'm a girl. To rule over the land. Doesn't do with this Raiden Shogun? I love when I can help my prey. Kink. Oh, it's a kink. Huh? Did he just say a girl? Hijikata always knows. When I stop flapping my feet and arms, Hijikata put me down on the floor. We're like a cat, and he has us by the scruff. Sir? He's so hot. He's so hot! I looked up at Hijikata, and he didn't seem happy at all. Did you just say girl? I was scared. There was no denying it. Senna looked at us and nodded.
なるほど。やはり女性だったんですか。君は。
どう見ても女の子だよね。君は綺麗に化けたつもりかもしれないけど。
It turns out all samurai are into men. Wait, so all of you knew from the start? I mean, it was kind of obvious. To think that the artists of this game became so popular thanks to this game? Well, I mean, look at this. This art is way ahead of its time. Look at the textures. Like, I feel like this art is just way ahead of like, what's the other visual novel that people played? Fate? Because she's a girl, they don't they're gentlemen, guys. They're gentlemen. They don't kill women. They kill men.
近藤勇一生の深く
He didn't know. Kondo didn't know.
まさか君が女子だったとは
He's such a doofus. Perhaps they hadn't all known. I confess his reaction put me more at ease.
命をかけられる理由があるんだ。ごまかさずに全部。
Remember, cops don't kill women, just men. It surely made the game a staple for the Otome fanbase. Yeah, this game is... Yeah, this is everything. Yay! That's the affection animation. I looked back at him and nodded. He likes me. There I was, surrounded once again by the leaders of the Shinsengumi.
少年にしては華奢で可愛らしい顔をしていると思っていたんだがまさか本当に女子だったとはな
Kono was nodding his head repeatedly as if he was agreeing with a very intelligent suggestion. For him to notice the softness of my features, it flattered me a little. Also, I believe it was like revolutionary that them moving their mouths. I think so too.
女だって聞いてから見ると女にしか見えなくなってくるんだよな
His tastes are the same as Twitter Dom. Just do whatever I tell you, kitten. Hey, Hijikata, what happened last night? Outside. Don't worry, kitten.
しかし女の子を一晩縄で縛っておくとは悪いことをしたね
Wait, really? How old is this game? Let's see. The first game, Hakuoki. Let's find out. Hakuoki came out, Wikipedia, in 2008. In 2008. Yeah, it's old. It's an old-ass game. But look, it's holding up. I mean, this got remastered to hell and back. This is a remastered version that came out in 2018, 17. So, but it just, this is still the same writing. I was around 15. Damn. But this is the game with lips moving. Yeah.
でもよ、女だって言うが別に証拠はないんだろ?
Well, she claims to be a girl, but it's not like we have any actual proof. Wait! Shinpachi? Proof?
証拠も何も一目瞭然だろうが。
15 when it first came out. How old was I? I was 18. I was 17, 18.
許さんぞ。衆目の中、女子に肌をさらさせるなど言語道断。
だがまあ、それが一番手っ取り早いと思ったんだ。無理にとは言わないがな。
でもよ、本当に女だって言うなら殺しちまうのも忍びねえよな。
Did the remaster came up with extra materials? Yeah, this is Kyoto Wins. There's also Edo something. I was 18 in 2008. Yes. Wait. No. I was 18 in 2009. So I was 16 when the game came out.
何甘いこと言ってるんだ。男だろうが女だろうが性別の違いは生かす理由にならねえだろう。
もっともです。ですが女性に限らずそもそも人を殺すのは忍びないことですよ。
Hi everyone. Hi Hydra.
今日の治安を守るために組織された私たちが無益な
Goes
セッションをする
really well.
わけにはいきません。
We're oogling at pretty men.
結局女の子だろうが男の子だろうが今日の平安を乱しかねないなら話は別ですよね。
I forget Juby is slightly older than me. I think she's a lot younger, probably because she's a total goofball. Oh yeah? Goofiness makes me feel younger? Good to know. No matter the Shinsengumi series, Okita will always be a psycho, right? What was one of my favorite Okitas was what is it? That old anime or Peacekeeper Kurogane? Peacekeeper? Was that the one? Kyoto would banish them with no one to protect the people. The city would erupt into chaos. Peacemaker Kurogane. Yeah, that was a good series. I enjoyed that one. Each of their members deeply understood the consequences of behaving rashly in these times.
悪いが、お前の荷物を改めさせてもらった。
Juby, I'm younger because I'm a goofball. Oh yeah? Let's say everyone here. It's my favorite rendition of the Shinsengumi. Same. I mean, I love this too, obviously. I mean, I figured you were in your 30s by your voice. Thank you. Thank you. That makes me happy.
荷物はわずかな着替えと一月分の小銭、それと数通の手紙とこの小立ち。手紙には幕府御殿医の松本良順の名前が。おそらくそこを訪ねたんだ。
A shogunate approved doctor. He went through my shit.
お前の目的は何だ?
The minute my name was spoken, the vibe in the room shifted immensely. Everyone wore a stunned expression, eyes wide, and no words were uttered in response until... Oh my gosh, Hydra! Thank you for the 1,000 biddies! Let's fucking go!
土方さん、その名前は?
Thank you!
おいおい、偶然にしちゃって行き過ぎだぜ。
まあ待て。それを判断するためにも、まずは君の話を聞かせてくれるかな?
Oi oi. I know the voices in this are so hot. There are so many hot voices in my ear right now. 1K Bit Bomb. Was I watching the anime at this time? I don't know. The first anime I watched that I knew was Gurren Lagann. 07? Yeah, that sounds like an 07 anime. Who allowed them? Hi, Jin! At Kondo's behest, I stood up to speak. My name is Chizuru Yukimura. Under the watchful eyes of the leaders, I sharply describe how I came to face them, how I lived in Edo, how I come to Kyoto to find my father, how lonely the city felt before I arrived.
そうか。出身も江戸だった。
Everyone's from fucking Edo!
父上を探して遠路はるばる京に来たのか。して、お父上は何という方かね。
So, who's your father? My father is KYOTO Yukimura.
つながったな。
I'm probably from Edo. You're from Edo. I'm from Edo. Every fucking buddy's from Edo. What are you talking about?
あなたが持っていた手紙の筆跡。これはまさに光道さんのものでしたが、まさか本当に光道さんのご息女とはね。
You know my father? The silence was enough to tell me that the revelations of my parentage caused a pronounced change in their behavior.
どこまで知ってる？
No, we're not. Huh? What information are you talking about?
いいから洗いざらい全部吐け。何しに今日に来やがった？
I told you already! I'm looking for my dad! I came looking for my father. I swear. I don't know anything else.
親父の光道さんが何をしてるか知っててここに来たんだろうが。
What was he doing? No. I was only aware my father being in Kyoto for his medical work, but I haven't seen him since last summer. That's all I know.
土方君、どうやら本当に何も知らないのかもしれませんよ。
I'm just a kid. So what do you know about my father? Where is he right now? Please tell me. Your dad's pimping out women and telling jokes to people from Edo.
高堂さんの行方は現在新選組でも探している。
You guys are looking for him too? You're after my father? So that means...
勘違いしないでね。僕たちは光道さんを狙ってるわけじゃないから。
I see. A huge wave of relief came over me.
同じ幕府側の協力者なんだけど、実は彼、夏から行方知れずなんだよね。
幕府をよく思わない者たちが高堂さんに目をつけた可能性が高い。
Bakufu? Ah! I let out an audible gasp, and Saito continued without paying me
生
any
きてい
mind.
る降参も高い。乱暴医利用価値がある存在だ。
I wasn't sure what else to do, so I nodded. My heart pounded in my chest, threatening to burst into the floor.
近藤さん、どうでしょうか。同じ人物を探す者同士。
Sorry, they're cops. I don't trust these men. They're literally cops. Yeah, I don't know. It's like who ended up in the right side. Like when you as you continue to watch me play this game, you realize that they are, like this game is very sympathetic towards the Shinsengumi, but I don't know. I don't know.
手を貸すとはどういうことかね。
It is very sympathetic to the Shinsengumi. Yeah. But they are like just a bunch of cops, but they're good people. I think they're good people, but I also understand why they weren't popular. Because if a group of men just decided that they would become cops and we have to get cede authority under them, I think it wouldn't go over well, They just want the shogunate's attention really badly.
彼女に協力してもらうことで、光道さんが見つかる可能性は格段に上昇するでしょう。
I love a man or woman uniform. Yes. Same.
私たちがいくら探しても姿形を変えられてしまっては見抜くことは難しい。
Notice that Shogunate Senpai is literally like that.
ですが、光道さんの娘である君ならば、 身なりが変わっていようとカンパできますね。
They're not wearing a uniform right now, but their uniforms are blue. Yes, of course. A cab! I nodded as I spoke, while giving him what I hoped seemed like a steady, reassuring smile.
彼女が手中にあるというのは
Uniforms are just Haoris? Yeah.
いいと思います。
It's hot. I mean, it's pretty. I really like their uniforms.
どうだトシ、三男君の意見に俺は賛成だ。
こいつが本当に何も知らねえって言うんなら
It's true. All I know is that my father headed to Kyoto, but I don't know anything else. And about last night, I didn't see anything.
あの乱暴医の娘となりゃ殺しちまうわけにもいかねえか。
His eyes narrowed as he looked down at me.
昨べの件は忘れるって言うんなら父親が見つかるまでお前を保護してやる。
君の父上を見つけるためならば我ら新選組は協力は惜しまんとも。
Thank you so much. I'd never imagined something like this. I was elated to have escaped death, but not only had I survived, but I found my first decent lead.
殺されずに済んでよかったね。とりあえずはだけど。
He gave me that same wolfish grin. There was no denying that my situation was still less than desirable, but it didn't matter for now. Okita. I know, Okita! Yes, I'm very glad. Against all odds, at last, I found myself where I'd never have expected it, the Shinsengumi. My first day in Kyoto was quite the adventure. In spite of everything I'd seen, my fortune was improving with every step. I still had a long way to go, but keeping positive was my only hope.
雪村君、よかったね。これからはよろしく頼むよ。
First form, just a slash. Cops breathing. Stop! I hate that I know that stupid reference. Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure for me as well.
なあ、ゲンさん。女子となれば、ここのような男女体では申し訳ない気がするんだが。
ええ、そうですね。これはちょっと困りましたな。
Kono crossed his arms and thought deeply.
不便があれば言うといい。その都度可能な範囲で対処しよう。
Thank you.
まあ女の子となりゃ手厚くもてなさんといかんよな。
新八さん女の子に弱いもんな。でもだからって手のひら返すの早すぎ。
いいじゃねえか。これで豚書が華やかになると思えば新八に限らずはしゃぎたくもなるだろう。
Headquarters? The headquarters of the Shinsengumi. It was located in the Mibu area, and it was where the members lived and took their meals. Mibu. You'll see them get referred as the Mibu wolves. Or for people who hate the Shinsengumi, they're called the Mibu dogs. Harada. I wasn't entirely sure I believed that sentiment.
とはいえ、ここでは女性として扱うのは難しそうです。大使として扱うのもまた問題ですし、彼女の処遇は少し考えなければなりませんね。
なら誰かの交渉にすりゃいいだろう。近藤さんとか三男さんとか。
A page, an assistant to a samurai or noble, traditionally a young man.
やだな、土方さん。そういう時は言い出しっぺが責任取らなくちゃ。
Oh my gosh, we're gonna be Hijikata's page?
ああ、そうだな。都市のそばなら安心だ。
そういうことで。
I love his face. Look at his face. He's so pretty.
てめえら、勝手に決めてるんじゃねえ。
As I watched their back and forth, some of my earlier relief began to ebb away. And this is how the Shinsengumi had come to look after me. Timid. Yay! It's February 1864. In February. We're still in chapter 1, by the way. Mid-February 1864. I slid the door open and met a breath of cool morning air. Clumps of thick clouds trundled silently over the city, an unusually strong wind driving them along. It's cold today. I shivered a bit and grabbed the jacket from the near the door and wrapped it around myself. A week had passed since I begun living in the headquarters of the Shinsengumi. I was given a room of my own, but they made it clear that I wasn't to roam freely. They weren't the best accommodations, but given how close I was to being murdered by them, instead I thought it best not to complain. Still, do I really need to dress up like this all the time? I sighed, staring at my feet on the cold floor. They'd given me a temporary accommodations, but it wasn't without its strict conditions.
お前の身柄は新選組預かりとする。が、女として屯所へ置くわけにはいかねえ。新選組にかくまわれている女がいる。そんな話が万一にも広まれば、よくねえ勘繰りをする奴も出てくる。
Tongues would begin to wag.
噂を聞いて行動さんを狙っている奴らが、お前まで狙い出すかもしれねえ。もちろん、行動さんが狙われていると確定したわけじゃねえ。こういう不確定要素が多い現状で、迂闊な行動は取れねえってことだ。だから、お前には断層を続けてもらう。面倒だろうな。それ。
Clear. His reasoning was sound. Perhaps more than that, I knew that he was concerned not only for the Shinsengumi, but for the safety of my father and myself. I didn't have a choice, regardless, but keeping this in mind made his orders more palatable. I gotta go enjoy the hot men. Thank you so much for hanging out, Meek. Enjoy. Have a good lurk.
それにたとえ君にその気がなくとも女性のですから私たち幹部のほか大使たちへも君の事情は話しません。情報はそれこそどこから広まるかわかりませんからね。
I understand the situation. So what should I do while I'm here?
屯所じゃ何もしなくていい。部屋を一つやるから引きこもってろ。
あれおかしいな。この子誰かさんの故障になるんじゃなかったですか？
いいか掃除。てめえは余計な口出しせずに黙ってろ。
Damn! Soji, keep your tongue in your mouth or I'll cut the fucking thing off. Before long, I'd been here for a week. I guess I don't have much of a choice. No sense in dwelling on what I can't do after all. Although it was still a new sensation, I'd grown comfortable in dressing like a boy, particularly the feeling of wearing pants. I straightened up and touched the kodachi that Hijikata had given back to me. This was a familiar friend of mine, the blade by my hip stretching back to as far as I can recall. According to my father, this was the important heirloom passed down through the Yukimura clan. As such, I was forced to take lessons in swordplay, making me well aware of what the blade was capable of. I'd never cared much for weapons. Weapons hurt people, which is an obvious factor, but it was more than that, at least for me. For as far back as I could remember, any wounds I suffered healed at an incredible rate. Small cuts would disappear overnight. As a child, I thought nothing of it, but as I grew older, I began to realize that I was not quite normal. My father insisted it was the gift of the gods, but that I should tell no one of it. I didn't tell anyone, of course. I was afraid they would treat me like a monster if they knew. Ever since then, I'd done my best not to get hurt. I stayed as far away from blades as I could, and before I realized it, I developed a fear of them. My constant need for disguise was frustrating, but my condition left me more unsettled. Still, that wasn't the only thing on my mind. The rank and file soldiers treat me coldly. I'm not just imagining it, right? I learned that having a private room was a privilege, even for captains, for a child to arrive and receive better treatment than their own captains. No surprise, really, for the soldiers to hate me. True. I suppose I can't really blame them. I was enjoying the Shinsengumi's hospitality, and so I felt I should help them in some way, but I knew nothing of the soldiers and their ways. I gave as much effort as possible despite Hijikata's command for me to remain in my room. How does one calm the lonely, restless mind? I think for the soldiers, whenever the captains or the other officers would look out for me, it appeared as if they were giving me special treatment. They were just watching me to make sure I keep my mouth shut. They took turns keeping watch over me. A mistake on my part would cause huge trouble, so they were making an effort to keep me contained. Even if I could speak with the soldiers, what conversations could we share? Nothing? My only respite from any possibility of detection would be to stay alone again. All I wanted from this, though, was to find my father. Even though they'd promised to help me, keeping me locked here without the ability to leave was no better than being tied up. Just when it felt like I'd made some progress into my journey, my search was kept at a halt. Perhaps I thought I could talk to Hijikata. If he could give me the permission to look for my father. Oh no, that's right. Hijikata just recently departed to Osaka. Well, if Hijikata's not here... I think I have to stay put. I wasn't sure what to do. I'll stay put. For Hijikata. To be completely honest, staying in the room is awfully boring. No, considering your predicament, you need to follow Hijikata's orders, Chizuru. I didn't want to cause a disturbance on top of what I'd done. The consequences would be... What am I doing here? A forlorn malaise wafted over me. The room was nice, of course, but also practically empty. I wasn't uncomfortable, I suppose, but not comfortable either. And nothing passed the time. Here I thought I'd gotten used to doing nothing. My father's business required him to take trips frequently, sometimes for days at a time, and so I'd spent a good deal of time home on my own. This isn't quite the same, though. Back then I always knew he'd be back eventually. Waiting for someone who you knew would return, and waiting for what you didn't quite know are two very different things. When will I be able to start looking for my father again, I wonder? My reflections all manifest into sighs eventually.
探したぞ雪村君。ここにいるとは思わなんだ。
Kondo smiled brilliantly at me as he stepped into my room, holding a tray in his hands. I'm sorry? I wasn't sure what to make of his words, so instead I silently bowed.
いや、待てよ。もしやここが君の部屋なのか?
For now, yes.
なんと、俺は女子の部屋に無断で立ち入ってしまったというわけか。
Oh, Kondo. Oh no, it's fine. After all, it isn't as though there's anything here I wouldn't want you to see.
都市の故障というからには、都市の隣部屋かと思っていたのだが。
It wasn't too hard to see what's going on. I'm not really prepared to entertain, but you're welcome to come in if you like.
そうか。では失礼してお邪魔させてもらおう。だが、そうかしこまらんでくれ。君は我ら新選組の客人のようなものだからな。
Then he placed the tray on the floor between us. This is... As I looked down at the tray, I could barely stifle the sudden squeal of excitement.
君は甘いものは好きかね?
Oh, Dad!
の棚にコンペイトーがあったのでな。
He's so kind. On the plate, he'd arranged several colorful candies and a cup of warm green tea.
嫌いでなければぜひ食べてみないか。さあ、遠慮は無用だぞ。
Thank you very much. I cautiously reached and take one of the candies. It's delicious. It's been a while since I had any sweets. Something about a small colorful candy seemed so adorable that I couldn't help but smile.
そ 気に入ってくれたみたいで何よりだ。
Kondo possessed a warming presence that made me feel safe as he watched me eat.
そういえばまだ外出の許可は出ていないそうだな。
It's true, but it seems better to know my place. Rushing things would only make more trouble. So, just as Hijikata suggested, I plan on waiting it out just a little
な
more.
るほど。分かってくれて嬉しい。ああ見えてトシは昔から他人に世話を焼かないでいられない性分だからな。
Hijikata caring? I could see that. That didn't seem right, but then again, I told myself Kondo knows him much better than I do.
ちょっと厳しいところがあるかもしれんが、今回の件も君を思ってのことだろう。
I guess that to be the case. If the commander doesn't think it's time for me to leave yet, then I trust him. I'm sure you all know what's out there better than I do. I hadn't spent much time with him, but it was obvious that Hijikata was no fool. He was intimidating, of course, but he was a man of good
これからも
intentions.
トシには伝えておこう。退屈だろうが、もうしばらく我慢してくれ。
Alright, thank you. He hadn't done much, to be honest, but Kondo's visit had cheered me up greatly. Of course, the conditions of staying in my room were left unchanged. However, the creature comforts of spending an afternoon drinking warm tea gives me some life. Time stood still, shadows drifting along my wall. How long am I going to do this? Solitude was proving detrimental to any glimmer of hope. My heart felt heavier with each moment. How lonely the wistful, forlorn mind can become. I'd been swept up in the frightening world I didn't understand and couldn't possibly control. I can't possibly figure out what's happening to father if I'm stuck here. Only Hijikata can give me permission to leave, and he's gone. All I can do is wait. Limiting things I couldn't change wouldn't improve my situation, and would arguably make it worse. I knew I couldn't trust the men of the Shinsengumi. Completely. They were, after all, men who could take life in the blink of an eye. It would be just as easy for them to end my life. Well, at least they've all been nice to me, for now. They're nice men deep down, right?
騙されやすい性格とか言われない？
What are you doing
まあ
here?
ね、もしかして気づいてなかったとか？この時間帯は僕が君の監視役なんだけどな。
Did you hear everything I said?
うん？
He'd heard me. He definitely heard me. I wanted to scream, but before I could open my mouth, Saito stepped out from behind the door.
無駄話はそれくらいにしておけ。
Wait, you were here the whole time too?
つい先ほど来たばかりだが。
Oh, thank goodness. Sorry for screaming like
気
that.
にするな。そもそも今の独り言は聞かれて困るような内容でもない。
True, I didn't say anything bad, but still. It's just embarrassed to be caught talking to myself. As Saito watched me fidgeting and mumbling, his eyes pierced right through me.
夕飯の支度が済んだのだが邪魔をしただろうか。
Oh no, nothing at
あ
all.
んたと掃除の話に一区切りついたら声をかけるつもりだったんだが放っておくと長引きそうだったからな。話の腰を折らせてもらった。
Saito shrugged shortly before we caught the sound of footsteps approaching us noisily. Heisuke shot through the door. The moment he saw this, his face
あ
fell.
のさ、飯の時間なんだけど。
すまん、平介。今行く。
あ、お前も急げって。早くしねえと食うものなくなっちまうからさ。
Sorry, Toto. I'll be there as soon as I can. He turned to leave, but he halted in his tracks. He pursed his lips together before speaking.
まあ、その東堂さんってやめない？みんな平介って呼ぶからそれでいいよ。
Are you sure?
年も近いからその方がしっくりするし。あとそのデスマスもやめようぜ。
Alright, I'll do that then,
そうそう
Heisuke.
それでいいよ。 じゃあ早く行こうぜ。
ようやく来たか。
おめえら遅えんだよ。この俺の腹の高鳴りをどうしてくれんだ。
新発山、それってただ腹が鳴ってるだけだろ。
お前らが来るまで食い始めるのを待っててやった俺様の寛大な腹に感謝しやがれ。
新八、それ寛大な心だろ。
今日も相変わら
Please.
ずせこい夕飯だよな。というわけで隣の晩ご飯突撃だい。弱肉強食の時代俺様がいただくぜ。
ちょっと新発山、なんで俺のおかずばっか狙うかな。
それは体の大きさだ。大きいやつにはそれなりに食う量が必要なんだよ。
じゃあ育ち盛りの俺はもっともっと食わないとね。
毎回毎回こんなんで済まないな。
I've gotten used to it.
慣れとは恐ろしいものだな。
Oh, you're on talking? Why aren't you talking? Taking anything?
うん。あんまりお腹いっぱいに食べるとバカになるしね。
Hey, you need to eat too.
おいおい、バカとは聞き捨て。だがその飯はいただくぜ。
どうぞどうぞ。僕はお酒をちびちびしてればいいし。
んじゃ、俺も酒にするかな。
ただご飯とか気にしないで。お腹いっぱい食べるんだよ。
I know, I can't help but feel a little bad
気
though.
にしなくてもいいが、自分の飯は自分で守る。
Okay. Always eating alone made the experience of dinner of these men both exhilarating and frightening. A frightening evening for me. It was actually fun.
最初からそうやって笑ってろ。俺らもお前を悪いようにはしないさ。
Harada. His mouth curled up in an honest smile of its own. Had I really looked so down? Perhaps they were all trying to cheer me up. I wasn't quite sure how I feel. I was conflicted over whether or not to feel pity for myself or appreciate the moment for what it was. The joy seemed to be winning out, however, and I caught myself smiling as Inoue entered the room.
ちょっといいかいみんな。
Uh-oh. As usual, his voice was warm, but his eyes was a level of solemnity I've never seen before, at least during our brief acquaintance thus far. The warmth of the room slowly
大
evaporated.
阪にいるトシさんから手紙が届いたんだが、三男さんが退
Oh
院
no.
中に重傷を負ったらしい。
Sanan. What?
何があったの？
ああ、二人が訪ねる大阪の呉服屋に老師たちが無理やり押し入ったらしい。駆けつけたトシさんと三男さんがなんとか老師たちを退けたらしいが、
Oh
そ
no.
の時に切られたそうなんだ。
Is he going to be alright?
相当の深手だと手紙に書いてあるけど、傷は左腕とのことだ。
He's gravely hurt, but the wound is on his left
剣
hand.
を握るのは難しいみたいだが、命に別状はないそうだよ。
It will be hard for him to wield a blade. That's like samurai death. It's like taking the gun away from a cop. I exhale and breathe as I believe, but the rest of the room was more tense, still
数
itching for
日中
answers.
には豚書へたどり着くんじゃないかな。それじゃ私はイサミさんと話があるから。
He turned as he spoke, his last words delivered over his shoulder and was gone. It was Saito who soon broke the awkward silence.
剣が握れないほどの深手か。腕の筋まで立たれているかもしれん。刀は片腕で容易に扱えるものではない。最悪三男さんは二度と真剣を震えない。
Oh. At last I understood.
片腕で扱えば刀の威力は損なわれる。そして つばぜり合いになれば確実に負ける。
薬でも何でも使ってもらうしかないですね。三男さんも納得してくれるんじゃないかな。
そうじ。めったなこと言うもんじゃねえ。幹部が羅刹になってどうするんだよ。
Uh-oh. Huh? Wait, that didn't make any sense. What are Furies? Uh-oh.
ああ、羅刹ってのは薬を飲んだら平助。
Before I could move, Harada was on his feet halfway across the room. Barely had time to gasp before he dove his fist into Heisuke. Heisuke, are you alright?
やりすぎだぞ佐野。悪かったな平助。先に口を滑らせたこっちも悪かった。
大丈夫か？悪かったな。
After a moment, Harada curtly nodded to Heisuke in an apology, the latter offering a quick pained smile.
今のは俺が悪かったけど、たく佐野さんはすぐ手が出るんだからな。
His punch had enough force to knock out a lesser man, but Heisuke seems unfazed. It was never clearer now how different these men are.
今の話は君が聞いちゃいけないことにほんのちょっと首を突っ込んだところだ。これ以上のことは教えられねえんだ。それとさっきの平助の話は忘れてくれ。
His voice was friendly, but his eyes gave his words a cold weight that made me feel uncomfortable.
羅刹っていうのはかわいそうな子たちのことだよ。
These are the creatures from which the Shinsengumi saved from the protagonist. Okita takes pity on these poor souls. Okita's voice was flat, emotionless. The sudden chill of melancholy entered his eyes. I couldn't bring myself to say anything more. Thankfully, Nakagura broke the awkward
お
silence.
前さんは何も気にしなくていいんだって。だからそんな顔するなよ。
I was only a guest in their house, not a warrior of the Shinsengumi. But the truth of the Shinsengumi's secrets were no business of mine, something I'd known. There was little value in the sentiment, however.
忘れろ。深く踏み込めばあんたの生き死ににも関わりかねない。
I bit my lip and kept silent. The wall between us was almost tangible, almost far too large an obstacle for me to defeat easily. I finished my dinner in sad silence, excused myself, and returned to my room. I had a great deal to think about. Furies, huh? I wondered to myself if the Furies referred to the Raksha pictured in the Buddhist texts. Though I wasn't well versed, I recalled reading a text about a man-eating demon god with that name. I have no idea where to start from, drinking the medicine or Captain becoming a Fury. No, I wasn't even supposed to think about these things. I was only going to get myself in trouble if I stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Raksha? Rashasha? Seeing or hearing the wrong thing could kill me. If I die, I'll have a hard time looking for my father. If I die, I wouldn't be able to find my father, okay? My spirit demon, is that what it is? The Shinsengumi captains are keeping themselves hush around me, especially about the Furies. Are they doing it to protect me? Even if I dug around, I'm sure nothing good would come of it. With that in mind, I did my best to clear my head of the evening's events and slipped into my futon. Next, March 1864. Next month. March 1864. It was fast approached a month since I began living with the Shinsengumi headquarters. Hijikata and Sanan finally returned to the compound from their trip to Osaka, but the spirits were low. Sanan's injury had unforeseen consequences for everyone in the organization. Day-to-day operations became hectic for a little while. His wound seemed quite dire, and they drained whatever goodness in his nature he'd hoped to keep. Santa would spend days holed up in his room, protected by a barrier of impenetrable silence. If he were to leave his room on rare occasions now, he was often short-tempered and quickly retreated. Even though I too spent the days in exile in my room, he seemed to take it much differently. Senin seems trapped within a painful memory, each day bringing him closer to gloomy twilight. I softly pondered what service I could offer to the Shinsengumi if I were not allowed to search for my father. I'm sure Hijikata is overwhelmed with whatever business he's dealing with, but I need to visit him. I realize that with tension so high that it's better to have Hijikata on my side, rather than not. I crept around the hall looking for Hijikata, but he was nowhere to be seen. Would it be impolite to visit his room directly? As I paced around the hall in contemplation, an unknown warrior appeared before me. Huh? Who are you? It's my first time seeing this guy. I've been living in the Yagi residence for a month, but he was unfamiliar to me. My current dilemma compelled me to approach him. Excuse me. Have you seen Hijikata? The man turned to respond, and his eyes widened my eyes widened to scan his enormous frame before he spoke. Oh, doesn't seem friendly. Oh, well, it's a long story. I'm Chizuru Yukimura.
副長が故障に取り立てたという見習い大使とはお前のことか
Yes. I wasn't aware they were telling people I was an apprentice warrior at the headquarters. However, my reputation was the last thing on my mind as I faced this man's pressuring gaze. I didn't appreciate the harsh scrutiny he seems to impose, scanning me from head to toe.
お前局長や副長とはどんな関係だ同じ江戸の出身らしいがどんな縁故を使って取り入った
I did no such thing.
そう向きになるところを見るとますます怪しいぞここはお前のような剣の腕も才覚もなさそうなものがうろうろしていいところではないんだがな
I like him. He seems evil. I'm going to ask you one more time.
この私武田官流祭が聞いているのだぞ
Takeda?
なぜ答えない
Kanryosai Takeda, the captain of the Shinsegumi's 5th Division. He has extensive knowledge on the Koshu military science, which led to his promotion to war magistrate. He aims to be Kondo's close aide. He grew increasingly agitated, almost like a petulant child, because I refused to answer him. He reached his massive hand over towards me, as if to grab me, but then a voice stopped him.
Oi, Takeda! こんなところで何をしている
Saved! When he recognized Hijikata's voice, he snapped his hands back to his side.
これは土方副長何近藤局長に少々用がありましてね
ほう俺は何も聞いちゃいないが
最近お姿が見えない三段総長の代わりに相談に乗ってほしいと言われているのですしかし近藤局長もいらっしゃらないようなので私はこれで失礼します
Takeda turned to take his leave, but then he slowed his steps, leaving us with a few words.
ところで土方副長そのものを故障に取り立てたというのは本当ですか
ああ少しばかり訳ありでな
承知しました訳ありならば詳しく聞くのはやめておきましょうですがあまり同じ郷里のものばかりを周りに囲うのはいかがなものかと思います
では失礼。
Once Takeda exited the hall, I couldn't help but feel a rush of relief.
おい雪村、豚舎の中を勝手に歩くんじゃねえ。
Yes, sir. I didn't mean to cause trouble.
お前の正体を知っているのはこのヤギ邸に寝起きしてるやつだけだ。
The location of the first headquarters for the Shinsengumi.
前川邸からこっちに来るやつらにも気をつけろ。いいな。
Who's the Makewa residence? It was located right beside the Yagi residence, but it was the first ever headquarters used by the Shinsengumi. I see. So just a bunch of houses. Clear. I promise I will be careful going forward. So, may I ask who that man was?
5番組組長の武田官流祭ってやつだ。
Kanri-sai.
腕はそこそこだが、文学だか軍学の多少の知恵を持ってるやつだ。抜け目のないやつだ。気をつけろ。
Okay.
それから、用がないならお前もこの辺でうろうろしてないで部屋に戻っていろ。
Hijikata attempted to dismiss me, having said what he felt was appropriate as a stern commander. Ask Hijikata if I can help around the compound. I didn't get many chances to see Hijikata, so I took the opportunity to offer my aid to the house. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you, Hijikata. Staying in my room for so long periods alone makes me feel terribly useless. Would you please give me something to do? I'll do anything. Cleaning, laundry, anything. Hijikata sensed the sincerity of my plea, and it appeared as though he's actually considered it.
部屋にこもっているのはそんなに退屈か?
There's nothing in my room, Hijikata! Well, a little.
わかった。源さんに伝えておくから、後で指示を仰げ。
Really?
その代わり、あまり外から来たやつと関わるんじゃねえぞ。いいな。
Understood. But thank you so much. The next day, Inoue informed me that I was given more freedom within the headquarters, which allowed me to exit my room freely. My duties included cleaning, laundry, and cooking. Not the most glamorous of chores, of course. However, it gave me an opportunity to occupy myself as opposed to going stir crazy in my room. June! This is 2 months later, right? March, April, May. That's 3 months. June 1864. The 4th year of the Bunkyu era became the Ganji Ganen. The summer sweetly blossomed. Spring shed its blooming skin, giving birth to lush green trees facing the wide open sky. During one of those beautiful summer days, I finished cleaning after everyone ate breakfast, and Saito brought me to the hall to Hijikata.
副長、斉藤です。雪村を連れて参りました。
入れ。
Saito responded by quietly opening the sliding doors, gesturing me to enter the room. Upon entering, I saw Hijikata, but also Okita, Nagakura, Harada, and Heisuke in the hall. It appeared that only the captains who were aware of my situations were present.
随分と長く待たせたな。お前を外に出してやる時が来た。
Really? I could barely contain the excitement in my voice as soon as the word came out of his mouth. So, is it true that a man in Fushimi matched my father's profile? Fushimi? A castle town in the southern part of Kyoto.
真偽は定かじゃねえが、本人かどうかは娘のお前に確かめてもらうのが一番だと思ってな。
I nodded in response. For now, any information pertaining to my father was appreciated, so I was thankful. So where is this man who supposedly looks like my
伏
father?
見にある寺田屋って宿だ。これから斎藤に確かめに行ってもらう。
An inn located in Fushimi, it is often frequently by warriors of the Sasuma and Tosa domains. Saito is assigned I wasn't sure if I meant to occupy Saito or if I was gonna wait for longer for him. Then Harada chimed in.
だが行動さんがまだそこに留まってるとは限らねえだろ。
ああ、伏見にいたってことは今日の街中をうろついてる可能性もある。
その通りだ。だから原田と新八、それから平助の巡察にこいつを同行させて高堂さんを探してもらってもいい。
俺たち全員で？いつもは手分けして順番に見回りしてるのに。
Hijikata didn't bother entertaining a response, instead looking towards me. Was he suggesting these were the men who were responsible for dealing with me should I attempt to flee? Heisuke must have sensed this as well, so he made no attempt to push the issue any further.
言いたいことは分かりましたけど、この子の重りを僕たちに任せっぱなしってのは気に入らないな。今日は確か土方さんも外出する予定が入ってましたよね。今後のためにも可愛い故障を同行させていろいろ勉強させたらどうですか？
何を言ってやがる。こいつが俺の故障っつうのはお前が勝手に言ってただけだろうが。
でも他の大使たちは完全にそう信じ込んでるみたいですよ。嘘から出た誠なんて言葉もありますし、相応の仕事をさせた方がいいんじゃないですか？
As Okita and Hijikata bickered at one another, the mood of the room was locked at their tense words until Harada whispered to me.
まあ、今の今日は物騒だし、無理に出かける必要はねえと思うぜ。俺たちも一応、高堂さんの顔はわかるんだしな。
I could look for my father in Fushimi, or join the patrol rounds assuming he's moved places, or stay here keep safe from outside, or accompanying Hijikata as this page. Accompany Hijikata as this page, I believe. In that case, please allow me to accompany you, Hijikata.
おい、お前まで何を言い出すんだ。
Hijikata's voice trembled irately, as if troubled by my suggestion, which made me nervous, but I thought I had a shot in convincing him. I mean, walking around the town with you may help with getting leads to find my father. With the other warriors questioning my place, it may be in our best interest for me to act like your page. It could convince the others. I recalled in this moment my introduction to the Takeda who voiced his skepticisms plainly. After sharing my viewpoint, Hijikata's expression soured, then he responded.
あのな、宗司の言うことをバカ正直に受け取るんじゃねえ。こいつは面白がって。
可愛い故障ができてよかったですね、土方さん。
Hijikata stared bitterly towards Okita, and then again seems to have trapped in their bubble of silence, but eventually.
わかった。ただし、俺の仕事の邪魔はするんじゃねえ。
Yes, I understand. I was somewhat surprised he obliged me, but I was excited to join Hijikata to go outside. It's been almost 5 months since I've been able to experience the world and the scenery.
どうしてこんなことになっちまったんだ。
Hey, it's his blue coat! Hijikata kept himself a few paces ahead of me deliberately, and his foul mood made me nervous. His cold demeanor caused me to question whether or not I'd belong here, if this was my place. It was difficult to turn these questions to and fro in my head, but I was trying to keep up with him. Someone called out as we passed a tea shop.
副長、こちらにいらっしゃいましたか。実はご報告しなければならないことがありまして。
If this person referred to Hijikata as commander, then he must be a Shinsengumi member. He whispered the report in Hijikata's ear. The man's words caused Hijikata's face to turn blank. Then he looked at me to speak.
給与まで来た。お前はこの店に残って高堂さんの聞き込みをしている。
Uh-oh. Huh? But then I'd be by myself. Would that be alright with you? In response, Hijikata gave me an examining glance, as if to probe all my hidden thoughts, then looked down at me while asking,
お前は逃げるために俺にくっついてきた。
When his eyes met mine, the pit of my stomach dropped, turning cold from nervousness. No, of course not.
ならつまらねえ質問するんじゃねえ。やることをやって待ってろ。いいな。
Okay, understood. I wasn't sure what Hijikata's intentions were by leaving me behind, but it was probably smarter to do as Hijikata said, so I asked the person at the shop about my father. Okay, where to start? I asked customers that wandered in and out of the store, politely grabbing their attention. Unfortunately, it seems like no one knew anything about my father's whereabouts. My tea became cold, and the little leaves flakes sinking towards the bottom of the cup, and I sighed.
神妙にしろ。新選組の御用改めだ。
Not you again.
ここの主人はどこにいる？
I recognized the shouting man by his familiar corpse uniform as he barged into my shop. Light blue uniform that the Shinsengumi men wear when patrolling Kyoto. What could he be doing here?
私がこの店の主人ですが、本日は一体どのようなご用向きで？
The owner's voice was trembling from being intimidated, and Takeda responded forcefully.
分かりきったことを。
He's a bastard cop.
何でもお前はこの店に尊上過激派の老子を出入りさせているらしいではないか。一体何を企んでいる？答えによっては豚舎に連れ帰り、詳しく詮議させてもらうぞ。
めっそうもない。そのようなものを出入りさせたことなどございません。
ほう。つまり我々新選組がデタラメを言っているとそう申すのだな。
What an asshole.
いえ、そういうわけでは。
Sweat poured down the owner's face, and he shook with fear. Takeda glanced around the store with a sticky glare. I quickly ducked behind a shelf so he wouldn't notice me. I managed to avoid detection as he scanned the store. Then Takeda approached the owner again.
我々とて善良な民の商いの邪魔をしたいわけではない。お前の態度によってはタイへの報告を取りやめてやっても構わんのだが。
それはつまり
お前の誠意を見せてみろ。
What? What is this? Are you trying to get money? I peeked up to get a closer view of their conversation so I could see the owner go. As I peeked to get a closer view of their conversation, I could see the owner gulp. Although Takeda was not being explicit, it was deathly clear that he was soliciting a bribe from the shop owner.
そのようなことはできません。そもそも我々には何らやましいことなどありませんから。
Get rid of him.
なんだと。貴様。今日の治安を預かる新選組に。
いえ、決してそのようなことは。
豚舎まで連行する。老子どもの手助けをしているに違いない。連れ帰って口を割らせてやる。
そんな。
What an asshole! Oh no, I was sick to my stomach hearing him. Just when I was about to peek up, someone placed their hand on my shoulder. Who's this?
ダメですよ。女の子が危ない真似をしちゃ大怪我するから。
Uh-oh. He's being nice. A new guy. This mysterious samurai whispered gently into my ear, but I became completely distracted by his perfectly sculpted facial features. Oh, I've seen those. I don't like him anymore. Yep, I don't like him anymore either. His skin looks incredibly fair and soft, and he was almost as gorgeous as Hijikata. For a second, I thought he was an actor. He was dressed in expensive, exotic-looking fabrics, leading me to believe he was famous.
いいから。こういうことはお兄さんに任せておくものです。
The softness of his voice enveloped me with great calm, and I sat back down to let him proceed. But I hope he'll be okay. Takeda was massive, and his short temper seems to be a recipe for his disaster if anyone crossed him. I can't imagine dealing with such a violent soul.
すみません。ちょっといいですか。あなた、新選組の方ですね。
He's so pretty! Who are you? Takeda turned to face the man, staring in disbelief that someone would approach him in such a manner.
だとしたらどうだというのだ。
そちらの主人は尊上過激派を出入りさせてないと言っているようです。一体何の疑いでこの方を連れて行くつもりなんでしょうか。
なんだ、私の邪魔をするとは貴様、この店に出入りする不逞老士の一人か。
The mysterious samurai smiled coolly, and he responded calmly.
邪魔をしたら不逞老士とは取り調べも何もあったものじゃないですね。
我々のタイムを妨害しているのだから証拠としては十分だ。
わかりました。ここだと他の人たちに迷惑がかかりますから外に出ませんか。
おお。
不逞の輩だ。ようやく己の立場が分かったようだな。
They're gonna fight! Takeda huffed smugly to himself and waddled out of the store to challenge the samurai. Takeda's smirk remained on his face as the two met each other outside the store. He assumed an offensive stance and then reached for his katana to threaten him, or not. Huh? As soon as Takeda moved his hand to unsheath, the samurai intercepted to cover the sword's mouth.
離せ、離さぬと。
まさか本気で刀を抜くつもりじゃないですよね。もし抜けば僕も見て見ぬふりができなくなってしまいます。
The samurai possessed a duality. One side was soft-spoken, gentleman, and the other side a warrior. Takeda sensed this duality as well. After the samurai made his calm, he made no movement. Before we knew it, the people gathered around the store, murmuring amongst themselves and echoing the general sentiment of conclusion and wonder. The Meeble wolves are having a duel? Are they causing trouble again? Such murmurs caught my ear, and I look ahead.
人が集まってきているようですよ。本当に抜くつもりですか？
The samurai seems to already know the answer. Takeda began to grit his teeth angrily, and he gruffly shook off the samurai's hand.
貴様の顔、忘れはせんぞ。覚えておけ。
His face was flushed with red, and he swiftly exited and disappeared from the store. As the tensions deflated, I exhaled in relief that things didn't come to violence. I'm glad that's over.
とんだ災難でしたね。さあ、中に戻りましょうか。
Were you okay?
はい、あのくらい平気です。
I'm so glad. Why were you willing to risk your life against that man? You didn't have to stop me back there. The samurai slightly paused, then answered timidly.
あなたが知っていた顔によく似ていたからです。
Oh, he seems cute. I was perplexed. Me?
はい。やっぱり似ています。
Whoa! He studied my face carefully, his eyes doting up and down my small face. Although I liked the attention, I still had no clue who this person was or where he was from. I'm sorry, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. I bowed lightly at him, and he looked a little taken aback.
いいえ、いいですよ。ただの勘違いだったみたいですね。とりあえず中に入りましょう。せっかくのお茶やお菓子が 台無しになってしまったし。
The samurai's kind demeanor was nearly impossible to resist, drawing me to return to the store as if I caught the scent of the city's sweetest bun. Oh, the sweetest buns. Upon entering the tea shop's owner smiled and brought us freshly brewed tea.
もしかしてわざわざ入れ直してくれたんですか？しかも羊羹まで。
Sitting beside our tea was a neatly arranged platter of sweet bean
は
jelly.
い、ありがとうございました。本当に助かりました。
お礼を言われるほどのことじゃないですけど。でもありがとうございます。僕甘いもの大好きなんです。
それはよかった。存分に召し上がってください。それではごゆっくり。
The owner seems to bow after every sentence, then returned to tend to his counter.
得しちゃいましたね。羊羹よかったら半分どうぞ。
Yes, please. Oh no, I think the owner means for you to eat all of this.
そうですね。では僕がいただいてしまいますね。
He cut the sweet bean jelly into elegantly sliced halves, and he expressed delight after each bite. In my experience so far, Samurai didn't ever seem to smile often, but every time he took a bite, he grinned like a child, as if he was the happiest person alive. He's so cute! It wouldn't be too much of a stretch, maybe, to guess that he and I are close in age. What? As this thought came to mind, I could hear customers murmuring, whispering amongst each other, to themselves, to each other.
お侍さんが身風呂を追い払ってくれたんだって。
そうらしいわ。武士の中にも意外といい人がいるものなのね。
しかし役者みたいな美なんだな。その上腕も立つなんて。
He's so handsome! The samurai seemed to overhear their discussion, timidly retreating from his initial enthusiasm. As soon as he finished drinking his tea,
すみません。僕の分のお勘定はここに置いておきます。
he rushed to get up, but not before slipping me some last words.
それでは僕はここで失礼します。
But I don't know your
もう無茶なこ
name.
とはしないようにしてくださいね。
Oh, the samurai fled the store, almost like a dream whispering around one's mind after waking. He almost gave me no opportunity to thank him properly for earlier. I rushed after the samurai. Wait! I chased after him, yelling to catch his attention.
どうかしましたか？
Thank you so much for earlier. You saved me.
別にお礼を言われるほどのことはしていませんよ。
He turned away from me, stopping his gaze at the clouds swirling above us.
新選組は随分評判が悪いみたいですね。さっきのようなことをしてたら仕方がないのかもしれないけど。
Well, oh. What should I say? What's the Hijikata group? Explain the situation. It's not as if I knew men of the Shinsengumi better than anyone else. I don't think all the Shinsengumi men would ever behave like that other man did. He was just plain cruel. I'm sure you understand better than anyone, but out of all the warriors in the city, there are bound to be the rotten eggs in the bunch.
知ってます。僕もあの人が新選組を代表してるとは思ってないですから。
There was a pause in our conversation, and the wind whistled softly in the background. The samurai didn't break his concentration, staring intently into my face. His eyes seemed to be searching for something, perhaps a faint glimmer of a long-lost memory. If only he could tell me what he seems to be on the tip of his tongue, but he shut his eyes and turned.
それでは
What's your name?
そろそろ行きますね。
Oh, sorry for stopping
気
you.
にしないでください。会えて嬉しかったよ。
Wait, how does he know my name? Huh? How did he know my name? Who was this man? Who are you? The samurai turned his back to me and departed. He wasn't familiar to me. Was I to him? I didn't have much time to consider what any of this meant because Hijikata returned shortly after.
少し待たせちまったな。どうだ、コードさんの情報は何かあったか？
Hijikata. I quietly shook my head in response.
まあ、そう簡単に足取りがつかめるわけはねえ。気にするな。
Tell him what happened. As we walk back towards the headquarters, I feel Hijikata on the earlier proceedings. Oh no, look at that smile, I know.
武田がそんな真似を
Somehow he was able to contain his palpable rage without lashing out at me.
今日見たことは誰にも話すな。お前の面倒を見ている幹部大使たちに。
His voice was stern, and I quietly
言わな
nodded.
くても分かってるとは思うが、事情を知らねえ大使には決して気を許すんじゃねえぞ。新選組も一枚岩じゃねえ。特に武田の野郎はお前の事情を知らされていねえか。
I understand. Once Hijikata was convinced of my understanding, he probed more questions.
お前を助けてくれたその侍っつうのはどこの誰だった
Oh, I forgot to ask his name.
それじゃ礼のしようもねえじゃねえか。
I don't know, it all happened so fast.
まあいい。どこかで見かけたら今度こそ名前を聞いておけ。
He curtly muttered, then left me with his
親
last
父さ
thought.
んのことは残念。斎藤か新八たちが何か手がかりをつかんでくれたといいな。
Yes, hopefully. Ah, yes, I had forgotten that I accomplished nothing I wanted to today. We rushed back to the base. Once back at the headquarters, we discovered that the sighting of my father at the Terada Inn was false, crushing the sliver of happiness I'd held on to. Yay! Chapter 1 complete! How many chapters are there? Ah! Ah! There are 5 chapters. Oh. In this game? No news of my father came forth the other day, and somber restlessness took hold of me. Originally, it seemed like Hijikata granted me approval to accompany the captains on their rounds through Kyoto to search for my dad. Then he called me in. Excuse me. I saw Okita and Heisuke had been summoned along with me, and I felt a partial sense of relief. It did little to calm my chattering nerves, and I didn't want to be in a bad spot with Hijikata. Damn, that was chapter 1? That was chapter 1. You called me in? Hijikata seems to be in a foul mood, so I decided it was best to act with tact in his presence.
お前の行動さん探しの件だがな。しばらく様子を見ようと思う。
What? But why? We just started looking for him. Stopping now would surely cause any of our leads to run dry. His words stunned me. How could he back out on this? How could he back out on this? Hijikata remained deeply
長
composed.
州の連中が不穏な動きを見せている。本来ならお前を外に出せる時期じゃない。
The Choshu. I heard about how the warriors of the Choshu domain associate with the Imperial Nationalist Party. The Imperial Nationalist Party, a term for those who wanted to see the Emperor as the supreme power of Japan and also hoped to remove the foreign influences from the country, also known as the Sonjo faction. Basically, during this era, there were a lot of mingling with the West. Lots of mingling with the West. And a lot of the people in state are like, hey, we don't like that. We don't like mixing our cultures. For some reason, they find foreigners repulsive, using brute force to prevent any foreign presence. All their faith is aligned with the emperor. The Shinsengumi, on the other hand, serve the shogun, meaning that they are directly opposed. If the Choshu is active, it could mean that my own goal is of little concern to the Shisengumi. I might become something of a burden to him. So you're asking me to refrain from joining the rounds until things with the Choshu domain settle? Hijikata nodded and turned towards the two men.
というわけで、今日からこいつを巡察に連れて行くのは取りやめだ。
なるほどね。だから当番の俺らが呼ばれた。
I should save. Keisuke seems 2 steps behind on Hijikata's words until this very moment where it seems to click.
でも今までだってこいつが巡察に迷惑をかけたこともないし、別にいいんじゃないか。
そうそう。僕たちに何かあっても関わらないようにしてくれればそれでいいし、どさくさに紛れて逃げ出すこともないし、ね。
I won't run. I knew he wasn't being serious, but I couldn't stand to keep my mouth shut. I made up my mind the minute the men of the Shisengumi agreed to help me find my father. I made a vow to never run from the Shisengumi for as long as they help me find my father. My desire to find my father showed no signs of slowing, even since I first arrived in Kyoto. I will keep my vow. So please, allow me to continue looking for my father. About to Okita, keeping my eyes locked with his. He smirked, however, shrunk slowly as he lowered his gaze towards me, caught in between words to say.
危険を承知でついてくるって言うなら、僕の一番組に同行してくれて構わないよ。それに、行動さんらしい人を見たっていう証言もあるしね。
確かにそういう証言もある。だが、危険だと分かってるところにミスミス出すこともねえだろう。分かってるのか？お前らの足を引っ張りかねねえんだぞ。
I promise I won't cause any trouble. Please. If I lose the opportunity to search for my father, then the chances of finding him will sink. I lied prostrate before him, and Hijikata simply sighs heavily. Woof!
市中を巡察する組長の指示には必ず従え。いいな。
Yes, of course. Thank you so much. I didn't know how else to show my gratitude, so I bowed deeply
行くか
again.
行かないかはお前が好きに判断しろ。
Alright. I had to make sure this was the best decision. There was something about his demeanor that made me unsure of my desire to leave the compound. Still, if I was with Akita or Heisuke, I'm sure I'd be safe and well protected. On the other hand, my presence could be an undue burden to them. Remain in the compound. After all that. After contemplating, I decided to stay in. I couldn't convince myself that it wouldn't be a burden to them during dangerous situations. Grr. Still, it was disheartening to think about. Another dull day spent inside. Throughout the past 6 months, I was allowed to finally search for my father on the rounds, and I felt like a part of the house by contributing. Even though sometimes I was occupied with cleaning or cooking, it seemed like I was serving my part in the Shinigami in a meaningful way. I spent most of my time with the captains, but there were many opportunities to chat with the warriors and come to know them as real people. Maybe they were starting to think of me as a warrior in training rather than Hijikata's page. Jenna Teller, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to my orbit. These whirling thoughts made me so anxious. I was turning numb. The idea I had become so dependent on the Shinigami at this moment. What should I do today? I was resigned to the consequences of my decision, something that felt like I was wasting away the tender moments of my life in these headquarters. I was, in short, with nothing to do. All right. I decided to enter the inner courtyard, where maybe I could feel a pleasant breeze tinkle my face in the shade. The quaintness may calm me down. Damn it. Alas, no winds blew in the courtyard today. No reprieve from the harsh sun bearing down on this dry emptiness. I had a feeling it was going to be a bad day. The shade was the best I could hope for, it seemed. I sighed, sitting in whatever shade I could find. Something occurred to me as the sun roasted KYOTO. Oh, right. My father has been here, hasn't he? They mentioned it, but they haven't told me why. Was he tending to the injured or perhaps educating the Shisengumi on how to avoid illness? Maybe he intends to stay here long term. My father never mentioned to have been with the Shinsengumi. He'd visited only a few times, so I've been told. If he'd really been their doctor, then he would have visited far more often. Which left me with the question, why? I need to drink some water. How long have I been reading? Has it been 3 hours yet? Yes, it's almost been 3 hours. It was extremely clear. It was extremely clear to me that the Shinsengumi had plenty of secrets, but I grew suspicious that these secrets deeply implicated my father as well. No, that can't be right, can it? I shook my head again, trying my best to dispel the dark thoughts taking shape.
何がまさかなんですか?
Uh-oh. It's him. Ah! I spun around to find that Sanan had walked behind me, utterly undetected and unannounced. Oh, Sanan! Is it alright for you to be walking around?
私が寝たきりの病人か何かのような言い方はよしてください。何の問題もありませんよ。
There was a hint of coldness in his words.
もっとも、左腕は寝たきりですがね。
I couldn't bear to look at the sad, twisted smile he gave me. His arm hadn't healed, and it seemed certain now that it never would. The rest of the captains seemed sure that he would never be able to use his arm as he'd done before.
君こそ部屋を出ていていいんですか? 豚舎内を勝手に動き回られては困ります。
Yes, I know. I'm sorry. They usually let me walk around as I please, so as long as I didn't go into anybody's room, but I knew that technically I was confined to my room. Any freedom given to me was simply a courtesy. In other words, Sanan was right. If he decided to chastise me, why can't I say that word? Chastise me for being in the courtyard, I had no reasonable response. There's some things I wanted to think about. Chastise me. Chastise me. I hoped for the courtyard to be breezy. The moment the words sounded on the mouth, I realized how they sounded more childish excuses than a valid explanation.
我々の監視から逃れて一人とは何か企んでいることでもあるみたいですよ。
I'm sorry. Still, I was getting to grow accustomed to the subtle cruelty that seemed to accompany each word from Sanan's mouth. Alright, I'm going back to my room then. I turned around and began walk away. Sanan's unpleasantness had started after he was wounded during his trip to Osaka. He spent most of the time locked away in his room now, and he was quick to lash out on others in response. I knew the loss of his arm hurt him more than I could understand, but I wished he could go back to being the warm, kind man he was originally. I turned around to see him still standing there. It's really hot out today. You just try to stay out of the sun. Please, take care of yourself. I gave him a nervous little laugh, and he responded with a chuckle of his own. His smile didn't look forced.
ありがとうございます。君も体調には気をつけてくださいね。
Okay. The Sanan I first met was still there. My spirits lifted, I ran back to my room. It was later that evening that the compound exploded with activity. I was walking down the hall when I heard footsteps and turned around to see Nagakura coming towards me. Nagakura? What's that for? He glanced down almost absently at his hands, holding a candle and an exceptionally long
長州
needle.
の患者を捕まえたんだけどよ。なかなか口を割らねえらしいんだ。
Oh, they're torturing some dude. A candle? And wires? One of the Choshu guys where he picked up isn't
土
talking.
方さんが直々に相手をすることになったんだが、道具が足りないって言うから持ってくところよ。
Hijikata torturing people? I don't understand.
こういうことは分からねえ方が幸せだって。
Ignorance is bliss. Tools. He gave another bark of laughter, then turned his back on me and walked off. Tools. As the sun began to set, the activity in the compound reached a fever pitch. It was so busy that I couldn't even help with making dinner. The commotion was overwhelming. Heisuke! He shot past my door, then wheeled back around. What happened? All the men are running around. Any word from the Choshu prisoner?
ああ、あいつがようやく口を割ってさ。
Oh, they broke the guy.
今夜長州の奴らが会合するらしいんだ。で、俺ら
Oh,
は
is
うち
this
に
a
ってわけ。
izakaya? Not izakaya. Ikadaya incident? Oh. Heisuke went on to explain the Shinsengumi would be splitting into two groups, searching locations at opposite ends of the city. Kondo would take the men to the Ikeda. Yeah, Ikadaya. Ikeda Inn, and Hijikata would take 24 to Shinkoku Inn.
土方さんたちの行く四国屋が当たりっぽいよ。俺は逆方向だから、ちょっと残念だな。
They sent more men with Hijikata because they thought he'd be seeing action. Kondo and his men were to make sure they recovered all their bases. Ikeda time! You mean there aren't even 40 men ready? Yeah, kind of.
肝心な時に暑さで腹を壊す奴らが多くて困ってるんだよ。
Summer fever. I'd known that the heat and close quarters made some men sick, but I hadn't known it was so many. Heisuke sighed.
会津藩や諸次第にも連絡入れたんだけど、動いてくれる気配がないんだよな。
We sent word to the Aizu. Aizu is one of Japan's more influential clans. They were related by blood to the Tokugawa clan, and they were put in charge of the office of the Kyoto Military Commissioner. Okay. Sounds like you got your work cut out for you. Unfortunately, there wasn't much I could offer him apart from sympathy. I had a feeling it was going to be a difficult night. After all the men capable of fighting had left for their respective assignments, Sanon called for me.
もちろん名目上のことですが、私は局長から屯所の守護を仕切るよう仰せつかりました。
Sanon's passive-aggressive attitude reared on his
手
head.
薄になった新選組の屯所が何者かに狙われないとも限りません。君は私の目が届く範囲にいてください。
Okay. I hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Does that mean you'll protect me? I wasn't sure why, but he laughed at that.
普通で寝込んでいる大使よりは私の方がまだ使い物になりますから。
Was I supposed to be happy? His smile was so sad I wasn't sure what to say. It seemed to hurt him most when the other men were out fighting, and all he could do was wait. The silence between us stretched out until the door to a room suddenly opened without a sound.
三男総長、奴らの会合場所が池田屋と判明いたしました。
Ikeda? The Ikeda Inn?
それは困りましたね。新選組は意外と賭け事に
So basically what's happening is that like the conspiracists, terrorists basically, were meeting, they were supposed to meet in one of the two locations. They believed that the other location, Shikoku, was going to be where they were meeting, so they sent more men there. Whereas the Ikeda Inn would just be checking all the bases. But it turns out that they're at Ikeda where they had less men, so that's the issue. His tone was light, but his face was serious, with good reason. They'd been certain Shikoku was the right location and had only sent half as many men to Ikeda.
一つ面倒を頼まれてくれますか。
The man whom he'd called Yamazaki nodded curtly. A member of the watch who reports to Hijikata. He was an officer of the Shinsengumi as well as a spy. He is a member officer and a spy as well as a member of the watch. Despite not living in the Yagi residence, he's aware of my situation.
敵の所在は池田屋であると四国屋へ向かった土方君に伝えてください。 そして大変お手数なのですが、その伝令には
Oh,
その子も同行させてほしい。
we're going. Wait, Yamazaki seems just as surprised. Wait. Wow. Why me? Why me? Why me? I feel like if I were to go with them, I would only be a burden. Why did he choose me? I can't stand the thought of getting in someone's way and being the reason something bad
足
happens.
手まといといえども人数には変わりませんよ。
Sana responded with while giving me a cold gaze.
伝令に向かう途中、他の老師に足止めされるかもしれません。それ以外にも徴収側の遠兵が存在する可能性もあります。もし伝令の道中に敵と遭遇したのなら、土方君との合流も遅れてしまうでしょう。
Sana finished with a soft smile I hadn't seen him use for weeks.
私の言いたいことはわかりますか？
はい。自分が長州遠兵の足止めを行い、最悪は彼女だけでも
What? It sounded as if they were suggesting if things went badly, Yamazaki would sacrifice himself.
もちろん山崎君が失敗するとは思っていませんよ。我々には人手が足りず、君には仕事が多い。会津藩や諸子大への連絡も担ってもらわねばなりませんから。
That would have Yamazaki running all across Kyoto. I suppose it really drove home how thin the Shisugumi was stretched. And there's no other person that could do this job? Yamazaki, what about Shimada? Shimada was another Shisugumi spy who was trusted enough with knowledge of my situation. Oh, that guy. An officer within the Shisugumi who also served as a spy. During his times of peace, he served under Shinpachi. Sanin shook his head. The Shisugumi needs every single member they can get, and the Shimada was with the Shikoku. And Shimada was with the Shikoku team. Which means that apart from Yamazaki, I was the only one that could possibly serve as a messenger at the moment.
確か雪村君だったな。護身程度の術なら身につけていると聞いたが。
Yes, I do.
残念ながら君の安全は保証できない。それで構わないというのであれば。
If I tried to run away while we were out, I had no doubt he would kill me without hesitation. This mission is his priority, not my life. Even so, I'll go. I can take care of myself. You don't need to worry about me. Senan gave me a small smile. I knew he wanted to join the battle more than anyone, but we both knew that wasn't possible. The least I can do is carry out my mission.
では、総長命令、しかと承りました。
He bowed then as he stepped out of the room and turned to me.
全力で俺についてこい。
I took off after him, my legs working as hard as they could. Whew. Into the dark street we ran. I discovered quickly that half a year indoors did little for my physique, and I was out of shape. After only a few blocks, I was gasping for breath. Yamazaki, who was running ahead of me, suddenly stopped and looked sharply behind us.
何があってもこの通りを走り抜けろ。
Don't tell me someone's behind
君は
us.
知らなくてもいい。
Seems like Yamazaki's hunch was right. Yamazaki, you should go. I'll stay behind, Yamazaki. Please, you should go.
バカなことを言うな。君がここに残って何ができる？
If I distract the enemies, then you could go in the meantime.
引きつける役ならば俺がやる。君は走れ。
Yamazaki wasn't taking no for an answer, so I nodded in good faith. I looked to what lay in front of me. As I stepped into the next intersection, I saw a flash of metal from the corner of my eye.
君は惑うな。じきに合流できる。白の大福を目指してこのまま走れ。
Right! I kept running. I pretended I didn't hear the sound of swords ringing against another behind me and ran. My knees felt weak and my legs shook, but I kept going. They'd have to collapse or tear themselves to pieces before I stopped. Even so, I felt so slow. I wanted to cry out, to scream at my body to go faster, faster. Huh? A bright light suddenly cut through the darkness, and I placed my hands over my eyes from the glare. My heart stopped. Was it the Choshu warrior soldiers? I froze. It's Hijikata! I nearly began to cry with relief. Hijikata was not dressed in his usual light blue jacket, but rather a bright white uniform to be seen in dimly lit places. Instead, I simply collapsed as Harada reached out to me.
大丈夫か勝手に豚書から出てると土方さんに怒られるぞ
I grabbed onto Harada's hand and pulled my body to its feet. I wanted to tell him I had permission to leave and explain it was alright for me to be there, but I was so winded I could barely speak. Besides, I wasn't sent to Hijikata to make excuses. I took a deep breath as my shuttered lungs could manage before speaking. They're meeting at Ikeda. Suddenly, Hijikata's expression changed. I nodded rapidly. Hijikata gestured towards me. They had white uniforms to be seen in the dark, I guess. I didn't know that either.
よく俺らと合流できたな今日の地理には詳しくないんだろう
Yamasaki, I finally got some of my breath back, and I did my best to tell them what happened. I shook my head. Hijikata thought for a moment, then spoke. Harada and Saito nodded curtly, then turned to their business.
あんたもこれ以上の単独行動は危険だ。俺たちか副長かどちらかに同行しろ。
I lacked the breath to respond properly, so I simply nodded. We stay with Hijikata. From the prospect of being alone with him was rather frightening, but for reasons I still don't understand, I decided to go with Hijikata. We were quiet for a while. I felt like I should say something, but I wasn't sure what. Instead, I kept quiet. After a moment, he glanced down at me. His affection went up! I never thought Hijikata of all people would praise me for anything. My heart fluttered momentarily in my chest. But what did he mean by an advantage? If the battle at the Ikeda Inn had begun, it didn't seem like we had much of an advantage at all. We stepped from the alley into the central avenue. Hijikata? Why are we out here in the street?
目立つことしか頭にねえって相場が決まってるんだよ。
I blinked, not sure what to make of that. Yamazaki appeared beside us without making a sound. Yamazaki, you're safe. He didn't seem to have been hurt at all, thank goodness. Yamazaki's eyes slid to me for a moment, then back to Hijikata.
池田屋の件はすでにお聞き及びかと思います。自分は会津藩と諸次第へも通達を行うよう三男総長より促されておりましたが。
だろうな。次の指示は追って出す。山崎はひとまず俺と一緒に来い。
承知。
腰の表役人どもへは新選組の副長が直々に挨拶しに行く。
Your commander needs to have a word with a bunch of useless bastards. Deep in his cold eyes, I saw a spark of anger. They appeared as the words came out of his mouth, lines of government soldiers marching towards us. There were hundreds of them marching across the entire width of the street, several rows deep. Now I understand why Hijikata took us out in the street. We would never have seen the government force as we shimmied through the rock alleys. There was something in their march, slow and unconcerned, that lit the fires of anger in my eyes. The rest of the men are still fighting at the inn. The Shinsengumi had a few soldiers able to fight, but they are risking their lives for Kyoto. Didn't these men have the same responsibility? Why aren't they rushing to help us at the inn? Perhaps my anger was more obvious than I realized, because Hijikata gave out a snort of laughter.
安心しろ。新選組を奴らのいいようにはさせねえ。
He stepped forward in the very middle of the street, directly in front of the advancing soldiers. All he did was move a few feet and turn to them, but he held such authority in his movements. He could have easily been at the head of the army.
局長以下、我ら新選組一同、池田屋にて御用改めの最中である。
The reason why he's posturing like this is because he wants... The Shinsengumi is trying to make a name for themselves. Right now, they're just kind of like, you know, they're all word of mouth, but officially stopping terrorists would officially put them on the map and make them more noticeable by the government.
一切の手出しは無用。池田屋には立ち入らないでもらおうか。
Even I could see that the government men were going to protest Hijikata's proclamation when the Yamazaki leaned over to whisper in my ear.
もし池田屋に立ち入ることを許せば、長州浪士制圧すら彼らの手柄とされるだろう。
What? How could they? After all the Shinsengumi had done, it just didn't seem fair. But it's the men of the Shinsengumi who are risking their
そ
lives.
れだけ我ら新選組は軽んじられているということだ。副長は今たった一人で新選組のために体を張っておられる。彼らが池田屋に踏み込むことを許せば、その突入したことだけを喧伝するだろう。実際に突入した新選組の武勇はなかったことにされかねない。だからこそ副長は会津藩の介入を封じようとしてくれているのだ。
Yamazaki held Hijikata in such high regard. So when Hijikata said that we have an advantage, this is what he was referring to.
しかし我々にも務めが。小さい旅館に何十人も入るわけねえだろう。それとも乱戦に巻き込まれて死にてえというなら止めはしねえが。
Hijikata's tone, as much as his words, left no room for argument. Until the battle ended, he stood his ground, and not a single man challenged him. Finally, the sun rose from the black sky. The raid itself had lasted only 2 hours. But for me, at least, it felt far longer. There had been 20 imperial nationalists at the Ikeda Inn. The Shinsengumi had killed 7 Ronin and injured 4 more. I learned that day that with the help of the Aizu domain and the Kyoto Judiciary Commissioner, they arrested 23 people. The owner of the Ikeda Inn had also been arrested for trying to help the Choshu rebels escape. The Shinsengumi had won an incredible victory, fighting against superior numbers in enemy territory, but they paid dearly for it. Okita had taken a blow to his chest and lost consciousness. Heisuke had been cut in the forehead, and the bleeding refused to stop. Nagakura had injured his left hand. One of the Shinsegumi's soldiers lost his life at the inn's rear entrance, and 2 others were severely injured there as well. It didn't seem likely that they would survive. The Kyoto military and judiciary commissioners also fought the Choshu Ronin, the people who hold office as tasked with keeping peace in the city of Kyoto. It was occupied by Katamori Masudaira of the Aizu domain. This is just another group, like the more official police voice. With their successful resolution of the Battle of Ikeda Inn, the Shinsengumi had at least made a name for themselves. It looked as though the peace in Kyoto had been protected. Never could I imagine what the ultimate result of their victory would be. Hiro, hey! This chapter is... No, that's not a... It's July now. 1864. July. End of July 1864. Weeks passed since the battle of the Ikeda Inn. In the meantime, the Shinsengumi grew stricter during their rounds to arrest numerous outlaw ronin that escaped from the Ikeda Inn. It's the first year of a new period? Yeah. Yep. I forgot. They mentioned it earlier. I forgot what they said. Rumors surfaced of the extremists who were plotting to exact revenge on the Shinsengumi. Additionally, there were also problems occurring with warriors spanning from other domains, making things tense around the headquarters. Things were finally settling down. Ooh, that's a good burp. As a result of my efforts during the battle, they grew more encouraging of my involvement. The Shinsengumi allowed me to sweep the area in front of the headquarters on my own. Nice one, thank you. One day, I was cleaning in the courtyard with a broom when I heard a gentle footsteps approaching me.
すみません。こちらが新選組の屯所ですか?
Who's this? Oh yes. The voice came from behind me, so I was caught off guard when answering. Hey, it's him! Didn't I meet you the other day?
こんにちは。お茶屋さん以来ですね。
What a nice voice. He has such a beautiful voice. He's pretty too. This is a new character. I've never met him. I met him on the first day I was allowed to leave the Shinsengumi compound. This was the mysterious samurai that helped me while I waited Hijikata's return at the tea shop. Who dis? We don't even know his name yet. Why yes, I appreciate your help the other day.
いいえ、大したことではありませんでしたから。それより元気そうで何よりです。
He knows my name! It's weird. Hair on point. He's so pretty. Now that I remember, this man called me by my name when I encountered him, but I never learned his name. I remember Hijikata scolded me for not knowing his name, so I brought up the question. I'm sorry for never asking your name despite you saving me. Is it alright if I get your name? His eyes twinkled kindly before he spoke, and I sensed a faint melancholy in his voice.
僕は伊庭八郎です。
Iba Hachiro. He's cute. I want to romance him. Is he romanceable? But first Hijikata, then we romance other people. Ah, Hachiro Iba. What a pretty name. I have to tell Hijikata later. So, how may I help you today, Iba?
実は
Iba kept stealing a glance towards the base. I assumed his business was with the Shinsengumi. When I first met him, Iba defended the tea shopkeeper from Takeda. In this encounter, Takeda proudly declared himself as a warrior of the Shinsengumi. I slightly suspected Iba intended to visit and inform the leaders about the incident. Hijikata showed up suddenly, as if he telepathically knew I was speaking to someone. Can we please? Yes. Oh, Hijikata, this man is... Before I could finish the sentence, the man ran towards Hijikata?
あ、やっぱりトシさん、八郎です。
Oh,
お久しぶりです。
cute! He's a Chizuru radar. It's me, Hachiro. Long time no see.
おめえは八郎か。
Toshi,
な
they're
んだって
friends.
こんなところにいるんだ。
Is this his yaoi? Like, I mean, Toshi has a lot of yaois, to be fair. When Hijikata realized who it was, his eyes grew wide.
驚きました。幕命で教視察に来てるんです。
Orders given. Okay.
それより新選組って本当にトシさんたちのことだったんですね。この目で見るまでは信じられなかったけど、おめでとうございます。本当に侍になれたんですね。
おい、冷やかすなよ。まだ扱いは浪人と同じなんだからよ。
でも侍になりたいって夢が叶ったじゃないですか。
冷やかすなって言ってんだろ。
And they were roommates. Ooh, childhood friends.
いいえ、江戸じゃ泣く子も黙る新選組といったらとても有名なんですよ。それに池田屋の話も聞いています。皆さんとてもご活躍だったみたいですね。
He's blushing! How very unlike himself. Hijikata seems to be flustered and his cheeks were rosy. Hijikata version of Hakuoki when? Play as Hiji, right? Their rapport suggests they'd known each other for some time. Were they good friends? I still needed to tell Hijikata that Iba was the samurai who came to my aid at the tea shop. Hijikata? This was the young gentleman who helped me from Takeda the other day at the tea house. Hijikata furrowed his eyebrows.
そうだったのか。こいつが迷惑をかけたっていうか、余計なもんを見せちまったようだな。
たまたま通りがかっただけです。それに私事中でしたから、どこにも報告はしていません。
Hakuoki character designs are so fucking pretty. It kind of drives me nuts. Wait, did the person who drew these guys, did they draw Kaneshiro? Was it Luca? Kaneshiro Luca? Because the art style is really similar, I feel.
まあ立ち話もなんだ。中に入ってくれ。
The Nichisanji guy. Hijikata looked uncomfortable offering anyone any sort of kindness, but he looked at Iba warmly. They're friends! His yaoi! I took tea to the... What the fuck is this sentence? I took tea to the two in the hall. Hijikata told me to remain there, so I decided to listen in.
今日に来たのは幕命って言っていたな。何の仕事で来たんだ。
今は奥詰め役を務めています。
An organization intent on protecting the shogunate. This compromise of talented swordsmen from the shogunate and lower-ranking vassals. Just bro things, you know, bros. I'm really enjoying the game. I hope you guys are enjoying it too. I really like this. I don't know. It's very nostalgic. Everything is so nostalgic. But there's also like new things too, you know? Like, I don't remember most of this. But then seeing new characters makes me so excited. I'm currently in Okuzume. Rinka! Thank you so much for the 14 months! Let's go! Thank you! And that is one down out of the 5 subs that I need. We have a sub point goal of 5. If we can meet that, I would really much appreciate that. You can do it by gifting, resubbing, using your Prime sub, what have you. Thank you so much in advance. Yeah. I listened intently, but subtly, since I wasn't familiar with the content. Excuse me. I listened intently, but subtly, because, since I was unfamiliar with the contents of their conversation. 9-month streak, a baby, a baby. He's a Haramoto of the shogunate. He's entrusted with protecting the shogun and his guests and friends who surround him. High-ranking vassal of the Tokugawa. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much! Thank you so much, Hiro, for gifting 4 gifted subs! Completing my goal! Yay! Thank you, thank you, thank you! You guys helped me out so much by subbing, gift subbing, and all that. Thank you. I'm trying to be more, like, open about meeting goals, so I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hi, hope the stream is going good. Yes, it is. It is going really well. We're enjoying the story. Very historical. Very the historic, like a lot of this like is history, is pure history, with some fantastical elements too, of course, which you will see later. Oh wow, I am honored to meet such a man.
いえいえ、そんなことありません。父の仕事の縁でたまたまなんです。
But what would bring a man of the stature here, Hijikata? This meant Iba was someone who worked directly with the shogun. What an honor. It made no sense why he would interact with the Shinsengumi or why he would have business with us.
お前の考えてることはわかるぜ。なんで俺と知り合いかってことだろう。
I did my best to nod without offending him.
こいつはな、旗本であると同時に江戸じゃ4本指に入る道場の一つ、新行東流伊庭道場の跡取り息子だ。
Ooh, Shinryoto Ryu Iba Dojo. One of the 4 oldest and most respected fencing schools in Edo. Hachiro Iba is the eldest son of the head of the family in an institution. Ooh.
その伊庭道場と俺たちがいた道場とはそこそこ交流があってな。その縁だ。
ああ。
そうなんです。だからトシさんたちがいる今日に来ることになってとても楽しみにしていたんです。
Iba's eyes shine with adoration, but Hijikata scoffed and rolled his eyes. He's so in love with Hijikata. Wow.
勝手に喜んでろ。
They may have touched swords. They definitely touched swords. Maybe more than just swords.
はい、肝に銘じておきます。でも、そんなに危険なのに、女の子でも大使が務まるんですか？
Iba glanced at me when he asked the question before looking at Hijikata. I gasped and cupped my hand over my mouth, and Hijikata's eyes darted towards me sternly. It would seem that Iba picked up on the fact that I was female, judging by their interaction.
もしかして秘密だったんですか？
He'd really be like, you didn't try at all. You did not try at all. Why are you surprised? They definitely learned to kiss the homie, yeah, oh yeah. I didn't want to confirm any answers, so I stared towards the mat underneath without speaking.
彼女が女の子なのは初めて見た時から気づいていました。彼女のせいじゃありません。
She's too pretty.
わかってる。見るやつが見りゃわかることだ。
Hijikata looks resigned towards Iba and
こいつ
sighed.
はちょいと訳ありで預かってて、表向きは男ってことになってる。新選組でも一部の奴らしか知らないことだ。だからここでも下手なことを口にしないでくれ。
わかりました。その訳、僕が聞いてもいいですか？
こいつの親父が行方不明でな、捜査に協力してもらっている。
行方不明って、もしかして雪村光道さんがですか？
How do you know? Oh. How did he know everything? He mentioned my father's name. The hairs on my neck stood up. Is it too much to ask to have hair like that? His hair is so beautiful. How do you know my father's name? I guess Hijikata was also shocked by his knowledge, and he looked dubiously towards Iba.
ちょっと待て。なんでこいつの親父が光道さんだってわかった？
ちょっと待って。ちょっと待って。
それはすごい昔のことですが、雪村診療所に行ったことがあるんです。僕のこと覚えていませんか？
Whoa! We also know him? ちょっと待って。Iba asked timidly, and it finally clicked for me. If Iba visited my father's clinic, then that explains why he would have known my name and my father. Were you a patient? You think they inform each other about these things after hours? Oh, yes. I heard that crack. Were you a patient of my father? Iba looked a little forlorn about my response.
幼い頃、蘭学に興味があって訪ねたことがあったんです。
These pertain to an influx of texts arriving to Japan through the gradual dissemination of printing press materials, primarily from the Netherlands. Oh, I see.
でも今度はこっちを訪ねるようにしますから。
I want to see more of you. I definitely want to see more of you.
はあ？何言ってやがる。お前は来なくていい。
そう言わないでくださいよ。同じ江戸出身のヨシンじゃない
Everybody
で
is
すか。
from Edo. You're from Edo. He's from Edo. I'm from Edo. Who the fuck isn't from Edo? Iba drew Hijikata closer in a jovial manner. And Hijikata blushed at the notion. They're flirting! They're flirting in front of me! In front of my salad? Hijikata is so normally uptight, so seeing him behave this way was startling. I had a lingering suspicion that Hijikata was actually enjoying himself. He's like being teased by his bro. Salad enjoying the view, yes. All the commotion must have alerted the captains because they popped in out of nowhere.
おいおい、八郎じゃねえか。聞いたことがある声だと思ったらお前だったのか。
新八さん、原田さん、それに皆さんもお久しぶりです。
そうか、お前も今日に来たのか。武者修行か、それとも狂犬物か。
なわけねえし、お偉いさんの護衛とか視察なんだろ。
まあ、はい、そういうところです。
あんたが今日に来るとなると、それなりの職務に就いたということか。
Iba nodded plainly in response.
君も今日に来たんだ。ま、死なない程度に気をつけなよ。
助言ありがとう。覚えておきます。
じゃあ今度飲みに行くか。なんなら今からでもいいんだぜ。
Drinking. Oh my god, I can't even think of drinking anymore. Each of the captains surrounded Iba and exchanged words. Most of all, Iba seems lost in the amount of fun he had while conversing with everyone. I guess he really knew everyone back in Edo. Hijikata watched their interaction with warmth in his eyes and muttered.
伊庭道場の跡取り息子のくせに何が気に入ったのか知らねえが、俺たちとつるみやがってな。
It seems no one can escape his admirable nature. He seems to be especially fond of Hijikata though, but I couldn't dare say that.
まあちょっとした顔なじみだ。訪ねてきたら中に通してやってくれ。
Understood. Before we knew it, evening had come, and Iba told it was time for him to depart.
では、江戸に戻ったら、高堂さんのことを聞いてみます。
言っておくが、その件は内密にしてくれ。
わかりました。誰にも口外しません。
As we exchanged goodbyes, the warriors returned from their afternoon rounds. One of them seemed to take notice of us, and he rushed over while shouting.
お前はあの時何をしにここに来た。
Oh no, not this. It was Takeda, glaring at Iba angrily and demanded answers.
何を言ってるかわかりませんが、あなたとは初めてお会いすると思います。
私を愚弄するつもりか。貴様、名を名乗れ。
僕は幕府直参旗本大番士奥詰役伊庭八郎と申します。
幕府直参奥詰伊庭、あの伊庭道場。
Yes, fuck off.
はい、今日に所用があって参りましたので、旧知である司令官の皆さんへ挨拶に寄ったところです。
挨拶などと嘘をつくな。
He's such an asshole.
先日のことを告げに来たのだろう。
あくまで挨拶に来ただけです。
Oh my god, he made him angry.
それとも 先日のこととやらを思い出した方がいいでしょうか。
Eva's eyes sharpened directly at Takeda, and the latter stopped his pacing and deepened his voice.
あなたがそう言うならそれでいいでしょう。私は失礼する。
Yeah. Takeda deeply wrapped and steamingly snapped into shape, speaking with a semblance of respect before storming off. Iba seems relaxed despite everything. Everyone silently stood still, and I was afraid afraid of another incident, so I sighed once Takeda left.
トシさん、今の方は
5番組組長の武田官流さん。先日の茶屋の話は雪村から聞いてる。悪かったな。お前に迷惑はかけねえようにする。
僕は大丈夫ですが、この子の方を気にかけてあげてください。
ああ、わかった。
それじゃあ、また会いに来ますね。
Please come back soon. Oh, do you mean he's coming back to see me? Did he just mean he was just visiting the headquarters? I couldn't respond since I was unsure, and Iba smiled to me with his twinkling eyes. His face seems reluctant, if not a little forlorn, and he left the compound. I stared at him as he walked into the distance until his small figure was removed from my eyes. Iba was a mysterious person. Even if he was someone very important and upper class, he acted with integrity and kindness, commanding a lot of respect from the captains of the Shinsengumi. I didn't think there was a samurai like him in the shogunate. Yay! August! Hey! Same month. Must be blisteringly hot. August 1864. After the fight at the inn, I was able to leave the compound much more often. I suppose after what I'd done, Hijikata thought I earned a little more trust. I didn't feel like I did anything extraordinary, but I wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. Kyoto is extra hot too? Oh man. It's so hot, man. It's been in the 80s lately. 85 today. And I was just sweating. I was genuinely happy that the man Hijikata approved of me. On this particular day, I was out on patrol with Harada in the 10th Division. Excuse me, Harada? The Shinsengumi is out patrolling day and night, right?
Ah, そうだぜ。それがどうかしたのか?
I need to hug an ice block, same. But what exactly is it that you do? Most of the men in the Shinsengumi were intimidating, death-dealing titans, but Harada was a rare exception, warm and friendly.
ま、ピンからキリまで大小様々。
Make an igloo. Oh.
筋切りや追いはぎはもちろん、食い逃げも捕まえるし、喧嘩も止める。
People who don't pay for food?
商家を脅して金を奪おうとする奴らも、俺ら新選組が取り締まってるよ。
It wasn't really the answer I'd expected. I guess the Shinsengumi's job is closer to the magistrates than I thought. Thinking back, I remember how excited they were during the raid. What they did at the end was far more intense than their day-to-day work. A little further down the road, a couple of men in the Shinsengumi blues were waving at us. Nagakura! I guess our separate rounds brought us to the same spot.
Yo! 親父さんの情報、なんか手に入ったか?
No, nothing today.
なんか来館すんなって。今日がダメでも明日がある。そうだろ?
Yeah, you're right. There was something contagious about his optimism.
で、新八、そっちはどうだ? 何か異常でもあったか?
いや、なんも。けど、やっぱり町人たちの様子がせわしねえな。
I hadn't noticed it before, but he was right. They were acting strange, almost nervous. Yeah, it looks like they're getting ready to move.
戦火に巻き込まれる前に今日から避難し始めてるってとこか。
I read that as no, nothing titty. Oh! What, war? there wasn't a war,
そう
was
い
there?
や、まだ教えていなかったな。長州の奴らが今日に集まってきてんだよ。その関係で、俺らも警戒強化中ってわけだ。
Tetsude has titties on the mind.
池田屋の件
Doesn't she?
で長州を怒らせちまったからな。
Just kidding, just kidding. My Tetsude would never.
あいつらの仲間から犠牲が出ちまったし、
They're just out there.
黙ってられないんだろうよ。
Were the Choshu trying something again?
さあな。まだはっきりしたことはわからね
え。どっちにせよ、俺たちは俺たちの仕事をする。長州の連中が今日に来ても追い返すだけさ。
They accepted their situation and never complained. I had a good deal of respect for Harada and Nakagura.
長州と戦か。もしかすると近いうちに上から出動命令が出るかもしれねえな。
So you think the Aizu will give you all orders?
ああ、正式に幕府の一部隊として参加することになるかもな。
そんな機会めったにないからな。せっかくだからお前も出てみるか。
What? I was perplexed by his sudden invitation. Does this mean I could march as a member of the Shinsengumi? It seems rather inappropriate of me to ask to participate just for his curiosity's sake. Still, I very much hope to be helpful one day. Could I perhaps do something like what I'd done at the Ikeda Inn? However, there's also the chance that I become a hindrance as opposed to helping them out. What does Hijikata want? I want to come. My mind was made up. I nodded to Harada. I want to help. I would like to participate and help in some way.
お前の気持ちよくわかったぜ。もしその時が来たら、お前も参加できるよう俺も応援してやるよ。
Several days later, excuse me. I carefully lifted the serving platter with tea for the captains and made my way to the common room.
すまねえな。ありがとうよ。
すまねえな。そうやってるとまるで故障みたいだな。
I mean, well, I was a page for as far as everyone knew. The thought to correct him crossed my mind, but instead I stayed silent as I passed the tea out.
ありがとう、雪村君。すまないね。こんな仕事まで頼んでしまって。
Oh, it's nothing. After all, I'm Hijikata's page. I spoke barely above a whisper, but Inoue smiled and nodded at me. Okita took a sip of the tea, and a mild grimace flickered across his face. Was something wrong with the tea?
ちょっとぬるいかな。人数分のお茶を用意してぬるくなったんだね。君らしいって言えば君らしいけど。
Mean? I'm sorry, I'll make a new batch right now.
いいって。俺ぬるい方が好きだな。すぐに飲めるし。なあ、はじめくん。
うん、そうだな。こうも暑い日にはぬるめの茶もいいかもしれん。
It was silent for a second before the door slid open and Kondo arrived with a stern look upon his face.
会津藩から正式な要請が下った。ただいまより我ら新選組は総員出陣の準備を開始する。
Whoa. Loud.
ついに会津藩も我らの働きをお認めくださったのだな。
It was so loud. He looked just as happy with the news as the rest of them. Apparently, getting others directly from the Aizu domain was an occasion for some excitement. Isami has angry hair. Fuck, that scared me. It scared me too. Hijikata, however, was the lone
は
exception.
しゃいでる暇はねえんだ。てめえら、とっとと準備しやがれ。長州の奴らはとっくに今日に来てるんだ。俺たちが遅れてどうする？
As Hijikata rebuked the men, the warriors all scattered sequentially to their stations. When it was only the captains and myself remaining in the room, Hijikata vented.
てめえの尻に火がついてから俺らを召喚しても後手だろうがよ。
Thinking back at what happened at the Ikeda Inn, While the Shinsengumi were fighting hard, the Aizu domain were elsewhere and came strolling in later at the scene. Remembering that incident, I feel like I can understand Hijikata at least to some extent. He vented sus.
豚書で待機してください。不服でしょうが、私もご一緒しますので。池田屋での負傷が癒えていないように、私の腕も思うように動きませんか。
He rubbed his left arm absently and looked away.
傷が治っていないわけじゃないですけどね。
お
ー。でも確かに本調子じゃないかな。休んでいろって言うなら休みますけど。
俺だって別に大した怪我じゃないけどさ、近藤さんたちが過保護すぎるんだって。
Okita acted as if he didn't hear Sanan all the while. His pouted.
大した怪我じゃないとか嘘つくなよ。
うわ、そういうこと言う。佐野さんは武士の情けとかないの？
だが悲鳴あげたってのは本当なんだろうなあ。
ちょっとそういうこと聞くなって。黙っててくれたっていいだろ。
He glanced sideways at me. But Heisuke, it's true that your injury hasn't recovered. His bangs hid the scar well, but it still looked rather painful. Nakagara broke his awkward silence.
そういえば、もし新選組が出陣することになったら、一緒に参加したいとか言ってたよな。
Even though I told Harada I was into the idea of joining them, it still seemed a little risky.
おお、そうだ
The
な。
music is so good, isn't
こんな
it?
機会は二度とないかもしれん。
For some reason, Kondo was easy to convince. I wasn't expecting him to be so easily swayed.
そいつが行くなら俺も行った方がいいんじゃないか？
怪我が治ってねえんだろ。豚書で留守番をしてろって。
よかったじゃねえか。
Are you sure it'll be alright? Hijikata and Sana sighed at the sight of my reservations, which was
今
understandable.
度も無事で済む保証はねえんだ。お前は豚書でおとなしくしてろ。
君は新選組の足を引っ張るつもりですか。遊びで同行していいものではありませんよ。
三男総長、それは彼女が迷惑をかけなければ同行を許可するという意味の発言ですか。
I blinked. Saito, standing up for me? Sanan seems to understand nearly as surprised as I
ま
was.
さか斉藤君まで彼女を参加させたいというつもりですか。
Saito simply
彼
shrugged.
女は池田屋事件において我々新選組の助け
Sanan's
と
scary. He is. I don't want to cross him. Like, I feel like he's the type of person that would really hurt my feelings. Like, he'll say the shit that would really, really break my heart. You know?
働きのみを評価するのであれば一概に足手まといとも言えないかと。
I can see that, yeah. Never in a million years would I have imagined that Saito might have a word of praise for me. My eyes grew wide with elation as Kondo nodded in agreement.
よし、わかった。君の参加に関しては俺が全責任を持とう。
Senan didn't seem convinced. I looked around the room until my eyes met Okita's.
戦場に行くんだって分かってるなら、あとは君の好きにすればいいと思うよ。
I looked like I wasn't about to get any help from Okita, who looked nonplussed either way. Perhaps I'd be able to help him out, like I had during the battle of Ikeda Inn. I nodded. Yes, I would like to participate. After that, everything was a blur. As quickly as we could, we prepared for a battle and marched into the Fushimi Magistrate's office. There would be a number of Kyoto Judiciary Commissioners' men gathered there as well, in preparation for a battle with the Choshu. Walking proudly in front of the men, Kondo approached the government officials near the gate.
会津中将 松平片森様をお預かり新選組京都守護職の要請により長谷参陣申した。
Katamori Masudaira was the lord of the Aizu domain and also the Kyoto military commissioner, which made him a very important person. His name would have been immediately recognized. The man standing near the gate looked slightly taken aback at the mention of the Shinsengumi.
妖精だと。そのような連絡は届いておらん。
Uh-oh. No, that didn't make any sense. What? Perhaps sensing my confusion, Saito leaned over and whispered under his breath.
内輪の情報伝達さえままならんとは、戦況によほどの混迷があると見える。
Do you mean the Choshu is overpowering the shogunate's forces?
そうとも限らん。しかし敵方に翻弄されてはいるのだろうな。
This could be tricky. The judiciary commissioner and the military commissioner has similar organizations, but they operate very differently. The military commissioner's office was under jurisdiction of the Aizu domain, while the Kuwana domain was controlled the judiciary commissioner. Kuwana domain? Domain covered by Sadaki Masudaira. Okay. Lots of history. I didn't fully understand the relationship between each domain so far, but so far as I knew, the Aizu and the Kuwana weren't quite fond of each other.
しかし我らには会津藩からの正式な書状がある。上の者に取り次いでいただければ。
取り継ごうとも回答は同じだ。さあ帰れ。身風呂ごときに用はないわ。
The nickname given to the men who would later become the Shinsengumi. It was both a reference to the reputation and an alternate spelling of Miburo, meaning Ronin of Mibu. Ah, damn. How terrible. After they'd asked the Shinsengumi's help, I felt Harada's hand on my shoulder and turned to look up at him.
まあ、お前が落ち込むことじゃないさ。俺たちの扱いなんざいつもこんなもんだ。
But this is so galling. I wasn't truly a member of the Shinsengumi, but even so. The explanations are nice to have. They sure are, yeah. We didn't have this in the past. After living with the Shinsengumi men and watching how they worked, I couldn't bear to see how they were treated, which is why this felt wrong to me. Everyone at the Shinsengumi had worked so hard to maintain peace in Kyoto. How could these people, who were supposed to be our allies, turn us away without a second thought?
ありがとうよ。だが、ここはこらえてくれ。俺らが諸次第に対して下手に騒げば、合図の顔を潰しちまうかもしれないしな。
Damn. Oh. The Kuwana would only need to complain that the Shinsengumi hadn't shown them proper respect to make trouble for the Aizu. All of the men, including Harada, understood what needed to be done, and they endured.
局長、諸次第では話になりません。奉行所を離れ、会津藩と合流してはいかがでしょうか。
Saito's suggestion to Kondo was rudely interrupted by Takeda. Not you.
ここを離れるだと？戦場で軍令を無視して何とするつもりだ。局長。戦場では伝令が交錯するものです。今はこの場で待機すべきものと考えます。
ここが我らに与えられた陣ならば、その話わからんでもない。だが今は我が新選組の身体に関わる問題でもある。
君は新選組の戦奉行であるこの私に向かって意見を言うつもりか？
Shut up! I hate you.
斉藤君の言うことにも一理ある。
Yeah. Kondo nodded deeply as he glanced at Saito.
我が新選組はこれより守護職が設営している陣を探す。
And with that, the Shinsengumi set off to find the soldiers of the Aizu domain. Night had fallen by the time we arrived at Kujo Beach, a location near what is now referred to as Kaijin Bridge on the Kamo River. No idea what that is. Hold on, let me take a sip of waters. I've been reading for 4 hours. Are you guys proud of me? All this time I've been playing gacha games and reading shit. It was to prep me to play a visual novel. You're doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. It just has a huge meaning for me too, because like I used to hate reading things out loud. Was very scared of it. Had great social anxiety, and my speech impediment or my inability to read sentences, dyslexia, made it really hard. But I'm glad I have I think through streaming and through like all my other various jobs, especially nails, talking to people, has helped me a lot in being able to do this. You're doing so good. Thank you. Proud of you. Thank you. You guys are so kind. You come a wrong way. Yes, I have. After leaving the Fushimi magistrate's office, we made for the Aizu Manor. Upon arriving, we relayed our previous encounter and asked for new orders. The manor official we met... Whoa, excuse me. That came out of nowhere. The manor official we met with directed us to the Kujo beach, which we did. Thank you, thank you. I'm still recovering from last night. Okay? I drink too much on an empty stomach. So my body is still recovering, but we're mostly good now. However, the gacha games we're building you for this moment. All the Genshin lore reading, exactly. Nagakura seemed to tolerate no more of this.
Huh? お前らんとこの判定が新選組は九条河原へ行けって言ったんだよ。その俺らを適当に扱うってのは新選組を呼びつけたお前らの上司をないがしろにする行為だって分かってんのか?
I love they're translating here. I love the localization.
それは私に言われても。
The man flinched and shivered, then fell silent. Kondo did his best to assume a professional air, but there was no hiding his massive grin.
陣営の責任者と話がしたい。上に取り次いでいただけますかな。
At last, after a great deal of trouble, we were allowed to remain with troops at the Kujo beach. The chief and the captains left the rest of us to speak with the Aizu commanders. They returned sometime later, looking tired and drained. Inoue, who had gone with them, also wore a bitter sort of half smile.
どうやらここの会津藩の兵たちは主戦力じゃなくただの予備兵らしい。会津藩の主だった兵たちは蛤御門の方を守っているそうだ。
One of the western gates of the imperial estate. It is protected by the allied forces of the Aizu, Kuwana, and Satsuma. They're treating the Shinsengumi like reserves?
屯所に来た伝令の話じゃ一国を争う事態だったんじゃねえのか?
They have no respect for the Shinsengumi.
状況が動き次第、即座に戦場へ馳せる。今の俺たちにできるのはそれだけだ。
So all we can do is wait. There was a chance that the call would come at night, so the men stayed awake, ready to act.
休むなら言えよ。俺の膝くらいなら貸してやる。
Just let us know if you need to rest a bit, Chizuru. Oh, no, I'm fine. Oh. Harada laughed as I shook my head. It wouldn't be fair for me to be the one to sleep. The men had remained alert, anticipating that they could face death at any moment. Hold on, let's take a bite of my food. Anxiety wrapped around me until I slept near dawn. The men, however, were vigilant through the night. Even as I drifted in and out of consciousness, I could see them nearby, persistent against the night. The break of dawn burned my eyes as I heard it. A cannon? The crack of gunshot tore through the morning air, and in the distance I heard men shouting and the clang of metal. The fighting had begun. The captains looked at one another and nodded. They didn't sleep. They didn't sleep. I stared at him for a moment, perhaps not fully awake, until I understood what he was saying. Right. With a quick nod, I readied myself to go. Then...
待たんか新選組。我々は待機を命じられているのだぞ。
待てだと。
Even during our lengthy march the day before, I'd never seen Hijikata mad. Maybe because of his position as commander, he was afraid to express himself when his temper flared up. But it looked as if he reached his limit. Normally, he left the yelling to Nagakura and stayed patient when speaking with army officials. This time, however, he finally had enough.
待機するために待機してんのか。御所を守るために待機してたんじゃねえのか。長州の野郎どもが攻め込んできたら援軍に行くための待機だろうが。
しかし出動命令はまだ。
Hijikata was in no mood for excuses.
自分の仕事に一かけらでも誇りがあるなら、てめえらも待機だうんぬん言わずに動きやがれ。
Without even waiting for a response, Hijikata spun around and stalked off, fuming. Where are we going? I didn't dare raise my voice above a whisper, but I asked Saito, who was walking near me.
敵が確実にいる場所。ハマグリ御門を目指す。
Hamaguri Gate? You mean where the Aizu's main force is protecting, right?
ハマグリ御門、激しい戦闘が始まっているだろう。あんたも今のうちに気を引き締めておけ。
Alright. Hijikata's fury seems to rouse the Aizu's reserve, who up at this point seems flustered by the threat of conflict, watching the Shinsengumi march. At the end, they follow the Shinsengumi to Hamaguri Gate. Before long, we'd arrived. Oh my gosh. The gate was pockmarked with scores of bullets, and everywhere dead and dying soldiers littered the ground. The acrid stink of firearms hung in the air. Even though I tried to prepare myself mentally for what lay before me, my heart shattered from the traces of war occurring ahead. The enemy, however, was nowhere to be seen. We had arrived too late. The battle was already over. After a moment of stunned silence, several of our men were dispatched by Hijikata to determine what happened. Then Kondo sighed.
しかし、天使様の御所に討ち入るなど、長州は一体何を考えているのだ。
やっていることがよくわからんね。長州は尊王派のはずなんだがな。
Kondo simply nodded. The Choshu defined themselves as those among the revered the emperor, yet they attack his home? It didn't make sense to me either. Nevertheless, the damage is done. I was in the middle of pondering the reasons when Saito returns to me.
夜半から朝方にかけてハマグリ御門へ押しかけた長州勢は会津と薩摩の兵力によ
A
り
domain
退けら
governed
れ
by
た
the
模様。
opposition daimyo named Shimazu. They initially supported the imperial unification, but they eventually allied with the Choshu in interest of removing the shogun. Oh, interesting. The Sasuma betrayed them. The forces standing against them were too much for the Choshu, who were forced to retreat. The corner of Ichikata's mouth curled into a grin.
薩摩が会津の手助けか。世の中変われば変わるもんだな。あんなに仲が悪かったはずなのに。いや、長州が共通の敵となっただけか。
The Sasuma and Aizu domains hadn't been on the best of terms. I thought that they outsmarted the family domain and allied with the Imperial Court to expel foreigners. However, I recall my father telling me that they weren't not so different than the Choshu. Unlike the Choshu, however, they got in war with the foreign force and suffered a devastating loss. Following their defeat, I learned that the Sasuma began to reconsider their nationalistic stance. However, these are only rumors, and what had come to pass had yet to be fully determined.
土方さん、公家御門の方にはまだ長州の奴らが残ってるらしいぜ。
Location now referred to as the Inui Gate at Masuyama Castle. I'm gonna grab myself a sody pop. I think I deserve a sody pop. Got sody pop. Sody pop. I took some Polaroids of my dog for his birthday because he just turned 1 and he's so cute. I love him. He's the best boy. What's sody pop? It's Coke Zero today. Coke Zero. Happy birthday, yeah, my baby boy. Hijikata's expression changed as he considered Harada's words, but before he could open his mouth to speak, Yamazaki reappeared.
副長、今回の御所襲撃の中心人物らが天王山に撤退しているそうです。
Mount Tenno, the important heavily traveled location on the southern part of Kyoto. It is adjacent to the Setsu province. Mount Tenno was located between Kyoto and Osaka. Supposedly they're in the middle of escaping from the Shimi towards Osaka. After hearing the report from both Harada and Yamazaki, Hijikata contemplated deeply. Although Kondo was recognized as the formal head of the Shinsengumi, I learned from everyone that all the major decisions were deferred to Hijikata. There was no exception. I could see all eyes were on him. He was silent for a few moments, then I saw his mouth curve into a small smile.
今から忙しくなるぞ。原田、隊を率いて公家御門へ向かい、長州の残党どもを追い返せ。
あいよ。
Bum. Okay.
斉藤と山崎は状況の確認を頼む。当初の予定通り、この浜栗御門の守備に当たれ。
Oh my goodness. Gravity! Hi, Gravity! Thank you so much for the raid! Hakuoki! Yes, you recognize it! I love Hakuoki. Who's your fave? Who's your fave? Hakuoki! Hakuoki! Let's see. Welcome, Raiders. The guy in the middle? Oh, Saito! Saito. And shout out to Gravity Dusty. How was your stream? And hi, everyone. My name is Jupiter. I'm a cyborg Huli Jing. That's a fox spirit to you, and I'm here to cultivate good karma in order to free myself from the Void Frost curse. And I do that by streaming in front of you, lovely folks. Welcome to my orbit. We're playing Hakuoki. This is my first time playing this. Yes, join me orbit. Join me orbit. Thank you so much for sharing your community with me, Gravity. I appreciate you.
承知。はい。
それから大将、あんたには大仕事がある。
The full version. Yeah, I'm playing. Oh, thank you for for paying it forward. Thank you. Playing your gift card. Thank you. Okay. Oh, sorry. This is KYOTO Wins. I don't know. I really don't know how the game is separated because I played this first like 10 years ago when it was just one game. So I don't know.
手間だろうが、合図の上層部に掛け合って。
Me watching Gintama and also Hakuoki around at the same time. Me like, why do they share names? I was stupid. Yeah, it was interesting. Gintama is just an AU where the foreign forces are aliens, not the West. Do you want the explanation? Sure. Please.
召集軍の追悼だな。
天王山に向かった奴ら以外に敗山兵は商家に押し狩りしながら落ち延びるんだろうね。
Gintama is also a classic. I love Gintama.
追悼するな。俺らも
I was just very into the Shinsengumi
そ
at
の
a
許可を
certain
もら
point.
いに行けるのは
The Shinsengumi were entrusted with the protection of KYOTO, and if this war was for aiding the Aizu, then they had to do more than just guard the gate. Thank you so much, Joshua. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Orbit. There was such good Shinsengumi content. There were. Leaving our post, however, to chase after the Choshu troops meant that we needed to permission from the military commissioner, meaning the Aizu.
なるほどな。局長である俺が行けば、きっと守護職も取り合ってくれるだろう。
After what we'd gone through the day before, I didn't imagine Kondo's task would be an easy one. Still, if the representative was anyone other than Kondo, the Aizu would be unlikely to grant the request, let alone entertain the notion of a meeting.
源さんも守護職邸に行く近藤さんと同行して大将が暴走しないように。
So the OG game was split between half in Kyoto and then returning to Edo, where you chosen a dude by your side this time. In this version, you only get to the end where they gotta leave Kyoto. And only the end do you find out which guy you get from your choices. Oh, okay. So, yeah, so it made the game a little bit more digestible. I understand.
はいよ、任されました。
Another laugh ran through the soldiers. Kondo's mouth twisted into a wry sort of grin. Perhaps he chose not to deny it because he knew he might go a little crazy.
残りの者は俺と共に天王山へ向かう。それから
I'm doing Hijikata's route first. And then there's a lot of new characters too with routes, right? So I kind of want to check them out. And the Edo Winds lets you choose based on Kyoto Winds. So you choose which route. They have way more options for dating. And they give you like 3 more guys. That you can't date anyway? No! You can't date Iba? No, but I wanted to get to know more of your wonderful friends. You're so sweet. Thank you. He looked directly at me. I wasn't a warrior, nor do I have political ties. Hijikata didn't know what to do with me. Suddenly, I felt very much like dead weight.
お前は好きな場所に同行しろ。だが近藤さんについていくのはなしだ。
Alright. Kondo was meeting with the leaders of the Aizu. If I joined them, there would be nothing for me. I had many options for what I could do. Hijikata would be pursuing the leaders of the Choshu attacks towards Tenno Mountain. Saito would be staying at Hamaguri Gate to protect it and gather information. Harada and his men
would be going to Kuge Gate to stop the attack on the Imperial Estate. The question was, where would I go? We're gonna go to Mount Tenno, right? I think that's Hijikata. Yes. To Mount Tenno we go. You get faces for 3 NPCs, which are a good filler, but like not dateable. That's sad. Oh, you can date Iba. We win. Iba is my second choice. Oh my gosh, Hydra! Thank you for gifting us such a gravity. Thank you. Thank you for propelling them into my orbit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There was no question. I would go with Hijikata and chase after the Ronin head for Mount Tenno. Naz Arts, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to my orbit. Despite Fushimi being quite a distance away, soldiers move at a rapid pace. It was hard for me to keep up, and I was beginning to run short of breath when I saw someone. It's him! It's him! It's him! Hydra, thank you so much for gifting us out to Tatare! Propelling her into my orbit. Thank you, thank you. My fave. This is also my fave. I love him. I love this bastard. I love this bastard. He was standing in front of us, shadows obscuring his face and clothes, cloaked in a strange aura. I want to make him cry so bad. Same! Hijikata seems to sense it too, and he motioned for the men to halt. The Shinsengumi stopped, save for one man, who was either excited or too foolish to heed the commander. He's pathetic and pretty. He is. And I love this little fact about him where like his sword skills aren't actually good. Like he's not good at fighting, but he's just strong. So like he just waves his sword around and usually hits his target because of it. I saw a momentary flash of steel as the man yelped. We love a rabid dog. But putty in our hands. Boy toy. Yes, 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 yes. I love him. He reminds me of Jin from Bleach. Oh, yes, yes. He does kind of have that vibe. Hey, what the hell is this? You okay? The man just laid there, unresponsive. I could see thick red blood already beginning to pool around him. Taken aback at first by the sudden attack, the men all turn now and glare at the stranger. His voice! His voice! Boorish as always. They were already on the edge, but the man's words only made the men more agitated. I'd heard from the men that they had their reasons for wearing their uniforms. They wanted desperately to pay this strange man back for his taunts and for attacking their brother, but they knew now it was no time for revenge. Kazama! He's so hot. He's so hot. I'm glad we are Kazama enjoyers. I forgive his crimes. He's awful, but I love him. First to get in my way at Ikeda, and now you're all trying to play the good guys around here. Excuse me. God forbid a joy to anything, yes? Have you met a man more baby girl? He's such a baby girl. You're perfect. You get it, Naz. You get it. I turn back if I were you, unless you like the thought of coughing up blood like your friend over there. As he spoke, I felt the air begin to thicken with the rage of the Shinsengumi. Go meant to raid and run, but I gotta go have fun whiffing with these men again. Thank you, Gravity. Thank you so much for stopping by and sharing your community with me. Have a good rest of your night. Is that? Yes, 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 yes. It's him. I know there's way too many sexy voices in my ear. It's kind of crazy. I'm going a little wild. Right? Hulijing and her wives will free her and give her good karma. Yes. Hijikata's smile was anything but warm.
ありさまを見るにそれも作り話だ。
He laughed at the sight of the man he'd just slain.
池田屋に来ていたあの男、起きた。
Damn.
あれも見客と呼ぶには非力な。
Shut up, Kazuma. You only got your strength. Hijikata's teeth were now almost completely bared. I knew Okita wasn't weak at all, and I wanted to tell him so, but it wasn't true that he had been injured.
掃除の悪口なら好きなだけ言えばいい。でもな、その前にこいつを殺したわけを言え。
I heard the soft hiss of Nagakura's sword sliding from his scabbard. At his feet lay the man who had been attacked, his face now an odd pale color. I wept for his spirit.
そのわけが納得いかねえもんだったら、今すぐ俺がお前をぶった切ってやる。
貴様らが武士の誇りも知らず、手柄を得ることしか頭にない幕府の犬だから。敗北を知り戦場を去った連中を何のために追い立てようというのだ。腹を切る時間と場所を求め天王山を目指した長州侍の誇りを何故に。
Oh, right. This is honor. They, right. He's stopping them. I see. What? Was he telling the truth? Did the Choshu men commit honorable suicide? Seppuku. I looked over at Hijikata and the rest of his men, but none of them looked surprised. The man in front of us was trying to stop the Shinsengumi in an attempt to protect the pride of the Choshu samurai, which is what had to upset him. From his point of view, I could see why he felt right in what he was doing, but that gave him no right to kill someone just to prove a point. Is it really all right to take a man's life for the sake of someone else's pride? Only you can protect your own pride. Letting others control the value of something important to you will only hurt you later on. How can someone keep their pride? They expect someone else to fight for it. Why are you talking so low? Speak louder. Baby girl, speak louder. Daddy can't hear you.
ならば新選組が手柄を立てるためであれば、他人の誇りを犯しても良いというのか。
Daddy can't hear you. He did not sound amused. No, that's not really what I meant, but under that crimson glare, my voice trailed off.
偉そうに話し出すから何かと思えば、戦いをなめんじゃねえぞこの甘ったれが。
なんだと. The man spoke through clenched teeth, and the knuckle of his sword turned white. Oh boy, the gangster talk.
覚悟もなく尻尾を巻いた連中が武士らしく綺麗に死ねるわけねえだろうが。
They started a pointless fight and didn't have the balls to see it through, and they ran away with their tails tucked. These cowards don't deserve honor.
罪人は斬首刑で十分だ。おのずから腹を切る名誉なんざ、御所に弓引いた逆賊には不要のもんだ。
自ら戦いを仕掛けるからには殺される覚悟も済ませておけと言いたい。
死ぬ覚悟もなしに戦を始めたんだ。それこそ武士の風上にも置けねえな。
What am I realizing? I realized that today too. I realized that today too, and I was like, oh fuck. Oh fuck, I have a type.
奴らに武士の誇りがあるんだ。俺らも手を抜かねえのが最後の腹抜けだ。
Hijikata's own concept of pride and honor was not something he could easily compromise. No matter how long he and the stranger spoke, I also knew that they would never see eye to eye. I ship these two so much. Hijikata drew his sword from scabbard, and I saw Nagagura drop in a fighting stance. Hijikata's eyes narrowed, and after muttering something angry under his breath, Nakagura stepped back and put his blade back in his sheath.
His
swords are out.
覚悟はできてるんだろう。俺たちの仲間を切り殺した。その覚悟。
口だけは確かだし、まさか俺を殺せるとでも思っている。
In an instant, their swords met, and the clang of metal reverberated through the mid-afternoon air. Clang clash! They sprang apart, eyes fixed on one another, and I saw Hijikata's hand tighten on his sword. The commander's swordsmanship seems without a true rival, but this man had defeated Okita. The music! I saw Nakagura reach for his own sword. He was to leap into the fight as well, probably hoping to help Hijikata again gain the upper hand. Stop, Nakagura! Nagakura! I saw him about to pounce. I couldn't help but scream. Stop, Nagakura! No, Nakakura, you can't! This fight wasn't why the Shinsengumi came here. Hijikata's troop's mission was to follow the Choshu rebels to Mount Tenno. There could be no doubt that the strange swordsman was an enemy, and a dangerous one. We might have needed our whole force to defeat him. Hijikata, however, would never let us abandon our mission out of fear of losing, especially after his speech. Nagakura could see this mysterious man was quite powerful, and after a few moments of spent grinding his teeth, he took his hands off his sword.
土方さんよ、この部隊の指揮権限、今だけ俺が預かっておくぜ。
言うじゃねえか。任せたぜ、新八。
The commander's eyes followed the swordsman, and his mouth curled into a predatory grin.
よし、いいかお前ら。今から天王山目指して全力疾走再開だ。
Isn't it great? The soldiers roared their assent.
貴様ら。おい、よそ見してんじゃねえよ。真剣勝負って言葉の意味も知らねえのか。
Hijikata was in front in a fighting stance and put himself between the troops and the men to avoid escape.
邪魔をするな。
Woo! He swung his sword and Hijikata received it and was thrown back.
くそ、なんてバカ力だ。
Since there was distance between Hijikata and himself, the man turned towards Nagakura. Wait, what am I doing? Keep running. I desperately wanted to stop, but I forced my feet to keep going and made a break for it. Affection up! I must away for work in the morning. Good night, everyone. Thank you, Nas, for singing out. It's very nice to meet you. Thank you for joining me in hyping up Mr. Kazama, our fave. Our problematic fave. Problematic meow meow. In an instant, Hijikata closed his distance between himself and the man, positioning his sword. Shogunate, bitch! Oh, those are fighting words.
あいにくだな。戦場の実力なんざ気合でどうにでもなるもんだぜ。
Fortunately for you, the difference in power in a battlefield can overcome with spirit. I couldn't quite keep up, so I lagged for a moment. We'll be waiting for you at Mount Tenno. I couldn't leave him without saying something, so I yelled as loudly as I could out of support. Please, come back to us. His eyes narrowed sharply, and he chuckled.
お前、俺が誰だか分かってんのか?
His voice was calm, confident, and cocksure. The Shinsengumu's commander. I nodded to him and jogged past, falling into step with Nagakura, and the rest of the men. We ran straight for Mount Tenno and didn't look back. Hello, y'all. Hi, Ramfrost. It's almost nighttime. I was waiting at the base of Mount Tenno. Nagakura led the men further up, looking for the Choshu rebels, but a few were left at the bottom in case any other Choshu forces returned. I stayed with them.
大丈夫ですよ。そろそろ戻ってくると思います。
I know, but is Hijikata safe? He must be. No sooner the words came out of my mouth than a shadow appeared in the dirt road in front of me. The shadow stepped in towards us into the light. Hijikata!
I felt tears springing on my eyes, and I shoved them away in the back of my hand.
ご無事でしたか、副長。怪我もないようで何よりです。
Shimada was right. Hijikata was without a scratch, but even so, his expression was
せ
dark.
めて一立ち浴びせたかったんだが、途中で薩摩藩の横槍が入りやがった。
薩摩藩の横槍ですか。
奴は風間千景とか言ってた。
Is he?
薩摩の手の者らしい。
A very skilled man with apparent ties to the Satsuma domain. His extreme strength and prowess with swords rivaled that of the best Shinsengumi swordsmen. But if he's part of the Satsuma domain, didn't they help the Aizu drive up the Choshu? Why did Kazama try to stop the Shinsengumi? I frowned. Something wasn't right. Does it mean that he disobeyed orders? Kazama, I mean.
おそらくな。薩摩の連中も扱いかねているようだ。だいぶ迷惑してるようだが、風間には強く言えないらしい。
なるほど。その風間とやらは。
Oh, he has some clout, does he?
相当に優遇された立場があるのでしょう。
Maybe it's because he's powerful enough to hold up men like Okita and Hijikata, but there's something else to him that perplexes me. When Hijikata spoke next, his voice was bitter.
奴は特権の上にあぐらをかいてるだけの甘ったれだ。そんな奴に誇りだなんだと言われる筋合いはねえ。
Something about seeing clout in the age of Shinsengumi, right? It seems weird. I'm enjoying this so much. I can't understate how much I'm enjoying this game. Like, I always knew I would like it, but it's been so long. Whereas in the past I was afraid of reading, and now it's just so digestible, so easy to read. Like, the story's moving at a great pace, I think. I hope you guys think so too. We've been at it for 4.5 hours already. And you know what? The high has never left. Oh, whoops. Before Hijikata could continue, we heard the sound of men approaching, and Nakakura appeared with the bulk of our detachments trailing behind him. Fikren, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to my orbit. Nakagura stopped for a split second when he saw Hijikata, then he creeped into a sly grin.
上に行って見てきたぜ。残念だが、長州の奴らは残らず切腹して果
Hope
てて
people are doing well. We are doing fantastic. Hope you are doing well. My heart fell as he explained. Oh, they managed to successfully achieve the honorable death. You seem really cool. Why, thank you. I'm doing okay, just very sleepy. Ah, it is late. I wasn't sad that they'd killed themselves or that the Shinsengumi hadn't been able to arrest them. Only that more lives had been lost. Aww, that's kind of sweet of Hijikata. As he spoke, he flashed a half-smile at Nakakura. But why? Only a few hours before, he said that they were criminals that only deserved to be beheaded. But now he applauded them for taking their own lives? My question came out instinctively, as if my heart spoke for me rather than my head. He shrugged.
わからねえみてえだな。確かに新選組としてはよくねえ。奴らに目的を果たさせちまったんだからな。だがな、潔さを潔しと肯定するのに敵も味方もねえんだよ。わかるか？
Oh, I suppose that makes sense. It was so obvious I didn't quite understand what he was trying to say. His expression softened a
お
little.
前ももう少し俺たちといればわかるようになるかもしれねえな。
Together once again, we returned to the Imperial estate to meet up with the rest of the Shinsengumi. On the way back, Hijikata and the man began to discuss their next move. It looks like there was still plenty for the Shinsengumi to do in Kyoto. Stretching. Your model is really cool. Thank you. I want to stretch my legs real quick. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I took a stretchy and I gave my doggles some kisses. Ready to get back into it. The Choshu's extremists' attempted attack on the imperial estate eventually came to be known as the Hamaguri Rebellion. Incident where the forces of the Choshu domain fought the shogunate and the Shinsengumi near Hamaguri Gate to regain power in the government after they were expelled. Although the Shinsengumi were called into action, their efforts were stymied. They found little in the way of glory. Communication with their superiors was poor at best, and they spent much of the battle waiting for with the reserves. When the Shinsengumi finally entered the battle, each man found several strange appointments awaiting him. Chikage Kazama, who defeated Okita at Ikeda, claimed to be from the Sasuma domain during his encounter with Hijikata. Kyuju Amagiri, the man who shattered Heisuke's head guard at Ikeda, also claimed membership in the Sasuma. Highly skilled individual connected with the Sasuma domain, he specializes with bare-handed combat, and he possesses power and skill above many members of the Shinsengumi. They also had met Kyo Shiranui, who fought alongside the men from Shoshu. His gunplay is impressive. It takes the Shinsengumi by surprise. Whoever they were, it was clear they were not allies of the Shinsengumi. Indeed, they seemed they could easily become some of its greatest enemies. If they were to meet in open battle, the casualties would be severe. By the time the battle was over, the commanders of the Choshu attack had been killed in fighting, or took their own lives. There were some soldiers, however, who escaped, setting Kyoto ablaze as they fled. By some terrible misfortune, the winds that day blew from north and fanned the flames, reducing the southern end of the imperial estate to ash. As a result of the Choshu attack, many imperial nationalists were executed. With the Hamaguri rebellion over, the Choshu were branded as traitors for attacking the estate. From then on, they were acknowledged as enemies of the court. A traitor to the court often used to refer to rebels. Chikage Kazama status has been released. September. September 1864. The closeness in time between the battles of Ikeda Inn and the Imperial Palace created significant civil unrest within Kyoto. The Shinsengumi redoubled their efforts to keep people safe, but the more they worked, the more the shogun put them to work. His approval of their activities meant more official business, and it stretched them very thin. Even the recruits of Kyoto and Osaka wasn't enough. After many discussions, the Shinsengumi chose to recruit even more men from Edo, and Heisuke was tasked with preliminary scouting in the city. The Shinsengumi is expanding. The hardened sun kissed our burning cheeks as Kondo and I saw Heisuke off, his wide grin and his bags packed from the night before.
さて、じゃあ行ってくるとすっか。俺がいない間、みんなのことよろしくな。
Okay, I promise to help as much as I can.
大使募集の件、頼むぞ、平助。俺も来月には江戸に行くからな。
The plan was for Heisuke to hit Edo early and scope the potential men and have Kondo follow behind a month after to make final say with the recruits. Isn't there someone you mentioned wanting to see? I remember you saying something like that.
雪村君はまだ聞いていなかったか。確か名は伊藤さんと言ってたな。北進一刀流の剣客で学もある人らしい。
Oh, this guy. The head of the Hokushin Ito dojo and the loyal subject to the emperor.
まあ正直言うと、伊藤さんとはそこまで親しいわけじゃないけどさ。
うん、それで十分だ。伊藤さんは尊王派と聞いているが、義を持って話をすればかな。
Kondo nodded confidently, but Heisuke looked like he wasn't quite sure.
よし。それ、コードさんのこともできるだけ調べとくから、期待して待っててくれよ。
Okay, be careful. I watched him go, and the smaller his back became, the lonelier I felt. When I couldn't see him anymore, my heart twinged. I glanced up at Kondo. You look happy. You're thinking about all the new warriors you're getting, right?
ああ、やはり大使が増えるのは嬉しいものだ。それが有能な人材ならなおさらだよ。
He puffed out his chest and grinned. His relief at recruiting new members reflected just how worried he must have been. I hadn't realized how much we were struggling. I've got to go, but be sure to watch on YouTube afterwards. Gamba, thank you so much, Tetere. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'm glad I got to share this love with you again. Good night. Kondo kept his men close to his heart, and now he could smile. Time passed quickly after Heisuke left, and a month soon went by. The day for Kondo to leave for Edo was upon us, and I saw him the next morning. I came across Kondo in the yard, mired in his thoughts. Hello, Kondo.
ああ、雪村君か。どうかしたのかい?
Oh no, nothing like that. I was just thinking about how you'll be on your way to Edo tomorrow.
その通りだ。 平介をあまり待たせるわけにもいかんからな。
The music has been real nice, hasn't it? It would be a little lonely around here once you left the headquarters too.
何、留守は都市に任せてあるし、いないと言ってもほんの一月程度だよ。
He didn't know his kind generosity and Heisuke's bright personality kept me going day after day here. They were the highlights of my restrictive life. With both of them gone, Kondo hadn't even left. Yet I was already feeling an uncontrollable loneliness sweep over me. It must have shown on my face because he suddenly looked troubled.
そうだ。せっかく江戸に行くわけだし、何か土産でも買ってこようじゃないか。君もふるさとが懐かしかろう。
Oh no, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me.
そうか。では他に俺にできることがあれば言ってくれ。できるだけ期待に沿おう。
He was also always so accommodating to me already that I didn't have any complaints. But there was something I desired for a while, but never had the nerve to ask before. Before you leave for Edo, could you train me?
稽古ひょっとして剣の稽古という意味かね。
Yes.
それはいかんだろう。俺の指導は荒っぽいからな。怪我でもさせたら高堂さんに申し訳が立たん。
He's too aggressive, he said. Oh.
しかし、ずいぶん唐突な頼みだが、何か理由でも。
His eyebrows furrowed in concern. Let's see. I stepped out of line. We're almost done with chapter 2. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to trouble you at all. Please forget I asked. He was right, it did come out of nowhere, and it wasn't like he had a lot of free time either. To put it aside for someone not part of the Shinsengumi, it was foolish.
待ってくれ。理由は知らないが、そんな顔をされては断るわけにはいかんだろう。
Huh?
俺でよければ稽古に付き合おう。で、怪我をしない程度にだが。
We found a cord to tie up my sleeves and set about training me. Normal Shinsengumi training revolved around real-life sparring with the wooden swords. Kondo decided to go easy on me with a bamboo stick.
では早速始めるとしよう。先に言っておくが、天然理心流は少々荒っぽいぞ。
Rough. Right, I'm ready.
ならばまず構えから見ようか。雪村君は剣術を習っていたんだったな。
Yes. It was mostly for self-defense, but I did receive instruction in fighting with the Kodachi.
ならば身についた型を崩すことはない。その流派の型で構えてみてくれ。
Okay. Bamboo stick in hand, I moved into a familiar stance that I memorized during my training.
握りが甘い。
Too weak. Like a whip, his harsh words stung as he barked.
いいか。正面から切り合いになった時、真っ先に間合いに入るのは刀であり、刀を持つ手でもある。握りが甘ければ、その時点で容易に刀を落とされてしまう。これは気をつけねばならん。
Okay. He hit me with the full brunt of his stringent teaching. I could see he was taking this seriously. He wasn't going easy on me because I was a girl.
今度は固く握りすぎているな。君の場合、腕力の問題で敵の斬撃を正面から受け止めるのは避けるべきだ。となると自然斬撃を受け流す形になるが、この場合だと逆に固く握りすぎていては。
With Kondo's instruction, I practiced swinging the sword over and over, doing my best to learn and retain everything he was teaching me.
もうこんな時間か。
His words brought my head up, and I blinked. The sun set without The sun set without me realizing, pooling below, and the sky was now shades of red and purple. Suddenly, the real world again. Fatigue slammed into me, and I collapsed into my knees. Thank you for doing this for me. Every limb was shaking, my clothes completely drenched in sweat. I sucked in air like I couldn't get enough of it. Kondo glanced over at me when I fell onto the ground. His strict teaching expression immediately switched over to one of deep concern.
すまなかった雪村君。俺としたことがついつい熱が入ってかなり無茶な練習を。
I'm fine. The fact that you forgot and ended up teaching me the way even though I'm not your student. Thank you. It made me really happy.
そうか。そう言ってもらえると少しは救われる気がするよ。
His face was a mixture of relief and guilt.
しかし本当にすまなかった。こんな風に稽古をつけるのは久しぶりで、昔を思い出してつい厳しくしてしまったよ。
You mean before you came to Kyoto?
その通り。俺とトシ、宗司に源さんは司令官という道場で天然理心流を学んでね。
School socially popular with Tama region, Kondo is a master of the style, and Hijikata, Okita, and Inoue were among his students.
それ以外に三男君、東堂君、長倉君、原田君が転がり込んでいたよ。そういえば斉藤君も顔を出していたな。今は機会も減ったが、あの頃はよく互いに手合わせもしたものだ。
If I remembered correctly, talk of the old days came up once one night when everyone was well into their sake. Kondo's family were farmers, but it was discovered that he had remarkable skill at sword fighting. The owner of Shie Hall decided to adopt him so he can continue training, and that's where he met Hijikata along with everyone else. It must have been rough doing all that training.
確かに厳しかったが、今とはまた違う意味で充実していたよ。
He gazed off into the distance, clearly reminiscing, and I felt a tiny pang of envy. If I had been born and raised near Nibu, would I have met all of them under different, better circumstances? Kondo turned to look down at me kindly, a gentle smile on his face.
先ほど雪村君が門弟ではない私になんてことを言っていたが、今、天然理心流4代目である俺が直々に指導したということは、ある意味では君も天然理心の門下だ。いわばトシや宗司、源さんとも同門ということになるな。
Thank you. It was obviously not official, and it was barely a day's worth of instruction, but I was happy. I couldn't stop smiling. My heart felt so light. Kondo, I'm so grateful. Thank you for today. My mind and heart were still reflecting on the wonderful thing that just happened. I returned to my room with my head held high. I had been staying here for a while now, but sometimes I still felt like I was baggage to them. They needed me for one thing and one thing only. I was never really a part of them, nor did I belong. But now, Kondo's words filling me with some of the holes in my heart. Just a little, but I treasured the feeling. Smiling, I collapsed onto my futon. The strain and fatigue from earlier was a good feeling, and I let it drag me under to sleep. Is that the end of the chapter? Yay, we ended chapter 2! Oh! February 1865, Kazuma? Kazuma? We did it. 2 chapters. This one's my favorite OST so far. Yeah?
Chapter 3, let's go.
The dawn of the new year arrived. It was February of 1865, and we finished eating breakfast. I was carrying a plate full of tea and opened the door to the common room. Tea's ready.
おお、すまないね、雪村くん。
Oh, thank you, Yukamura.
I kind of want to get this game now. I feel like it's my kind of game. Yeah. It's definitely, it's like, I mean, it's an otome game, so it's geared towards a woman, it's marketed towards women. You might enjoy it for the history. The history is great. I mean, and then you get hot men too. He gave me a warm smile as I handed him his tea.
やっぱり寒い日には厚めのお茶がうまいね。
Thank you.
The history is good. Like the history in this is it's like bizarrely good how the history in this, like, no otome game has the right of being this well written.
Just the same, I felt as if I was helping out in a way, and that was a nice feeling. Then Hijikata spoke, and his words brought me back to the present.
ヤギさんたちにお世話になったが、この豚舎もそろそろ手狭になってきたか。
まあ確かに狭くなったな。大使の数も増えてきたしよ。
広いところに移れるんならそれがいいんだけどな。雑魚寝してる連中かなり辛そうだしよ。
だな。前川邸で寝起きしてる連中なんて毎晩押し寿司みてえになりながら寝てやがるぜ。あれじゃ疲れが取れねえだろうし、なんとかしてやりてえよな。
Is this an otome game? It is.
そんなこと言ったって
Can't you tell by how pretty the guys
新
are?
選組を受け入れてくれる場所なんてないでしょ。
I mean, honestly, there's so much history in this that sometimes you forget that it's an otome game. Like, so far, it doesn't feel like an otome game, does it?
僕たち今日の嫌われ者だしね。
I suppose I didn't make the connection. It's okay. It's a really... Yeah, it doesn't feel like... This is one of the best, I think, otomes out there. It has no right to be this good.
というのはどうかしら?
Oh, I don't like you. Another name for the Jodo Shinshu Hongwanji Temple in Kyoto. It allowed the Shinsengumi to make the temple their headquarters for a time.
西本願寺ですと先方の同意を得られるとは思えませんが
Have you calmed down, Takeda?
でも数百人の大使が寝起きできるほど広い場所なんて他にないでしょ。それにあの場所ならいざという時も動きやすいと思うのだけど。
This man was named Kashitaro Ito, recruited by Heisuke a few months ago by the Shinsengumi's military advisor and deputy commander. He developed his notoriety teaching Hokushin Ito in his dojo, and he's known for his scholarliness.
それに西本願寺は以前長州浪士をかくまっていたこともあると聞きますわ。我々が西本願寺に移れば浪士たちは身を隠す場所を一つ失うことになります。
そこまで考えての選定というわけですか。なるほど。
Kondo seems very impressed by Ito's suggestion, but a silent voice of protest arose.
僧侶の動きを武力で押さえつけるのはいかがなものかと思いますが。
Ito's brow twitched as if disturbed by the idea, and he faced Sanin
自
directly.
社を隠れ蓑にして好き勝手な振る舞いをしていたのは長州浪士の方ではなくて、今日の治安を乱す不逞浪士に配慮して差し上げるなんて、三男さんもお優しいこと。
Ito's deflection of Sanon's word left a bitter taste in everyone's mouth, including Sanon. Hey, rude bitch!
根性過激派を抑える必要があるという点に関しては同意しますが。
じゃあなんだ
Hello? Who are you? Who are you? Hello, handsome. So, what are you
切
saying?
り合うときは、やあやあ我こそはって名乗りを上げて、正々堂々とやるべきだとでも言うつもりか。不定老子どもがそんな鎌倉武士みたいなご作法に付き合ってくれりゃいいがな。
サブロ、口を慎みなさい。
Darling? Oh.
もっと悪い。つい本音が出た。
Saburo Miki. The other man beside Ito was Saburo Miki, who joined the same time as Ito. Allegedly, he was Ito's younger brother. By blood. I'm EP. Nice to meet you. Oh, hi. Hi, Rinka.
皆さん方、ごめんなさいね。この子は昔から口が悪くて。三男さんもお気を悪くなさらないでくださいな。あなたのような方も新選組を大きくしていく上では必要だと
He's such a
思い
rude
ますし、
bitch.
たとえ左腕が使い物にならなくとも、その才覚と学識はタイのために大いに役立つはずですわ。
I watched as Sanan bit his lip, an act of restraint to Ito's sour words. The tension was cut by another voice.
伊藤さん、今のはどういう意味だ？
Hijikata's voice was cold and sharp, like the sound of a blade sliding across a whetstone. It seems Ito was taken aback, and his eyes grew wide.
あんたが言うように、三男さんは優秀な論客だ。けどな、剣客としてもこの新選組に必要な人間なんだよ。
Oh my god, Kaisa! Hi, Kaisa. How's the Hakuoki experience so far? It's been great. It's been great. I love Hakuoki men. Wait, what? What? How are you doing, Kaisa? Please follow Kaisa. I'm good. How are you, lovely? I'm doing fantastic. I've been reading this game for 5 hours. 5 hours, and my voice is just about to give out, but we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. I saw you talking about this, and I was like, oh my god, I need to relive this. Oh my god, who's your favorite? Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite? But above all, he's a swordman of the Shisengumi. He's not useless. He's not replaceable. Get it through your head. Okay. However,
ですが、私の腕は
he couldn't even seem to bring himself to finish. Good, keep up the grind. Yeah. It seemed as though Hijikata realized his words were reminding Sanan of what he used to be, causing Sanan to curl his lips into a
ご
frown.
めん遊ばせ。私としたことが失言でしたわ。
Yeah, shut you. Such a bitch ass mouth.
三男さんは皆さん方の大切なお仲間ですものね。仲がよろしくて結構なことですわ。
They're all fine as hell. Soji made me had me whipped. Yeah.
新たに入隊
Soji,
した
I
大
can
使
see
た
that.
ち
I
も
can see that.
同じ気持ちでいてくれるといい
My
のですけど。
problematic Meow Meow is Kazuma. Hijikata's eyes seethed with anger towards Ito, but I'm doing Hijikata's route first. All the cares. Another go. I love him. I love his bitch ass. Kono tried to relieve the tension by stepping in and clearing the air.
とりあえず豚書移転の件に関してはもう少し話し合ってから決めるということで、伊藤さん、この後お付き合いを願いますから、先ほどの件についてもう少し詳しい話をお聞きしたいので。
ええ、喜んで。
Seeing them two get up, Takeda followed right behind them.
近藤局長、私もご一緒して構いませんか？
いいとも。ぜひ君も伊藤さんの話を聞いて大いに見識を広めてくれたまえ。新選組幹部といえど剣術ばかりではいかんからな。これからは 広い視野と深い知識を身につけねばな。
は。
Kondo left the common room with Ito and Miki. However, who still sat before us? Hey, bitch ass. He smirched coldly towards us as he slinked off and leave the common room. Okita spoke once Miki's footsteps weren't audible.
まったく誰なのさ、あんな人たちを連れてきたのは。
That's just what happens when you expand, baby.
犯人はまだ江戸にいるだろう。平助の野郎。
伊藤さんは尊上派なんだろう。長州の奴らと同じ考えの奴がよく新選組に入る気になったもんだな。
Yeah, I know. There's a lot. Do you remember how
尊王攘夷だからって長州と同一視されるのは心外らしい。
fondly runs hands over his arms?
そもそも尊王とは
So beautiful.
とかなんとかわけのわからねえことを抜かしてやがったんだよ。近藤さんも近藤さんであっさり丸め込まれやがって。
近藤さんってお人よしですからね。
He's too good for his own good. He's too good for this world. Have you played New Carnival, Jupiter? I kind of want to. Isn't that a gacha? I don't know. I don't know if my soul could handle another gacha.
ああいう口がうまくてお腹の中が真っ黒な人に騙されやすいんだよな。
その伊藤さんが参謀で弟が9番組組長か。めんどくさいことになったぜ。
It's gonna be a real bitch, he says. Though I'm not really one that plays gacha games, I see. I know it's really horny. I know it's super horny. I'm not sure. Can you even play New Carnival on stream? I feel like it's very not safe for work. Hey, what are you doing, boy? I think it's actually very not safe for work. You could, like, I think the cards actually have fucking. It was a random, yeah. I'll have to do some research. For science, of course, for science. Eventually, Hijikata approached Sanin, who weakly hung his head, facing the floor in shame.
三男さん、あんな奴の言うことなんざ気にするんじゃねえぞ。
Sanin laughed dryly and shook his head.
伊藤さんは学識も高く、弁舌に優れ。
Wow!
でも確かな方ですよ。
Otstar! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome, Raiders! Welcome! Raider. And... Welcome, Raiders. We're on chapter 3. We're making amazing progress. Welcome, Raiders. He's well educated and a skilled orator. Not only that, he's good with the sword.
優秀な参謀の入隊で、ついに総長はお役御免というわけですね。
おい、三男さん。
Aww. Sanin left the room as Hijikata's voice trailed behind, echoing the hall.
三男さんも気の毒にな。あの調子だから近頃は大使連中にも避けられちまってる。
Are they long chapters? They kind of are. They're like 2 hours each. 2.5 hours, maybe? What? But
無理も
why?
ねえだろう。どんな言葉をかけても全部悪く取られちまうし。何を言っても皮肉と嫌味しか返ってこねえから、大したちも怯えちまって近づかねえんだよ。
Oh no, poor Sanin. Even though I haven't been here long, haven't been here as long as the captains, I knew Sanin was so well liked by the other warriors before his injury.
土方さん、 伊藤さんたちなんて適当な理由をつけてさっさと追い出しちゃってくださいよ。あの人たちが来てから僕毎晩嫌な夢ばっかり見るんですよね。
Bad vibes.
そんなことできるわけねえだろうが。近藤さんはすっかり伊藤さんに心酔してるみてえだしな。伊藤さんと一緒に入隊してきた連中もそんな扱いをされりゃ黙っちゃいねえだろ。
役に立たない人だな。無理を通すのが鬼副長の役目でしょ。
んじゃてめえが副長やりゃいいだろうが。で、あいつらを追い出せ。
嫌に決まってるじゃないですか。そんなめんどくさいの。
The consensus was that Ito was not to be trusted, and it seems no one spoke in his defense. Only one, during all of this, quietly sipped his tea. Saito quietly looked up at me, and as I poured more tea into his cup. So what do you think about Ito? I mean, about Ito joining, that is.
さまざまな考えを持つ者が属してこそ、タイというのは広がりを見せるものだ。
So then.
だが無理に広げようとすると、内部から瓦解を始めることもある。
His words hung in the air, a dark omen for the future of the Shinsengumi. It was considerate of Ito to join, but his presence seems to be a recipe for dissension, if not outright disaster. They just don't like this guy. The setting sun glowed through the window through a warm... the setting sun... Hey! 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 The setting sun glowed through the window with a warm, rich maroon, an ominous kind of beauty. It's cold. I guess it's September now. I came out into the yard with my body, and my body stopped due to the cold. I guess spring will take a while. I wasn't too fond of Ito, but it was Sanan and his condition that truly worried me. I really wish his arm would just heal. That arm, or perhaps more accurately the lack of it, was the source of his change in personality. Still. As nice as it would be for Sanan's arm to simply start working again, that seemed like stuff of a child's fable, not real life. That was when I remembered.
薬でも何でも使ってもらうしかないですね。三男さんも納得してくれるんじゃないかな。
そうじ。めったなこと言うもんじゃねえ。幹部が羅刹になってどうするんだよ。
Okita was talking about the Shinsengumi having some secret serum back in the day. Definitely a lot of handsome men to go around, yeah. Judging by how they spoke of it, it's an item with circumstances. But I was not to know the existence of that serum. If I were to look into it without approval, there was no doubt I would be punished. But I'm the daughter of a doctor. I'm pretty sure I had more knowledge on medicine than the men of the Shinsengumi did. What should I do? Return to my room is Hijikata's route. Return to my room. Perhaps it would be best just to return to my room. I didn't want to get in trouble for wandering around, but most of all, I didn't want to find myself in anyone's way. Even though I was worried for Sanan, maybe it's best for me to stay out of the way. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, the compound exploded with activity. My worry increased tenfold. Did something happen? I waited for a few moments for activity to settle down, but it did no such thing. Something was wrong. I could feel it. I struggled against it for as long as I could, but eventually my curiosity got the better of me. There must be someone in the common room. I decided to ask someone what had happened.
三男君が自ら薬に手を出してしまうと。
たく、どいつもこいつも何してやがるんだ。三男さんから目を離すなってあれだけ言ったじゃねえか。
んなこと言われてもよ、薬を飲むとは思わねえだろ普通。
What did he drink?
あれを管理してたのは三男さんだったから、薬を持っててもおかしくはねえし。
小瓶一つぐらいなら懐に隠し持ってても気づかなかっただろうしな。確かにあの薬を使えば腕は治るかもしれねえだろうが、あれは失敗作なんだろう。飲んだ連中もみんな結局は血に狂っちまった。ってことは三男さんは。
I wonder what they meant by treatment. Occasionally, I heard the captains referring to something similar from time to time. So, did Sanan drink that thing?
三男総長は独自に薬の改良を続けていたと聞きます。理性を保ったまま腕の傷を治す。その成功にかけたのでしょうが、失敗を悟った三男総長は掃除の静止を聞かず自尽したと。
Suicide? The words were past my lips before I had even thought of them. As one, all eyes in the room turned towards me.
どうしてお前がここに？
The longer his cold gaze kept me pinned, the tighter my throat became, until I could barely breathe, let alone speak. I felt a strange combination of anxieties, suspicion, and animosity that had felt before the night I had arrived at the headquarters of the Shinsengumi. Now as then, I knew the meaning of that gaze.
トシ、そろそろ彼女にも聞いてもらった方がいいんじゃないか。彼女はコードーさんの娘だ。知る権利はあるだろう。
I felt my eyes go wide at the mention of my father's name. Why would my father's name come up here? Don't tell me he has something to do with this. Hijikata's gaze slid to Kondo, sporting an unpleasant grimace. After a moment, however, he gave a long, exasperated sigh and turned back to me.
先に言っておく。お前は新選組に必要ねえ人間。コードーさんを探す役には立つかもしれない。お前がいなくてもどうってことはねえ。もしおかしな真似をすれば即座に殺す。そいつをてめえの肝にしっかり命じてから話を聞け。
The intensity of Hijikata's statement felt like a sharp dagger pointed at my throat. I'm the daughter. The Shinsengumi only let me stay with them in the slight chance I'd come in handy when time arose to search for my father. Although it wasn't their primary duty, the Shinsengumi had the watch for all manhunts. The watch, the organization monitors, the ninja. They report directly to Commander Hijikata. There's nothing left to tie me here, apart from my memories of last year. Are you going to kill me? My words were flushed with worry, and Hijikata thinned his eyes like he was speaking to a servant.
まだ殺さねえよ。もっともいつ死のうと困らねえがな。
Oh, I was glad, I suppose, that I wasn't going to be killed, but I was still far from happy. I had been with the Shinsengumi for nearly a year, and my position with them hadn't changed. That truth cut deep.
今までは君にも伏せていたのだが、コードーさんはもともとここで薬の研究をしていてな。
You mean? I gulped audibly, and I carefully formulated what I was going to say in my head before I could say it out loud. The one that Sanan took? When Kano nodded, it was her weight. It was a great weight resting
あ
on
の
him.
薬はもともと幕府の高官がここに持ち込んだものだ。何でも西洋との交易で手に入れたものだと聞かされている。
Curiosity swelled inside me, and my head felt light from anticipation. Still, I knew digging deep is dangerous. These thoughts swirled.
人間の筋力と自然治癒能力を爆発的に高める西洋トライの薬。あれを飲んだ者は野生の獣と渡り合うことも不可能ではなくなる。致命傷でなければ傷は立ちどころに塞がる。首を落とされるか心臓を撃たれぬ限り戦い続けることができるのだ。
Just one such concoction really exist? It felt like I was hearing some sort of fairy tale.
ただしあの薬には甚大な副作用がある。
A price?
あれを飲んだ人間は 狂気に駆られ、人の血なしでは生きることさえできなくなるのだ。
They become vampires!
新選組の大使を実験台、薬の改良を進めていたのが行動さんだ。
My father? Somewhere deep in my heart, I knew my father has some connection with all of this. Knowing that my father was involved with driving men mad, all I can do was wonder why. To perform experiments on the Shinsengumi. So that night in the alley, Saito nodded plainly.
薬を飲んだ大使たちは南部邸にいる。ヤギ邸では人目につくからな。
Nanbu House, located near the back of Yagi residence. Sanan takes refuge there after suffering injuries and is later used to hide other furies.
血に触れぬ限り正気を失うことはない。我々にとっては御しやすい者たちだ。
Saito spoke quietly and indifferently. It was as if he talked about was a distant memory. Living with them for so long made me forget. There was still a line between myself and the Shinsengumi that couldn't be crossed, and his coldness reminded me of this notion.
大丈夫か？顔色悪いぜ。
I'm alright.
無理すんな。こんな話を聞かされりゃ気分も悪くなるよな。
おしゃべりはその辺にしとけ。今は三男さんのことが先だろうが。
つってもどうするんだ？三男さん死にかけてるじゃねえか。
この薬はここに持ち込まれたばかりの頃とは違う。まだ狂うと決まったわけじゃねえ。薬が効いてるんならどんな怪我でも治るはずだからな。
Hijikata felt like he was strained in saying this, as if he was trying to keep his hopes low.
近藤さん、あんたは三男さんの様子を見てきてくれるか。今夜生きるか死ぬか狂うかの瀬戸際だろうからな。
行ってこよう。確か彼の部屋には掃除もいるのだったな。
Kondo nodded deeply, then stood and walked towards the room.
三男さんの部屋へは誰も近づけるな。特に伊藤派の部長。
ああ、わかってる。
新橋、前川邸の様子を見てきてくれるか。
わかった。
As he passed, Nagakura's eyes met mine for an instant, and his gaze, in them, I saw some hostility felt on the night I'd first arrived, and they were filled with doubt and suspicion towards me.
斉藤は中庭で待機しろ。伊藤一派の警戒と牽制を頼む。御意。
Eventually, Hijikata faced his gaze to me.
雪村、お前も今夜は幹部のそばに。
Okay. It seems as though his suggestion wasn't out of worry for my well-being, but rather that it wasn't a wise idea for me to be wandering around.
裏の南部邸には絶対に行くんじゃねえぞ。
All right. I bowed slightly, but even with their warnings, I would be limited. Where am I going? Remain in the common room. I should save. We'll play like another 10 minutes or so, 10-15 minutes. Where are we at? Yeah. Gotta give my voice some rest. Sounds good. Thank you. Saito, Harada, and Nakagura had respectively left for the locations at the bequest of Hijikata's command, which meant I was alone with Hijikata. Maybe it was because Hijikata remained silent, but the mood in the common room felt suffocating. Of course, I bore him no ill will, but we were left to contemplate a somber silence together. My eye slowly drifted to Hijikata, and his brows furrowed into a deep indents above drooping eyes. One could see that his heavy concern for Sana was draining him. It was only after he closed his eyes to breathe that he quietly spoke.
お前は腐っちまってる姿しか知らねえだろうが。三男さんはもともと才もあり腕も立つ人だ。対局も見えるし、頭も回る。つまんねえことにこだわって意地張ってばかりの俺の手綱をうまく取ってくれてな。あの人がいなきゃ今の新選組はありえなかった。俺にとっちゃ兄貴みてえなもんだったんだ。
Hijikata's sincerity dipped from his curt words, and he balled his hands into tight fists. Sana must have had a very special place in your heart.
ま、言葉にすると安っぽくなるがな。
Here he sat, captured by thoughts of life without his old friend. The truth could be devastating, even for Hijikata. Whatever you like, sweetie, don't forget to stay hydrated since it's out of stock. Oh, yes, yes.
薬を捨てちまう。三男さんの腕を治すためだった。俺たちには三男さんが必要なんだ。
He scrunched up his face heavily, and his usual coldness was dissolving, replaced by anguish as he considered the mortality of his dear friend. It'll be okay. Affection up. It'll be okay.
根拠はあるのか?
Yes, I do. Back in Edo, I saw my father treat many patients. I'm going to base my judgment on that. Sanan will pull through. There's a saying that illness comes from the heart, so it's important to have a strong heart. If everyone believes from the bottom of their hearts that Sanan will recover, then Hijikata's eyes thinned a little. Affection up!
ありがとうよ。たく、どうして新選組の副長がこんな年下の娘に励まされてるんだか。
The fire in his eyes
だ
returned.
が、そうだよな。三男さんは腕の怪我を治すためにあの薬を飲んだんだ。あの人が元気になってくれるよ。
And so the long night broke. The captains of the Shinsengumi gathered in the common room.
みんな安心してくれ。峠は越えたようだよ。
The room collectively breathed out a sigh of relief.
で、どうなんだ三男さんの様子は。
今はまだ寝てる。静かなものだよ。
今までの大使たちみてえになっちまってるのか、それとも。
Inoue simply shook his head.
確かなことは目を覚ますまでわからんね。見た目は昨日までと変わらないんだが。
Oh, excuse me. Suddenly, then the door slid open.
おはようございます皆さん。ご機嫌いかがかしら？
Bad timing! Ito, nobody likes you. You excuse. Thank you, thank you.
Okay.
うげとはご挨拶ですのね。皆さん、お顔の色が優れない様子です。
Nobody likes you, Ito. Nobody likes you.
そりゃ朝っぱらからあんたの顔見たせいに決まってるだろうが。
まあ、長倉くんったら冗談がお上手ですこと。
Ito dismissed Nagakura's snide remark, and he turned to face the standing
皆さんの
warriors.
顔色がよろしくないのは、もしかして昨晩の騒ぎと関わりがあるのかしら。
いや、その。
Desperately Desperately, Kando's eyes flew around the room, as if looking for someone to offer an excuse.
ごまかせ様。あ、俺大根役者は出しゃばらないでくれるかな。そういうのだったらもっと得意な人がいるじゃない。
Okita turned to Saito expectantly, and the latter spoke up at once.
伊藤参謀がお察しの通り、昨晩豚書内にて。
事件ですって？
はい。ですが我々もまだ全容を把握できてはいない状況です。
I need to pee. Be right back. I'm back.
「今の時点での説明は余計な誤解を招くばかりかと。
Welcome back, sweetie. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are so sweet. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's continue then. We'll end it soon, but let's continue a little longer.
ですので今夜にでも場を設け、詳しくお伝えさせていただきたく存じます。
そういうことですの。事情は分かりましてよ。今夜のお呼ばれ、心待ちにしていますわ。では、ごめん遊ばせ。
Ito brandished another strange smile, stood, nodded, and left the room promptly.
なんとか見逃してもらえたみたいだね。
What do you mean?
伊藤さんはなんだかんだで頭が回る人だからな。幹部が勢ぞろいしてる場に三男さんだけいねえんだ。あの人絡みで何かあったってことぐらいすぐ感づくだろ。
Ito had likely guessed what took place, but decided not to press the issue. I looked up just in time to see Sanan shuffle through the door.
そ
Sanan!
んな化け物を見るような目で見られても
三男さん、起きてていいのかい？
少し気だるいですがね。これも薬の副作用でしょう。あの薬を飲んでしまうと 昼間動くことが困難になりますから。
Shannon looked a little pale, but it didn't look too difficult to him to stand and speak. But if it's hard for him to move around during the day,
私はもう
even though those words sunk our hearts heavily, even the captains fell silent to his solemn admission.
いや、三男君、君が生きていてくれてよかった。我々はそれだけで十分だと思う。
Kondo stood and grabbed Sanen's shoulders tightly, his expression bright and endearing. Tears welled into his beaming eyes.
それで腕の方はどうなんです？
まだ本調子ではありませんからね。自分でもよくわからないのですが。
He lifted his left arm, the arm that before had a huge limp at his side, and flexed his hand. It didn't look any different than before his injury.
治っているようですね。少なくとも不便がない程度には。
Thank goodness. In spite of the chaos last night, his wish to use his arm once more came true. However,
あの薬を飲んだってことは昼間動けねえようになっちまったんだろう。
he's a vampire now.
タイムに参加なんてできるのか？
His voice was calm, almost
解
careless.
決策はあります。私が死んだことにすればいい。
Just fake my death.
これから私は薬の成功例として羅刹を束ねていこうと思っています。
三男さん、それ本気で言ってるのか？あんた自分が何を言ってるのか分かってるのかよ？
分かっていますと、長倉君、我々は薬の存在を伏せるよう幕府から命じられているのですよ。私が死んだことにすれば、今までのように薬の存在を隠し通すことができる。それに、もし薬の持つ副作用を消すことができるのだとすれば、それを使わない手はないでしょう。
They seemed to be against Sanen's idea, though no one said anything. Who would want to consign a friend of a life of secrecy, lived in the shadows? But
薬の実験は幕府からのお達しでもあるしな。そうするしかないか。
まあ、三男さんが自分で選んだ道ですし、止めたって聞く人じゃないですよね。
よくわかっていますね。
Hijikata scoffs at Sanen's suggestion, and bitterness frothed from his words.
の話、冗談じゃ済まされなくなったな。三男さんを伊藤派の目から隠すには広い短所が必要だ。
同意します。薬の研究を続けるのであれば、なおのこと移転を急ぐべきかと。
よし、ろくに寝てねえとこ悪いが、話し合いを始めさせてもらうぜ。雪村、お前は部屋に戻ってろ。ゆうべ、ろくに寝てねえだろ。
Okay, understood. Please excuse me. Alright, who's being horny on throne? Speak up. Wait, what's going on? Huh? What's going on? Wow, who is this anonymous? Thank you, anonymous, for these gifts. Thank you. Wow. Who is it? Speak up. I'm excited for them. I'm excited. Wowee. Wowee. The whole flurry of new concerns arose, learning of my father's horrible work. What will become of me? Will I be safe? Such thoughts buzzed heavily in my head as I walked back into my room. Interesting. June 1865. Holy shit, a lot of time has passed. June 1865. It's been a year. It's been a full year. Our emperor had passed, and a year moved from the 2nd of Janji to the 1st of Kyo. It was 3 months since we moved to the headquarters to Nishi Hongwanji. After leaving Mibu, the Shinsengumi relocated their headquarters to the Nishi Hongwanji temple. Excuse me. There's a lot more room, but more room meant, well, farther to walk. I walked through it almost every day for weeks, and I was finally beginning to learn my way around. As I turned a corner near the back of the compound, I caught a sight of someone sitting in the shadows. There you are, Slanen. Your food's ready.
Ah, 君でしたか.
The snow disappeared, and the cherry blossoms bloomed and fled, and now the swallows and the heat came. Slanen and I exchanged a pair of smiles, and I held out my hand to let the breeze rush across them. It's gotten warm lately.
ええ。まあ、今の私には風より日差しの強さの方が勘に触りますがね。
Really? I didn't think the sun was particularly strong that day, but Sanan, who hid in the shadows and out of the sight during the day, must have been unbearable. Thinking back on the night of the incident, I remember Sanan transformed into a being with white hair, eyes lusting for blood. But looking at his peaceful smile now made it hard to imagine such a night was real. If someone told me it was all a bad dream, I would have believed it. It wasn't a dream though, and now Sanan spends his days hiding from the sunlight and from others. I have definitely tapped into the Shinsengumi's secrets. For just a moment, the sun lit on Sanan's hair. Ah! I don't know if it was a trick of the light or simply my mind being foolish, but in that moment his hair was a brilliant white.
どうかしましたか? 幽霊でも見るような目つきで人を見るのは良いこととは思えませんが。
No, nothing at all. He looked perfectly normal now, of course. Surely I thought I must have simply imagined it. Sanan had become a creature of the men I encountered on my first night in Kyoto. And here, right in front of me, he stood. The fear of the night cast a shadow over my heart. It was unnerving. Heisuke and I made our way through the crowd as usual streets of Kyoto at a brisk pace. You know, I haven't gone out to patrol with you in quite a while, Heisuke.
ああ、そうかもな。俺長いこと江戸に行ってたし。俺の留守中どうだった？新八さんとか佐野さんにいじめられたりしなかったか？
Everything was fine and they were kind to me.
そっか。ならいいけど、親父さんの行方はどうなんだ？手がかりとか見つかったか？
None at all.
やっぱ見つからねえか。俺も江戸に戻った時、お前の家の様子を見に行ってみたんだけどな。人が戻ってきた様子はなかったし、どこに行っちまったんだろうな。
The somberness of Heisuke's expression started to rub off on me. Now I was depressed. Oh, thank you for taking the time to look anyway.
いや、別に礼を言われるようなことじゃねえって。そもそもお前が今みてえに自由に外に出られねえのも。
Heisuke? Heisuke stopped himself mid-sentence, which was jarring. Ever since he returned from Edo, he looked glum. Hey, Heisuke? How about you? It's been a while since you were in Kyoto. Does it seem different from Edo?
そうだな。街も人も結構変わった気がする。
Huh? I wonder what was going through his head. Did something happen to him in Edo? His sudden change of character confused me. Heisuke's head jerked up slightly, and he looked across the street. He stood on his toes and waved.
おい、掃除！そっちの様子はどうだった？
特に何も。いつも通りだね。
Okita was out on patrol as well, although his route took him through a different path of this part of the city.
でも 将軍上洛の時には忙しくなるんじゃないかな。
The Shogun's coming to visit Kyoto?
そう。近藤さんも張り切ってるよ。近藤さん、家持公のことをすごく尊敬してるから。
I see. I hope it turns out well. Right, Heisuke?
まあ、近藤さんはそうだろうな。
Huh? Something had really gotten into him. I glanced at Ukita to see if he noticed anything. Uh-oh. No, he's coughing! Ukita, are you alright?
平気だよ。ちょっと風邪をひいちゃったみたい。
Not the cough. I see. Well, please take care of yourself. I have medicine to treat colds, so I'll give some when we return.
ありがとう。君でもごくたまに役に立つことがあるんだね。
What's the matter? Okita's eyes looked past me, and suddenly something caught his attention to the side.
断るとはどういう了見だ。
Uh-oh.
やめてください。話して。
民草のために日々上位を論ずる我ら志士に尺の一つや二つ自分からするのが当然であろうが。
Ronins? A person who devotes themselves to the country, sometimes going as far as give their life in the process? Across the street, a clump of perhaps 3 or 4 men were harassing a young girl. Okita, Heisuke.
分かってるって。お前はここで待ってろ。
But it appeared that Okita got to them first.
やれやれ。上位って言葉も君たちに使われるんじゃかわいそうだよ。
The usual crowds shuffled away from Okita and the men quickly as they could. No one wanted to be near the sight of unsheathed blades. The Ronin's eyes found Okita's jacket, and the men stiffened.
その羽織、新選組か。
知ってるなら話が早いな。どうする？
His lips curled into a predatory smile as his hand gripped his sword. There was no mirth in that rictus grin, and the Ronin's faces grew much paler. Their moods were not totally deflated yet, and the ringleader made one more attempt. Brown-nosing son of a bitch!
いいからとっとと失せろって。
The sight of the two Shinsengumi blue jackets standing shoulder to shoulder was enough to deter the men.
覚えておれ。
The last of the color drained from their faces, and they turned tail and ran.
俺たちを見てとっとと逃げ出すぐらいなら、最初からあんな真似するなっての。
You weren't gonna go after them? Arrest them?
どんな罪で？君って意外と過激だな。
I didn't really mean it like that, but...
助けてくださってありがとうございました。私、
It's our twin.
南雲薫と申します。
The protagonist saved this girl on patrol with Okita and Toto. She bears a striking resemblance to the protagonist. I watched as the girl gave Okita a quick bow. She was so refined, so ladylike. Even dressed like a girl, I doubt I could ever be elegant as her. I had only begun to feel sorry for myself when suddenly I felt a hand on my arm. Whoa, Okita?
いいから、この子の横に立って。
Calm down, kid. Come here and stand next to her. We look like twins! He shoved me next to the girl we'd rescued, then stepped back and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Okita? I glanced nervously toward the girl and attempted to smile kindly under the circumstances. The smile she gave me in return was beautiful, but there was something about her that seemed odd. She seems familiar.
やっぱりよく似てるね、二人とも。
We look alike? That's when I finally realized. She was identical to whom I saw in the mirror. It took you that long?
俺は全然似てないと思うけどな。
いや、似てるよ。きっとこの子が女装したらそっくりになると思うな。
沖田さん、 この方困ってらっしゃいますよ。
Oh, I had to say something, but what? Perhaps you saw through my confusion. Or perhaps this was something else.
きちんとお礼をしたいのですけれど、今は所用がありまして。ご無礼ご容赦くださいね。このご恩はまたいずれ。新選組の沖田総司さん。
With that, the girl who called herself Kaoru disappeared to the crowd of Kyoto, although the uneasiness created by her presence remained.
おいおい、ありゃ掃除に気でもあるんじゃねえの？
今のがそう見えたんなら、平介は一生佐野さんに勝てないよね。
どういう意味だよ。
Their back and forth continued, but my mind was elsewhere. Last night's rain left a number on the puddles on the road, and I looked into them. I saw the strange girl who looked just like me. Kaoru, huh? Wind caught the surface of the puddle, sending a flurry of ripples across it. Alright, I'm coming. I turned and ran towards Heisuke and Okita, already on their way back to the headquarters. The temple was much larger than the compound in Mibu, as advertised. The Hoshinsengumi could gather in the common room with space to spare. As Kondo spoke, his voice echoed grandly throughout the hall. Just standing before Kondo were the many proud men under his leadership with glowing expressions.
皆も徳川第14代将軍徳川家茂公が上洛されるという話は聞きを読んでいると思う。
In Mochi, the 14th Tokugawa shogun, he married the Emperor Komei's sister in support of the imperial unification, and he's popular with the emperor and the vassals.
その上洛に伴い、公が二条城に入られるまで、新選組総力をもって警護の任に当たるべしとの要請を受けた。
A castle built by the Tokugawa shogunate to house the shogun while he was in Kyoto. How fast do they build these things? God damn.
将軍校の警護を新選組が？
こりゃとんでもねえ大出世だな。
池田屋や金門の変の活躍でお偉いさん方も俺たちの働きを認めざるを得なかったんだろうな。
Which character is your favorite so far? I love Kazuma, even though we don't see much of him. I love Hijikata. I love Soji. Kaoru is interesting too. Kaoru seems interesting.
警護中は文字通り、僕らの刀に国の行く末がかかってるってことですか。
そういうことだ。てめえら気合い入れていけよ。
将軍校の警護とはまた大役ですな。
本当に三男さんが生きていれば
Wow.
どれほどお喜びに。
What a fucking asshole.
本当に惜しい方をなくしましたわね。
Ito wiped crocodile tears away from his eyes with a silk handkerchief. What a bitch. Ito and his followers were told Sanin died. In fact, the entire incident surrounding his transformation had been covered up. Only a few of the men of the Shinsengumi knew the truth.
伊藤さん、こたびの幕命を立派に成し遂げることこそ、亡くなった三男君が真に望んでいること。
分かっていますわ。私たちの名を天下に広く知らしめる絶好の機会ですものね。
ともあれ、これから忙しくなりますな。
まずはタイの編成を考えねば。とりあえず俺とトシ、それからソジ。
待ってくれ近藤さん。掃除は今回外してやってくれねえか。
なぜだ。
なんでも風邪が治らねえとかでな。養生しろって散々言ってるのによ。
本当か？大丈夫なのかソジ。
大した風邪じゃないんですけどね。土方さんは大げさなんですよ。
何言ってやがるんだ。さっきも咳してただろうが。
それ薬を売りつけるための工場ですか？何を言われても石田三役は買いませんよ。
そんなんじゃねえよ。いいから言う通りにしろ。
I gave Okita some pretty strong medicine not too long ago. I wonder if that didn't work. Or maybe he doesn't have a cold, but rather he's inhaling dust from the lack of cleaning here? Then suddenly someone raised his hand.
平介、どうしたんだね。
あのさ、近藤さん。実は俺もちょっと調子が。
なんだ、平介も風邪か。せっかくの晴れ舞台。全員揃って家持ち子をお迎えしたかったのだがな。
すいません。
ああ、いや、責めたわけではないんだ。体調は大事だからな。いずれまた機会もあるであろうし、二人にはその時存分に働いてもらいたい。
Kondo and Hijikata continued to discuss their formation, but suddenly Hijikata turned to me.
そういや、雪村、お前はどうするんだ？
What were we gonna do? What?
ほうけてるんじゃねえよ。お前は警護に参加するのかって聞いてんだ。
I can go too?
無論構わんとも。君も今や新選組の一員と言っても過言ではない。ぜひ参加してくれ。
Could I really go? I hesitated for a moment, confused, and Okita laughed. So this is also historical fiction too? Yes, it is.
まあ言ってもいいんじゃない？
It's a very accurate telling of some events that actually happened.
長州藩士は今日に出入りできねえから、切った張ったの騒ぎにはならねえだろうし。
What should I do? I'm just concerned about a person like me who's not a warrior to come along, but I was feeling emotionally strained with no leads on my father turning up on rounds. I'll go!
よし、わかった。お前には伝令やら使いっ走りを頼むことになると思うがな。こき使ってやるから覚悟しとけ。
In the early days of the Tokugawa shogunate, Nijo Castle was placed for the shogun to stay on his way to the capital. It's been a while since the shogun actually stayed in it, though. We met the shogun on the road and begun our escort about 30 minutes earlier and arrived at the castle relatively recently. By now, I imagine Kondo, Nakagura, Inoue, and the men are greeting the officials and other important people in the shogun's retinue. Well, I got a job to do too. It was my job to tell the soldiers when to change shifts and carry messages back and forth. A glorified errand girl, in other words. I don't see myself as being useless though, I think. I've come with a message.
なんだ、お前が伝達係かよ。ここは遊び場じゃねえんだぜ。
Well, I'm not here to play.
そうかよ。じゃあまともな刀も刺してないお前が。
Hey, fuck you! I've come here to do what I can do. Would you mind if we stop playing games?
言ってみろ。
The chief is currently going around, paying his respects to people in the castle. Everyone else continue with the guard. Huh? That's it? It's that simple?
なんだそのバカ面は。俺
Oh, well, no, I just...
仕事は仕事だからな。市場を挟むつもりはねえんだよ。ほら、伝達は聞いたんだ。さっさと行け。
Okay. Miki and I never got on the best of terms, but maybe he's a responsible person. After he shooed me away, I continue attending to my duties as a messenger. In the surroundings of Nijo Castle, I can see warriors wearing a white uniform, which was different than the afternoon uniform. They don't seem too nervous, but I guess it makes sense. Some of the imperial nationalist extremists were driven out of KYOTO, and many warriors fled. There's no way anything would happen. A sudden chill ran down the length of my spine. I froze. I knew the feeling. A length of cold steel seeking entry into your flesh, eyes shining with a lust for blood and violence. Since I began living with the Shinsengumi, I felt it more than once. Bloodlust. My eyes were drawn to the roof. There was no one where no one would think to look. A large wall cast a shadow, shielding a section of the roof from the moonlight. There they stood. It's him. My Meow Meow. You.
気づいた。さほど鈍いというわけでもない。
They looked very distinctive, unlike the soldiers I'd seen before, but 3 sets of piercing eyes scattering my thoughts, making it hard to think. I had recognized them. Now I had to put names to the faces. Chikage Kazuma. Kyuju Amagiri. Kyo Shiranui. They were connected to both the Sasuma and the Choshu, and they made an effort to impede the Shinsengumi at Ikeda, and again at Hamaguri. Why are you here?
なぜっつうのはどうやってここに立ち入ったかを聞いてやがんのか。だったら答えは簡単だ。俺ら鬼の一族には人間が作る障害なんざ意味をなさねえんだよ。
我々はある目的のためにここに来た。君を探していたのです。
For me? What? My heart was pounding hard, so hard it could burst. Why do these men know my name? I don't understand. A demon? What do you mean? What are you here for? No, you must be joking.
鬼を知らぬだと。本気で言っている。
He stepped forward, cloaked in shadows. When Emigiri spoke, it was calm and peaceful, as if he was reasoning with a frightened child.
君は負った傷がすぐに癒えませんか。
I held my breath.
波の人間とは思えぬほど怪我の治りが早くありませんか。
How does he know my secret? I've never revealed them to anyone before. Well, words struggled to come to mind, and just as I was about to deny their accusations.
ああ？なんなら血ぶちまけて証明した方が早いか？
Shiranui's gun glistened eerily.
貴様貴重な女鬼に傷を負わせるつもりか。
Kazuma is the type of guy who would unironically refer to women as females. The females.
そんなこと言われても
I hate him.
往生際が悪いんだからしょうがねえだろうが。
After Kazuma glared at Shiranui, his eyes drifted towards the kodachi on my hip again. You don't need
鬼を
words.
示せと東の鬼が持つ子たち。証拠としては十分です。
My family name? What was wrong with Yukimura? I don't understand what he was saying, and the cold sweat started inching down my spine.
お前を連れて行くの同意な。
Oh, I'm getting kidnapped. I hate him. I hate him. I love 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 him. His hands stretched out from the darkness, pale and grasping like tentacles of some hideous subterranean monster. Then a blade flickered through the night.
おいおい、合いびきならもう少し色気のある場所を選んだ方がいいんじゃねえか。
それはこちらのセリフだ。
Harada, Saito. My legs almost collapsed, as if the now shattered tension was only a thing keeping me standing. I teetered backwards, my balance momentarily lost. A strong, shiny hand caught me and pulled me back, its grip hard as steel. My hero! Hijikata. One hand guided me around him, even as the other drew his sword.
将軍の首でも取りに来たかと思えば、こんなガキ一人に一体何の用。
将軍の貴様らも今はどうでもいい。これは我らの鬼の問題。
Stronger and more powerful than humans, they have rapid healing powers. Kazama Chikage, Kyo Sharinui, and Kyuju Amagiri are among their number. Demons? His eyes narrowed. Hijikata seems perplexed by Kazama's statement, as if contemplating the possibility of its truth.
こいつの面を拝むのは金門の変以来。
The music's so good, dude.
腐れんってとこか。大して嬉しくもねえがな。
再会という意味でこちらも同じく。だが何の考えもわかんない。
我々の邪魔立てをするつもりですか。ならば。
The tension was so thick in the air that I could scarcely breathe. They were a power keg, ready to explode. Even the slightest movement could set them off. It wasn't like I could do much, but I still wanted to help them, so I grabbed my sword.
区長たちの心配は無用だ。
Yamazaki, when did you?
区長の命だ。君はこのまま俺が屯所まで連れて行く。
Then you're telling me to run away?
その通り。君がここにいてもできることは何もない。
I mean, he may be right, but what am I supposed to do? Stay? Stay. I'm gonna stay here. I need to save. Whoa, no.
君は状況を理解していない。
I know staying here might not be the smartest idea, but they called me a demon and they told me to come with them. I don't know what they meant. I need to know the truth.
君にも譲れない理由があるのだろうな。だが、それは俺も同じこと。副長の命を遂行する。それが俺にとって。
What? Yamazaki reached for my arm, ready to take me by force, but the gun Shiranui held was pointed towards Yamazaki.
Hey, 待てって。お姫さんはここに残るっつってんだろ。売られたのに邪魔してんじゃねえよ。
With his spear, Harada tried to pierce Shiranui with his heart, but Shiranui easily dodged his strike.
時に拙速はコーチに勝りますが、知らぬいの手の速さも考えものですね。
そういうあんたも止めなかったようだが。
Saito and Amagiri's maneuver nearly into striking distance of one another. Saito drew his sword and attempted to strike Amagiri.
甘い。
Amagiri saw through his movements instantly and dodged the incoming blade.
くそ、なんなんだこいつら。
Hijikata screamed, his voice filled with frustration. I reached for my sword. No. I wrapped my fingers around the hilt of my kodachi and looked at Kazama. Both Shiranui and Amagiri displayed superhuman levels of skill, something that awestruck me. I didn't think my swordmanship could be of any help to anyone. Refrained from drawing my sword. I put my faith in Hijikata and let go of my sword. Yay! Affection up!
ああ、それで抜こうなんてバカなことは考えるな。この場は俺たちに任せておけ。
この俺が貴様ごときの相手をしてやろうという様子を見て舐められたもの
I give you the honor of fighting me, and you chatter.
二度と我らの邪魔
Oh my god.
力の差を味わわせ
Wrap your fingers around the hilt of Hijikata's sword. I'm in love. My boys are fighting over me.
ほざいてやがれ。金門の変の時、大使を切り殺された借りがあるんだ。
Their rivalry was intense. One could nearly see the spark in their glares, the bloodlust whose tension made it nearly impossible to breathe.
潰した虫の数などいちいち覚えておらぬ。
ほう。ならすぐに思い出させてやるぜ。今すぐてめえをあいつがいる場所に送ってやるよ。
One more step. They moved so quickly that in a blink of an eye, I missed Hijikata furiously clash with Kazuma's blade. The two swords ground against one another, screaming in protest. Hijikata swung with fullness of his strength, but Kazuma merely parried it with an unfazed expression. The force of the blaze meeting sent a small breeze that swayed his fangs. He told you already, he's a demon.
鬼の一族だと言っているではないか。我々だけではなくあの娘もだ。あれはお前たちの全てだ。だから我らが連れ帰る。
なんだと。
Their blades shuddered too quickly for my eyes to follow. All I could do is catch the flickering of the moonlight on them, sparks flashing as they met. They leapt at each other and met for a moment. The two men circled, then leapt forward again. The clipped strands of Kazuma's hair drifted away on a cool evening breeze. I see. There were no signs of fear on his face. Instead, I saw what I thought was perhaps the tiniest flicker of respect. He lowered his sword.
何のつもりだ?
Both men stepped back, their fight clearly finished.
これ以上の戦いは無意味ですな。
それ俺様への当てつけか？こう見えても引き際は心得てるつもりだぜ。
Shiranui looks towards Kazuma as he spoke.
確かにこれ以上の長いは無駄か。あくまでも今日は真偽を確かめに来ただけだ。
むざむざ逃がすとでも思っているのか。
虚勢はやめておけ。貴様らはまだしも騒ぎを聞きつけて集まった雑魚どもは何人死ぬか知れたものではないぞ。
Kazuma and his companions were no doubt powerful. His words held arrogance. We knew he spoke truth. They left silently, fading into the darkness. But as he did, Kazuma spoke to me one last time, his red eyes piercing me as they glared. You promise? You're gonna come back for me? Come back for me, please. Take me, sweep me away. He was far out of arm's reach, but his words nearly brushed against my cheek, cold and threatening. A shiver ran up my spine, and I crumbled to the floor.
大丈夫か?
Fine.
お前、嘘つくの下手だな。顔真っ青だぜ。しばらくそのまま座ってろ。歩けなかったら俺がおぶってやるからよ。
Thank you. For a while, Hijikata stared deeply and harshly towards the darkness.
おい、お前。あいつらに狙われる心当たりでもあるの?
I hesitated. They had said that I was one of them. Kazuma had invited me to go with him. Had he been telling me the truth? I didn't know. I'm not sure. There was really nothing more I could say. The words of this incident spread in the ranks of the Shinsengumi quickly in another form.
おい、侵入者がいたらしいな。幹部がガン首揃えて何やってやがったんだ。
Okay, I think I'm gonna end it here. And we'll continue soon. Let's play this a couple of nights a week. We got so much done though. 6 hours of pure reading. I am so proud of myself for being able to read for that long. If this were in the beginning of my streaming journey, I would never have been able to accomplish such a thing. Reading for so long. But I'm happy. I'm happy that I finally did it. I stopped being scared. You did great. Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully I won't lose my voice. So, let's find somebody to raid, eh? Let's see. Let's see who we raided. Is there anybody playing Hakuoki? I'm sure I'm the only one. Yeah, I'm the only one playing Hakuoki. That's so sad. Let's read Jen. Good night, Juby. Thank you. Good night, Juby. Good night. Thank you for the wonderful stream, sweetie. It was an amazing experience. Hope everyone eats good, sleeps good, and have a blissful night. Yes, I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Alright? I had fun with y'all, as always. Hakuoki is going to be a fun series. We're going to be uploading it on YouTube. So if you haven't yet, look at the stream. Oh my god! Hey, Elvin. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Alright, guys. I'll be uploading this series on YouTube, so keep an eye out on it. And follow me on YouTube if you haven't yet. Anyways, bye-bye. Bye-bye.